came out, they were just doing a bunch of like separate projects. We have that. They were doing those Teen Titan little shorts. They were doing we had that one Batman cartoon that
Yeah,
didn't
like
really catch
they
on.
I think, and again, I was talking about this with the guys in my server, and I was like, man, DC really, because DC and Marvel never really recovered from the '90s comic crash. Once you think about it, they never really learned their lesson. They really didn't understand why. That's why so many. That's why comics during that time, again in like the early mid 2000s, weren't doing great. But a lot of their shows and TV series did great because they were made by people who actually read comics, knew how comics worked, and made shows based around those comics. Because which again got people more invested in superheroes again, and that's um that's something you don't remember. And again, that's something you don't really see from the '90s. That's why the '90s era again, superheroes fell off, but they kind of came back up again because people who read the comics understood them, rather than a bunch of circle jerks trying to make comics as lucrative and mainstream as possible. It's, oh, we love these comic stories, we want to adapt them onto TV, or make a movie out of it and stuff like that.
Yeah. Like,
Um,
to answer your question with the rumors though, not everything I know going forward with DC is gonna be James Gunn related. Because how James Gunn put out like
hey, game
how
with
like these
power. Hey,
companies these
Asher.
days put out the like the web map for how these things are gonna be productions. And they, there's still gonna be like Elseworld projects, at least that's what they're gonna call them. Movies and TV shows that literally have nothing to do with James Gunn stuff. So, like the Batman sequel, the Clayface and Deathstroke movie coming out, and a few other projects that won't be connected to James Gunn.
And I'm sorry, this is also
Works.
something else I gotta say.
Hmm.
Not every character needs a movie, man. I don't think
I know, but
like Deathstroke okay, because people forget Deathstroke's actually pretty damn interesting. I think he's just known for being like the Teen Titans villain. Then he was known for being the Batman villain,
yeah,
and now he's known for being, well, a diddler, because of Terra. But other than that, bro, he doesn't really. People forget he like Deathstroke has a genuinely interesting backstory.
he does.
That could fill up a movie. Like, make it like do like a Winter Soldier. Make it like a spy thriller. That'd be perfect for
Yeah. It's funny because it's funny enough, the only adaptation to get close to doing like a lot of Deathstroke related stories was fucking Titans, which is kind of funny to think about.
him. Oh
They
no,
covered,
there was actually a really decent animated show. I think it was good. I think
yeah,
it
but
was.
then they like never go full with it. Like they made one episode and that was like it, and I was like, Where's the rest?" And
I mean,
DC kind of just forgot about it. And I was like, "What the fuck?"
I mean, like this is cool and all, but like I'd like more, please.
Like it
Like,
literally ends on a cliffhanger. Like they're doing like, oh, like he's looking out for his son, blah blah blah. But it just ends. I'm like, and I thought it was gonna be a show, but we didn't get anything after that. And I was like, okay,
Game with Power thoughts
weird.
on James Gunn Superman. It looks. Here's the thing. It looks okay so far. My biggest issue, and this is just something James Gunn does, is I feel like Superman is we're not gonna get it. We're not gonna get an interesting. We're gonna get the take on Superman that we want. How do I put this? What's a good way to put it?
We're gonna get
We're
the publicly wanted Superman,
yes,
the
that's the.
feel good, just on brand
And here's the
Superman.
thing. That's not a bad thing
It's
at
not.
all. It's
It's not.
really not. But you got to understand, it all started with like Christopher Reeves, right? Like Christopher Reeves set up pretty much a good example of what Superman just is. Superman 1 and 2 is what Superman it just is. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Uh and everyone kind of knows it. So that's why I'm kind of glad Gunn isn't doing like the whole backstory, because he already seen the super. We know the Superman backstory forwards and backwards. So
Yeah.
like, on one hand, when you adapt work, it is very pivotal that you get the core of the idea of what makes a character or a story work down.
Yeah.
But, and I really do have to emphasize this, you're only doing half. The person who made it is only doing half the work. You have to put
Mhm.
your signature on there,
Yeah.
and I don't think James Gunn put a signature on there. Because say what you will about fucking Zack Snyder,
Zack
when you
Snyder put his
saw when
signature.
he put his signature on there, when you saw Zack Snyder, when you saw Henry Cavill in that suit, that was Zack Snyder Superman.
Yeah.
Give him credit.
And because like I always say this, I'll still say I don't hate Man of Steel like a lot of people do. I hate some things in Man of Steel, but I don't
Like,
hate Man of Steel.
there's some
Like
cool. There's
a
some
lot of
cool
my
parts
problems
of
with
it.
Man of Steel ain't even with like Clark. Like a lot of my problems isn't with Clark. Is it a more somber take of him? Like I think the thing with Man of Steel is like people are like, oh, he's not. It's not the take they want. Like it's kind of what they did with the Amazing Spider-Man 2, where like in that movie, Peter had to learn the whole responsibility thing a different way because he never caught the Uncle's Ben killer, so he never learned what went wrong. Compared to and like with this Superman, it's like he was under a Podkent that was a bit more fearful compared to other
Well,
Podkents,
well,
right?
my thing with that is like, and I'm just gonna say it right
Because
now, and this is fucked up because I know Zack Snyder reads comic books. I know he does. I know he's a comic fan or whatever. My problem here is that Zack Snyder had so many ideas about Superman,
yeah,
but he didn't actually understand Superman. And I think that's the
yeah,
core of why the movie didn't. Because, like, here's the thing. It's like, okay, because here's the thing. Even he can't be consistent with this. Because, like, remember
he can't. No,
when
he cannot. Agreed.
when the dad found out about his son saving the kids from with the bus crash or whatever, the
Yep.
first thing he does is like, okay, we talked about this. You can't use your powers in public. But I'm like, okay, dude, this is a context where I think you can let that slide.
Yeah.
And then he's like, you don't understand. People are going to be afraid of you. But then after, he's like tries to say, oh, like humans are terrible. Like humans are like they don't like things they don't understand. They're scared.
Yeah.
Blah
Like
blah
they'll
blah.
take you
This.
away. Stuff
Like
like
yeah, I
that.
was like do stuff like that. But in the next scene, he's like, okay, but you're the most important thing in the universe. You prove that there's alien life. I'm like, wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute. You can't throw him down like that. Tell him people are
Confusing
terrible
the
and
shit
never
out of Clark.
and terrible and people are never going to understand him too. You might be the most important thing in the entire universe right now because you prove that we're not alone in the fucking universe. I'm like, so you have to be this amazing person to make sure that they understand you and that you bring in a new era. Like, dude, you are
and
flopping the
that's
fuck. What the
and
fuck?
that's where I agree with you because like okay, it's like you said earlier, right? Zack Snyder put his signature on it. Only problem is he didn't do. You got to do both signature and understanding character. When you do both of those, that's when you find harmony. When you put your own
get it.
signature on it, and when you
get it, you get things like Sam Raimi Spider-Man. Sam
yeah.
Raimi Spider-Man's a good example because Sam Raimi was a big fan of the classic Spider-Man books, and he wanted to do an adaptation.
And Sam Raimi's Peter isn't like he's not one-to-one a comic book Peter at all. He's Raimi's Peter. But that Spider-Man, when it's Spider-Man time, that's Spider-Man. Like bro, got attitude,
Like,
little anger, aggression. He's swinging.
I don't like people say like, but he doesn't crack a lot of jokes. And I'm like, okay, one, he does. They're just kind of lame, which again is kind of comic accurate.
And honestly, when you read, because I like to do this now, where it's like if I'm gonna like talk about a character, especially when it comes to Marvel and DC, we're talking about characters that are so old. I like to like actually read the first 50 issues of a few of these characters to get a good idea of what the original is. Because so many people like to say this is comic accurate, this action is comic, and then like when you read the first 50 issues, Ditko, Spider-Man, all that stuff, whatever. I'm just like, he really was not joking that much. Like he really wasn't. Like, yeah, he joked a couple of times at Spider-Man, but it wasn't like every page, bro, was like your mom ugly, you know?
It was a comic book quip. It was a comic book quip.
He said something once, punched the guy in his noggin, knocked him out. You know, like kept it pushing. Like, because people say like for instance, I'll use Andrew Garfield as an example too, since people like to say his is a little more closer.
And even
I say Andrew Garfield part 2 quipped a bit too much for me. Where in part 1 it was a good balance because he wasn't doing a joke every second in part 1.
Hang on, let me see here. Spider-Man 2 did it far better, and Zack Snyder has admitted that he doesn't like Superman, which is like, why are you fucking Superman movie or a Batman versus Superman movie?
Well, that's the thing about Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder, Listen. First of all, he's just a weirdo in general, bro. This man's a weirdo. When it comes to his ideas, he has too many weird. Listen, if they actually let this man cook 100%, Batman would have dropped this open prison. We have to think about that sometimes. And remember, that was
Yeah,
that
like
was in his
no.
plan.
Here's the thing. So many people were like,
Exactly.
so many people were like, oh, this is fine because Batman's killed another media. But like, here's the thing.
That is
And
not
like,
fine.
but here's like in the '89 Batman, for example, Tim Burton openly admitted that no, this is not an accurate take on Batman.
Not
by
an
the
accurate
way.
take at all.
Not
accurate
at
take.
all. He's just kind of now.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: those movies were important because they reminded people, hey, Batman's supposed to be dark. He could be a bit corny, but he's
Yes,
also
but
supposed to be
dark.
dark.
Yeah.
Supposed to be dark.
Yeah.
But
I'll give Zach this though. I'm glad he didn't go on saying the same type of stuff too. Like I understood the character 100%. Because yeah, like you said before, when it comes to Zach's signature, he really just likes to. It's all about his interpretations. That's Zach's thing. Is
no,
like
Zach just doesn't.
right?
Zach straight up doesn't understand it. Like
No, I
like,
know that's what I'm saying. It's like it's not
like,
instead of understanding, he's just like, here's how I think it should be. Instead of understanding is like, well, let me show how I think a Superman story should go. Like we're talking about aliens, dude being refused by his parents. I think it would go where the farmer dad is going a little too schizo mode, in protecting his boy to the point where he allowed himself to die in a tornado, like pure schizo mode. I also think like a guy like Batman is so crazy, he had to have gotten raped in prison. And you're just like, Zach, what the fuck?
No, Zach didn't say he did that. He said that he could do that to Batman.
It's still weird to even think that.
Like a great example is this. People always like try to write off Batman killing people in those movies. But here's the thing I have to understand. This is something you just gotta understand. Batman killing in that movie doesn't make any sense because in later aspects of it, you gotta understand. If Batman killed people, then Batman would be very, very, very boring. First of all, secondly, the reason that he doesn't kill people is a good chunk of the stuff that he enjoys doing, he wouldn't be able to do anymore.
I'll take you further than that because for me. Oh no, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, but because at the end of the day, if he starts killing people, or at the very least branding people to be killed in prison, then the police just cannot work with him. Period.
That's what I was going to bring up. Because to me, Batman killing, look, that's one thing, but Batman branding niggas, it's like, okay, nigga, okay, okay. When did bro become a sadist? What the hell?
But then here's the thing. Here's the other part of it, and I gotta understand. Actually, I need you to understand, like the fact that after, and again, this is also something I bring up. The fact that after Robin was killed, again, this is Dick Grayson, by the way. He had one job: kill the Robin that infamously died and came back to life. And you killed the most popular
one. The wrong one. You got the wrong one.
You're like, okay, but anyway, after that Robin died, almost all of Batman's rogues are implied to still be alive.
Yep.
Why?
Which don't make sense.
Because Batman could kill about 80% of them if he didn't hold back.
Bro, I mean, yo, you're branding and killing people in this universe, and I'm led to believe Joker is still here at this point. That don't make no sense.
Joker's still around. Penguin's still implied to be around. Two-Face is implied to be around. Black Mask is around. If you want to take the Birds of Prey movie into account, Harley's still around.
Yep.
Fucking Killer Croc, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, all these villains are at least heavily implied to still be around. Yeah. So, why the fuck are you killing random henchmen and shit? And not just, leaving it ambiguous. He straight up takes pleasure in murdering these people. So, here's the thing. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that really, tipped me off, though. You're telling me both Alfred and fucking Jim Gordon don't do anything to stop him and they just go along with him murdering people. Actively maliciously murdering people and sending them to prison to God knows what happens to them after they get branded.
Well, I bet you that universe's Catwoman is stayed the far fuck away from that nigga. She's like, oh no, he's crazy.
Here's the thing though. After all of that, you're really led to believe me that his relationship with Jim and his relationship with Alfred is exactly the same because they act pretty much again, Batman hasn't been on a 5-year killing spree since Robin died. So what the? You mean to tell me that nothing came from it? Nothing came from it. Now we're now he's but then people like to say, oh, but it doesn't matter because It's like now it doesn't. No, it doesn't matter because he found hope again after Superman came, and like
He found hope after beating the shit out of Superman.
he met Superman. He met Superman for like maybe a week at best, and then after that, most of the time they were trying to kill each other. He only really knew Superman for about 5 minutes.
And that's the funny thing, because but here's the funny thing though. At the end of the day, that's all he had to do. All he had to do was literally sit down, talk to this man for more than 2 minutes, and realize, oh, you know, you're not giving the impression of evil killer alien. I thought.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
A whole plan to kill this nigga for no reason.
Here's the problem though. Zack made it that way without even thinking about it, because there are so many times. I don't know if you remember watching Man of Steel, but there are so many times where he just kind of does whatever the fuck he wants. And like he's like, what are you gonna do about it? And like Superman would never say this. What are you gonna do about stopping me? That's something Superman wouldn't fucking say. That's something he wouldn't fucking say. Like he wouldn't flex his power like that. He would
like
not.
He didn't even do that in Man of Steel. I mean, yeah, he destroyed that one guy's truck, but like
no. Remember when he said remember when he was talking to Lois and he's like, I know you guys are all listening to me right now, and I also know that you think that those tranquilizers are going to stop me. So basically let me do what I want. You don't remember that scene?
Oh, even when he turned himself into the military?
Yeah, he wouldn't flex around that. He wouldn't just go around doing whatever the fuck he wants. That's just not Superman, dude. Like he doesn't.
Yeah, that's one of the things where it's inconsistent, because like it's like, okay, he turned himself in to have a good talk, which is like, yeah, that's what Superman do. It's like, yeah, you know what, I'll turn myself in, have a little talk. You know, you want to interview me, right? But then, like you said, like that quote was like, that
like if
that kind of makes the scene a little, you know, like that's something like. It's kind of like something Ben 10 would say. It's like
no. Here's what Superman would do. As he's walking away with Lois, he like casually breaks the handcuffs off, and he's like, yeah, I could tell they heard our entire conversation. What were they gonna do if something bad happened? Nothing bad was gonna happen, but those tranquilizers wouldn't have done much.
Yeah, I think
that's something Superman would do. He wouldn't just flex his power so blatantly. But okay.
I think the one thing that gets me about Man of Steel is like I said, I do like some parts of the movie and some things about it. I think the one thing that I always found the weakest though was just like Superman's resolve. Like obviously he was raised by good people. Of course, he was raised by his parents, stuff like that.
No, like his dad confused the fuck out of him emotionally.
And that's the point, and that is the point of the story. You know, like his dad confused him because you know when you get to the scene where he's talking to his dad in his head. But the story tries to paint like his dad had a point, and his dad was like wise had more wisdom than Clark thought. Like, no, he genuinely. I don't think that because when you watch the scene with the snow, I think it's like that scene where you know he's talking to. I mean, it's not really as far as goes, but more like you know Clark's having that little epiphany with his dad, and it's basically like his father kind of like apologizing in a way for like being so fearful this whole time. So that's why I always didn't get the idea like the movie was like, oh, Jonathan Kent was right about it because
again
he was a fucking idiot.
Because again, like with the context, he also went on about like, oh, again, you're gonna be the greatest thing in the universe. You're gonna be amazing. You're just not the right time yet. So if you did lean into like my main problem with that entire thing isn't so much that.
But see, this is like you said earlier, where it's inconsistent.
But like, yeah, that's not
like,
my thing.
That was when he was alive and he said that, right? And that's why, even though I bring up my scene, it's like that's still kind of in Clark's head, though, of his dad going, you know, telling Clark like he was wrong about like the way he hit him and all this stuff like that. Not hit him.
I don't think that would do much if he did hit
him. Yeah, and it's just like, and then it's like, but that's a scene where it's like it's his ghost, so it doesn't really like. I mean, yeah, he's saying it, but it's like that's not. Jonathan's not here to say that, you know. It's like you're at his like this is one of the things we like you said, like it's just inconsistencies with.
Oh my god!
Wording,
you know what?
Ideas.
You know what Zack might have done.
What?
If that was the case, I guarantee you Zack would have made that ghost that Clark saw in Martian Manhunter.
Chill.
You know he would have done it. Don't act like he didn't. He wouldn't.
Oh my god! It's just. It's like I said, man. Zack misses so many beats.
I remember when Batman returned, Bats placed a bomb on a big black line through a mile. I was pretty sure he died right there. Again. But like again, at least Tim Burton admitted he knew nothing about Batman.
That was funny. Yeah. One thing I'll say, like, you know, I've been seeing a lot of like posts like with the Superman trailer coming out, everyone's excited for it. I saw like people making posts with like Lois Lane, like shout out to Lois Lane's, and I remember I saw one post where they left out Lois Lane from Superman and Lois, and I was like, the fuck, but you put that bitch 80 no, pardon my language, you put 80 Amy Adams in there, and I'm like, Amy Adams, Lois. I got no. Here's the thing when it comes to actors. I don't think Amy Adams did a bad job. She just had a fucking god awful script that didn't do anything with Lois Lane. Like they just told her to say these lines and get out the screen.
A lot of the casting isn't bad. It's just a really, really
most of the casting. These guys are like almost all Academy Award winning motherfuckers. It's just like
not even that. It's like again, Henry Cavill isn't a bad choice is a perfect choice for Superman actually. But then you have people. Then you have people like the dude who played Martian Manhunter was pretty good.
It's just a shame. Amy Adams.
Perry White as Lawrence Fishburne was actually good casting. That was a good one. I'll give you
good casting. But what did they do with him? They didn't do much with him either. Then again, that's because the DCEU was trying to capture the Avengers so bad. We just skipped anything related to anything Superman related was just skipped. We didn't have time for Daily
Planet. Which is weird because you could have done this because you know what? Another series actually did something very similar where they threw in a bunch of random DC heroes all in like the first episode, made them a team, and it became one of the best takes on the DC universe ever. It was called the DC Animated Universe, and they knew all we got to do is add a bunch of characters who are likable, interesting, and have good chemistry.
Yeah, it's just a shame because it's like I can't even think of it from an actor's perspective where you're gonna get the chance to be like part of Superman mythos. You're gonna play Lois, or you're gonna play Jimmy, or you're gonna play Perry White. And in the first Man of Steel movie, you get a couple of lines, they're kind of there. Next film starring Superman, they're ready to kill him. And then the next film after that, they're ready to send him Justice League. And it's just like we didn't get to explore no Superman mythos at all. Like none.
This is also another criticism I have of it too. And I think another big reason why this Henry Cavill Superman or whatever doesn't really hit as hard is because he doesn't really become Superman on his own. And I think that's the biggest how I have for me because every hero has a moment where it's like, this is what I have to be. Batman putting on the cowl for the first time. Peter seeing like the spider in his window, realizing what he's got to become. Every superhero has that moment. Henry Cavill Superman doesn't have that moment.
Yeah, he just speaks to his father Jor-El.
No.
And then Jor-El's like, "Hey, man, you're gonna be like a god, bro. Like, put the suit on."
No. Here's the thing, though. The reason I think it doesn't work is because unlike every other take on Superman, where Superman realizes how important he is, how powerful he is, what responsibility he has to partake in, what he wants to do with his power, as well as represent his home, Krypton, Superman, Clark Kent realized he has to become Superman. The main problem with this movie that I think Zack Snyder misses the point on is that unlike the go-to example, everyone in the story is telling Clark who he has to be. Clark, True. You're going to be amazing. You're going to be fantastic. You're going to be the answer from the universe. Are we alone? You're going to be the savior of this world and represent our dead planet and promote our ideas of peace and prosperity. Everything. Everyone tells him. Even fucking Perry White. Fucking Perry White and fucking Lois Lane are like, this could change the entire course of history forever. Like,
something though?
Superman.
There is one character though. There was one character, and you may remember it. And this is one of the. And to me, it was one of the best parts. Martha Kent was one of my favorite parts of that film because she was the only one that didn't tell Clark that he had to be Superman. But she was the only person that said he didn't even have to be somebody. But she said you could choose who you want to be. She was the only character, and it just felt like she cared for Clark as a person.
The thing that ruined it for me is there's still an underlying sense of like, oh, you're something greater, because she was like, hey, what you choose to pick for humanity, be their savior or be their oblivion. It doesn't matter. It's your choice. I'm like, okay, you were close, but then you added that, and it's like, oh, great. I wonder who is going to be their savior or their oblivion. I'm like, motherfucker. The reason you want to know why Superman is Superman, Bags? You want to know why Superman is Superman? Do you want to know? Because he fucking likes helping people. He loves doing it. He was a man who was brought up in the most humble upbringings possible, a fucking farm boy. He likes helping people. He grew up with good morals and strong ethics. So when he finally went out to the world and found out, hey, I'm essentially bulletproof, can move faster than light, and I can lift a skyscraper, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure every person in the city and across the world is safe and doesn't endure any injustice. Why? Because I have the power to do it. That is Superman. That is why Superman is fucking awesome. Because at the end of the day, he's not just a superhero, he's the superhero.
Oh, you know what? Never mind. That scene wasn't. That was from Batman vs Superman. That wasn't Man of Steel. Damn. You know what? Ma can only had one scene in that fucking movie. See what I mean? Man of Steel. Everyone only had like one scene. I was thinking back. The scene that we're talking about was in Batman vs Superman. Damn it.
I just really like Superman, man. I don't.
I just realized it. I was like, no. I mean, I still like Martha Kent in Man of Steel because of the school scene. That was like my favorite scene in the entire film, to be honest. But yeah, damn, they didn't give her nothing to do after that scene. What the fuck?
You know what would have been cool?
God damn.
I like the idea that Kent kind of grew up not being able to control his power, so things were scary to him, stuff like that.
I mean, it wouldn't be scary, that should how it work,
Yeah, but his ears, his hearing's super sensitive, and like when he looks at people, like he can't turn his X-ray vision off, so he just sees skin and organs, and all that shit. But I like
that scene in Man of Steel. I really like.
Yeah, that was actually a good idea to show that. That's actually a cool
and then his mom
idea.
comes to the school to calm down. I genuinely love that scene.
No, you would have been really cool. You could have made that maybe this is a good idea. But I always thought maybe you could have made that seem like, oh, the reason that Clark got along with him acting weird around everybody is because his parents said he's autistic.
That would be funny.
That would be just funny. And
that's a strange boy.
It would be kind of cool because Superman can talk to some autistic kids. Trust me, I understand what it's like to have things be a little too loud. That'd actually be cool. Fuck it. That'd be a good idea. I'd see that.
Hey, anything to hide the fact that your son's an alien.
My son may be an alien, but he is not autistic. Oh my god, we've been rambling about Superman for 20 minutes. Oh my god.
I will say this: I'm cautiously optimistic about the Superman movie. I generally do love a lot of James Gunn projects, but I'm not like a glazer, and they're not all freaking perfect. I like them though.
I unironically like the Scooby-Doo movies. I don't care what anyone says.
No, I love Scooby-Doo movies, but I still got 2 copies of Scooby-Doo 2. Anyways, because it's a post I saw. Someone said, "What do you call a person who writes mature content for immature people?" And they said that's James Gunn. And one guy quoted, he said, "I'm not 100% disagreeing, but they were saying the one thing I think that helps James Gunn, in his case at least, is that he is capable of really, really writing some good ass sincere moments, good moments with the characters together. That isn't always them either pissing each other off, being annoying, and then just come together and people show some clips from Guardians of the Galaxy where, for example, where it's these niggas generally like each other, as friends and family and stuff like that. And I was like, all right, yeah, I hear you, and stuff like that. And I agree because I do love almost a lot of the moments James Gunn does when it comes to the characters being good. Guardians of the Galaxy 2 ending I love it to this day. I still love it.
Oh yeah, it borderline made me cry, honestly.
Guardians 3, oh my god, it's a mess of a film. I mean, a lot of stuff I could blame Feige for because, listen, when it comes to Adam Warlock, he was supposed to be used in Phase 2. I don't know. I mean, I know why they didn't use him.
I mean, people like to people unironically think Thor's like Thanos is like main Nemesis is like Iron Man or
Yeah.
Thor. No, it's Adam Warlock, people. It's actually Adam Warlock.
And it's annoying because like they set him up so early on, and when they finally got to using Thanos, finally it's like they just said, you know what, no, let's try to bank it all on Captain Marvel, because that's really what happened. They wanted to replace Warlock's role with Captain Marvel. And even then, that didn't really happen either, because
like
the Russos didn't really want to write with her. And it's just like there was so much miscommunication in terms of production from almost every side. It's just like y'all made it messy towards the end.
Nah, I'm sorry, I stand by this. Brie Larson was fucking somebody. I don't know who. There's no fucking way. Because, like, no, I think I can say that now because everyone kind of forgot who Captain Marvel is. Remember when they tried to make her a big deal, and then, like, 3 years later, two bad movies, and, like, oh, yeah, no one gives a shit. Because she's not a good character. She's not. She's not well introduced. Her own solo movie was absolutely awful. I'm sorry. People are like, but it made a ton of money. Yeah, because they literally said, if you want to understand Endgame, watch this fucking movie. And again, Endgame was the biggest movie to ever come out at the time.
But like, I say this a lot, that Marvel at that time they use a lot of tactics that made their weaker movie successful. Because like I remember when I was in trade school, some guy was trying to talk up the success of Captain Marvel, and I'm like, bro, like if you really think about like that film, it was literally the last movie before Endgame, and we're talking like only a few months before Endgame came out too, not even a full year. Like I think 5 or 6 months before Endgame came out, Captain Marvel was released, and I'm like, you bet a lot of people are going to go watch that movie.
Yeah, like it's and again,
to see if they might miss a thing. And then at the end of the day, the crazy part is you didn't actually need to watch it.
Yeah, like that's they literally, the reason the movie was such a big deal is because they said, hey, we just got finished with Infinity War. Now we're going on to Endgame. But this movie that's coming out between them is very important to the plot of the film coming up. So make sure you watch it. That is literally the only reason it made a ton of money. That is literally the only reason. And then afterwards, the movie had the gall, the chutzpah, to not have her really do anything, and then her just kind of invade the movie like she's always been an important character.
Yeah, and that's how I feel with and that's why like what I'm saying, like with Adam Warlock, right? It's a shame because he was totally set up way early to be part of the end game. He was set up for all that stuff. So when they didn't use him, James just had to fucking put him in a story somehow. Because like when you watch Guardians 3, it's like you could really tell like everything Adam Warlock related was just tacked on. It's like they're like, shit, we'll make him the reason Rocket got hurt. Fuck it. We'll do this and that. Fuck it. And that sucks because like it was like it just sucks because it's like, what a waste of a character that clearly was supposed to be set up 20 different films ago.
But then Marvel's but then you gotta understand, after that movie, after Infinity War, Marvel leaned heavily into, because again, remember I remember this. This wasn't too long ago too. This is like what, 4 or 5 years ago. This is back then. It was like, yeah, I remember they all told us. They all told us this. They kept saying, not only is Miss Marvel here to stay, Miss Marvel's going to be the face of Phase 4 of the MCU. She's going to be super pivotal to the plot. She's going to be the star of the show.
Yep.
And here's the thing. I remember this. Hang on, I'm gonna find that one piece of fan art. There was this one fan art where this girl, where it was like showing like, oh, no one's gonna watch this, and it was like female Ghostbusters, then Rey from Star
I know
Wars,
exactly what you're talking about.
And then
I know exactly
She-Ra, and then like fucking Captain Marvel, and I'm like, yeah, how are all those franchises doing right now?
And it's funny because like even if I gave grace to that comic, I'm like, Captain Marvel was the only one that was actually a blockbuster success, despite quality. Out of all those examples, well, she was a streaming show, so there's no blockbuster success with a streaming show.
From Star Wars was also on there, so.
Oh yeah, well of course, because
Star Wars.
Force Awakens, generally people did enjoy the first Force Awakens movie. People enjoyed it.
I thought I was one of the few people on the internet who said, "Yep, this movie sucks. This movie was."
Yeah,
bad.
but like it wasn't.
Like it.
But it wasn't so egregious that like it scared away the general audience and scared away like even Star Wars fans. You know, it was like. It was so okay surface level as a beginning that people were just okay with it, because at the end of the day, people were looking forward to the next movie. That's what The Force Awakens did. It made people look forward to
Yeah, it was
the next Star Wars thing. So
it was fucking J.J. Abrams mystery box bullshit. Like,
yeah, it's mystery box shit.
But
And
the problem is
when
you hype up something so much,
mm-hmm.
yeah, the problem is that you can't really follow through on that, no matter what.
And it worked it did work because I remember we did our friend dirty when me and my boys a long time ago when we saw Last Jedi in theaters, because you know we're all excited, we're like, oh, we're gonna see Luke, we're gonna see all the gang back, blah blah. You know, much younger back then, right? Nostalgia, blah blah.
Much younger.
And my friend Paul,
we knew each other by the time the movie came out.
It's true.
Like how long we known each other for almost 6 years, maybe, isn't that right?
Almost, yeah.
Damn. Shit.
Yeah, and I remember we did our boy Paul dirty. That was his first Star Wars movie.
Oh man. Also,
dude,
Bags,
like he sat next to me.
Bags, you're welcome, by the way.
Oh yeah, thank you, bro. I like how I don't even need to ask. I know exactly what that is. Thank you.
I want a wedding invitation, Bags.
Finna get it, we'll fly you out. We gonna fly you out.
If I'm like a millionaire comedian or whatever by that point, look, I'll pay for everything, bro. Anything you guys want, just hold me to it. I promise.
Hell yeah, brother. Oh yeah.
You be walking up here. I told you shouldn't have said that. You gonna walk up here. You gonna pull up this clip on YouTube, and I'm gonna be like, dude, what are you doing here? And you can be like, you shouldn't have said that. Hey, you shouldn't have said that.
I'm here to collect. Bruh. It's just so funny,
also,
man.
Bags, I'm kind of high as shit right now. I don't know if you
I
know
can tell. I can tell.
Man.
But I will say this. So far, DCU-wise, Creature Command is a good show. It's fun. It's on an okay start. Because I remember, like, I'll say this, bro. Like, you know, a lot of reaction. I stopped being such a reactionary a long time ago. Being a reactionary was not healthy.
Yeah,
even with
too, man.
with Creature Commandos, I've seen like even with some YouTube, I'm like, okay, that does sound weird. But then when I watched the show, a lot of stuff I saw people complaining about, I was just like, did y'all watch the episode? Because like I saw people like when the first episode came out, they're like, this is how they do Themyscirians, blah blah, and I was like, those weren't actual Themyscirians. Those were like the news report was saying like a supposed, and it just showed a bunch of girls dressed as an outfit. Themyscira has not been shown yet. That's the point of with that scene, blah blah. I know a lot of people were upset, like James Gunn, like, oh, he made the Sons of Themyscira into an army of like incel dudes that just want to like get to Themyscira, you know, because this girl's there or whatever. And I'm like, I ain't gonna hold y'all. I'm not defending any concept for New 52. Like there's some things as a comic fan I'm not gonna do. You're not gonna see me like defend the Sons of Themyscira concept from the New 52. I refuse to do that shit. Suck my ass.
Yeah,
like
I just feel like.
Hey, remember that comic concept where the Amazonians would like after they raped the dudes, kill them, and if they give birth to boys, they throw them away. I'm not endorsing that, nigga.
No, I mean, like, to be fair, I think that like that Themyscirian thing has been around for a while.
No, I was unaware of that shit before New 52. Like before New 52 came
around.
I
think it is just a New 52 thing. Yeah, them raping the men. I think that's a new.
Bro, Themyscira. Listen.
No, I know that.
I know you know.
Like,
it's just like I'm venting.
Like a long time ago. Because like,
yeah,
let's be real.
No one's venting because it's like.
No one at DC cares about like Amazon. No one cares about Themyscira. No one cares about Themyscira DC. But like the thing is, they don't. I think it's like they say, oh yeah, when a woman's soul dies, it's like reincarnated as an Amazon or something.
That is a part of the rebirth. That's part of the rebirth timeline. Rebirth run thingy. And like, I mean, it's alright, but like. If that was, I don't know, it's a little sloppy because if that's the case, I mean, like, damn, there would be so many Themyscirians.
I always thought there was
like there would be a lot of Themyscirians.
I always thought there would be like it was just like so many Amazons and they're immortal, so like they never really run out of numbers.
That's how I assumed it was originally too, which is why I do plan to just start looking into older Wonder Woman stuff because I'm just like,
older older Wonder Woman stuff is weird. Like even
I
weirder than
know.
older Superman stuff, which
I
got
know.
really weird.
Listen, we're talking about a character who was made out of clay. You know, my preferred origin, by the way.
Yeah, no one likes she's actually Zeus's daughter.
Demigod.
Wow.
Demigod Anna is so
Wow,
boring. It is
so interesting. So you're telling me that
so unique.
she's another child of Zeus? Wow, that's
Child,
so
right?
interesting.
Child of Zeus. Not even a child of the goddess like the Themyscirians actually pray to. Like
Well, if that was the case, then technically it would be Ares, because technically Ares is the daughter of is like the husband of all. I mean, not the father of all Amazons, are that of Ares.
true, but don't they pray to Athena as well?
Like if you're like this is actual Greek mythology. Like they praised Ares because he's technically their father. So like they
Oh,
praise Ares. They actually like Ares doesn't like a lot of people, but he does love.
well,
the
it makes sense.
Amazons.
I mean, well, it makes sense because like how many times Ares is always like Ares is one of the big bads globally. You know, they use them.
Well, which is funny because like in Greek mythology, it's a little bit more complicated because in Greek mythology, believe it or not, yes, like Ares is supposed to represent like the dirty sides of war, like being a brute and like killing people and stuff like that. Well, Athena's more of like the strategic, diplomatic part of war, basically. So because of that, Zeus didn't really like Ares. In fact, he was probably his least favorite child. Everyone treated him like garbage.
Oh wow,
Uh,
Zeus treats his
but
kids like shit. What a shocker.
yeah, but like everyone, like no, all the Olympians kind of treated him like garbage because he's meant to be like a brute and an idiot and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Again, he's supposed to represent the savage parts of war. But believe it or not, there's one aspect of Ares a lot of people don't remember. Ares is one of the few Greek gods that didn't force himself onto other women. In fact, he was like the god of protection of women from that. So yeah, like no joke. Yeah, Ares, the big mean war brute that everyone associates with being like this cruel barbarian, was not only a mama's boy because he was like the first. He was like Ares. He was like Hera's firstborn. So he's a big mama's boy for Hera. And yeah, he's actually a protector of that instead of engaging in it like his dear old dad. So that's kind of funny. I don't know. A lot of people don't bring that up.
You know, I'm not trying to change the subject, but like I remember I was talking earlier about my nephew, right? My little cousin. I actually started teaching about Greek mythology. Like we were just Googling stuff together and stuff like that. He just kept looking at me. He's like, "Yo, this is weird," because I was like, I just hit him with this is his wife, by the way. That's his sister. This is his other wife. That's his sister. And he looked at me and said, "Why you keep doing this?" I was like, I ain't doing nothing. This is the text, the ancient text.
to quote the Muppets, aren't you afraid we'll scare the kids? No. This is culture.
This is culture. I mean, it literally is. I'm just telling it. Like, yeah, he showed some interest a little bit. I was like, yeah, man, Greek stories.
If you don't want them to throw up, don't bring up the Egyptian gods.
I'm not. I don't know too much about it myself, so I can't really educate him on that.
Let's just say, cum swallowing is involved.
Makes sense.
I mean, they are Egyptian, so
Yeah. I showed him a bit of Hades. Like showing the gameplay and stuff like that. And he was like, oh, that was kind of cool. I was like, yeah, I know it looks cool. I told him it's going to take actual brain power. I know you kids, the only type of video games you play are games where you move your thumb across the screen. You don't multitask with buttons and stuff like that.
You don't just hold down shoot. That's what the game is. You don't just hold down shoot.
Yeah, but I was just show him that stuff, and I was like, yeah.
Hang on, be right back. Break. Be right back.
Go ahead. I'm gonna do the same. Fuck it.
I like it.
Let me do the same.
like a quick fuck, I like my dick sucked.
Oh shit! All right, I'm back. You know, what you call it? I watched the what's that show called? I had watched I watched the Penguin recently.
Woo. I should not have this big old bag of chips right here while I'm high right now. I really should not. The devil is tempting me. But you know, also this is weird talking about WB shows. You know, a fucking Warner Brothers show that was the absolute tits that no one talks about.
What?
Shaolin motherfucking Showdown.
Oh man, I haven't seen that show in so fucking long, dude.
Oh, dude, it is like that show was the shit.
This is what pisses me off, man. Warner Brothers making it hard for motherfuckers to watch that shit.
Hang on. But here's the thing: you remember like the big twist. Season 1.
You're gonna have to remind me, bro. Like when I say it's been a long time, I don't remember much of anything.
Oh,
like, it's
really?
Been that long.
No,
it's been that long.
No fucking way, dude.
I like admittedly, dude, I have trouble remembering a lot of shows I watched as a kid. That's why, like, a lot of times I do a lot of rewatches these days.
Okay.
If you tell me to list a bunch of stuff from Batman Beyond, even though I watched Batman Beyond religiously, I can't remember much from Beyond.
Bags. When's the next time you're free, brother?
Shit, man, I don't know. I just got my schedule too, actually. I think Sunday or Friday. I think Sunday or Friday.
I know, motherfucker. I know you're not working on Sundays. If that's the case.
Oh yeah, bro. I keep forgetting it's Chick-fil-A. Literally closed on Sundays.
You my Chick-fil-A.
Oh shit!
Don't work on Sunday. Remember that Kanye song?
Yeah. All right, so boom. Y'all already know I'm always free Sundays now. Look at that.
Okay, are you free this Sunday?
This Sunday I should be free, yeah.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna spend all day just watching Shaolin Showdown.
I won't mind that.
Like just what time are you going to be like available at like on Sunday? We'll watch it at any server you want. It'll be a watch party, but we're gonna spend.
I think I should be like free pretty much. I think like most of the day. Like I'm not really. I'm not doing anything Sunday. I'm staying home.
Okay, so there's 54 episodes. Each one's about 22 minutes. So
there's only 54. Oh,
yeah. There's only 3 seasons.
Oh, shit. Huh.
Okay.
Why did I think? I don't know why I remember it being longer than that. Maybe I'm tweaking.
I mean, it feels longer because like it's for a goofy like joke. I guess for what it was like it had genuine character development and like plot and depth. And dear God, the show was just the tits.
You know what I do remember though? My fault. There is one arc I remember. I don't remember how it resolved. I don't remember every detail. I kind of remember how it resolved. It was when Raimundo went rogue, I guess.
Yeah, that's the season 1 twist. The one where
I remember that one. That was cool.
Remember
when I was a kid, they were fighting, and he was winning. I was like, oh shit, he locked in.
Here's the crazy part, though. Like as a kid, hang on one second. So that would be. Wait a minute. That doesn't seem right. Hang on. Am I tripping? No. That would take almost the entire day if we watched all 3 seasons. Well, I hope you have nothing important to do. Okay, so would Raimundo becoming a team leader at the end of the series a good example of subverting? No, because it's actually foreshadowed. It's not really subverting. It is kind of subverting expectations because the show kind of builds up Omi as the main character, and he still kind of is. But like by season 3, and Bags, you'll understand what I mean later. By season 3, they make it very clear that even though like Omi is the main character, that doesn't mean he's like the leader who's gonna lead the Shaolin monks or whatever.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I mean that's one thing I like about the show, though. It's like, I mean, heck, I think one thing I like about the show is like at times there was never always there was never always like one captain who was the strongest of the team. I always felt like it rotated depending on like what was happening at the time, like who had the right items or shit.
They definitely implied that Omi's like the most skilled. They do,
yeah, most skilled.
Like, and that makes sense considering unlike the others, he trained his entire life for this. So of course he like understands things a little bit better. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. The thing that makes that ending brilliant, because the whole point of the show, because it's perfect character development for two different characters, and it works so well. So like Raimundo finally, because like Raimundo is the most irresponsible, the one who usually doesn't want to take on responsibility and stuff like that. He's the jokester, he's the slacker. He doesn't want to do the work he has, even though it's implied he's actually very smart.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, at the very end of the series, where he takes the biggest bullets, he takes the biggest hits, and doesn't care who gets the glory as long as they win. That proved that he was a leader, and that made it, and that made that scene at the end of the series awesome, because like, oh, Raimundo's officially the leader of the team now. Okay, and then Omi, who is, again, his biggest character trait is he's stupid arrogant. He's extremely arrogant of his abilities.
Hella arrogant.
But here's the thing. He actually acknowledged Raimundo as the leader. And again, he's picked on Raimundo the entire series, calling him a slacker. Hell, when he went back to being good, Omi was like his only friend who was still like, I don't believe he's gone back to being completely good. And that really hurt Raimundo and everything. So it's like, yeah, Omi is the one who belittled Raimundo the most and was the most arrogant, and he's the one who actually has to bow down and acknowledge that he's better than him. And he does it while he's still like genuinely disappointed, but he does it with like genuine respect as well. And again, it's like perfect character development for both of these characters who are basically sharing the main character role. No offense against Kimiko and Clay. They're great characters too, but
yep.
It was Omi and Raimundo show.
It really was. I mean, listen, when you're a writer, that happens. You know, I feel like sometimes some writers feel like they gotta try to make every character feel like they're almost at the top spot. Like, some characters are side characters. You know, it just is.
I'm good, Exeter. I got a bunch of other stuff on my plate right now. Sorry. Also, like Bags, you've seen this. I've been drawing a lot more lately.
Yes, I noticed. I'm like, hell yes, bro's cooking. I actually in the kitchen right now. I've been doing my studies as of lately. I've been hitting the studies with anatomy.
The thing is, I'm trying to find a consistent style.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if I have it.
Do you need to like practice or anything?
No, I mean look at the last 3 things I posted, like in the art chair thing.
Yeah. Oh, so let me open up Discord.
So like
shit.
So like I'm trying to do a lot of stuff for Callus Master, and these are all just designs I thought that would be really cool for the series. Yeah. And the thing I'm trying to do is trying to find my own unique style. So when you see my stuff like somewhere, you're like, oh, that's Slim style. That's his stuff right there.
I mean, if I'm being honest with you, I figured you already had that locked down out there. When I see your stuff, I do think this is Slim's works, and not just because I know you. It's like, you know, you have a certain way with your line weight and stuff like that too, and the way you place your anatomy. Oh shit, my throat hurts. Shit like that. But if you're feeling like you're still missing that something.
It's more along the lines of like, I've been told over and over again that my biggest strength as like an artist is like I'm very versatile. I could do like 7 different styles if I really tried. Like it's not, but I also get like a feeling sometimes like, hey, this feels like too much like Bruce Timm. This feels too much like I'm trying to be No Madureira, stuff like that. And I'm like, I just kind of want it to feel like, I mean, because like we've been friends for a long time. We've seen my work for years. So like, of course you're gonna like recognize it or whatever. But I'm thinking like, if people like saw this, would it be distinct enough for it to like have its own identity on its own?
I think it'd be distinct enough, me personally, because do you think it's not distinct because it doesn't look like up to a certain standard because of your current work, or do you think it's not good enough style wise just because you just don't feel the style's there?
I feel like, how do I put this? I feel like it feels like my style isn't really something that pops. It just feels like it's something that's there. It's like, oh, this guy knows how to draw. That's cool. And then just move on. They don't really.
Well, if this pop you're looking for, I think that really comes down to posing and I think that will come for you at least. I think that'll just come down to posing and rendering, because one of your other strong suits I think you have is you're good with I think you're good at character designing. Actually, that's what I actually think you're good at. I think you're good at character designing. So because you got nice character designs. So like if it's like pop, I think you're looking for, because I think I have the same thing with two of them. Like I'm looking for the pop, and that's why for me I'm like, if pop what you're looking for, to me I think it's down to posing. Posing is what draws. Posing and composition is going to draw attention to a lot of details within your character designs. That's what's going to really draw attention.
Yeah, I've been trying to do more. Dynamic stuff, I guess. More like dynamic and organic stuff. Like the character's not just sitting there or standing there, or like doing something.
That's what I've been trying to do as well. Like I try to restrict myself from just doing. I drew him sideways, or I drew him facing forward, and it's still kind of tough. I mean, like the Superman one I did, right? You saw that Superman picture I did not too long ago. Getting that pose down was I thought I wanted to run in front of a truck. I was struggling with something that I know for a fact that there are other artists that probably would have gotten that pose down in like a matter of seconds. And I was like, holy shit, this is kicking my ass. I need more practice. I need more practice with anatomy and even putting shapes into perspective. Because that's what kind of helped me. I was like, okay, fuck it. Big ass circle knee, big ass tube leg. Put the tube in that position. That ended up helping me, but even still, I was like, that was giving me a hard time. So I know because right now, like I told you, like I'm practicing to anatomy more. Cause I remember when I got back from vacation and I tried to draw something, I was like, something finally in my brain hit, and I said, do I really know how to draw an arm? Do I really know how to draw a bicep? Draw a leg? It hit because I was like, damn, I'm struggling with doing this character looking lopsided and shit. So I for the past like couple of months, I've been hitting like anatomy studies and stuff like that, and it's been helping. It's been helping because now I'm like, okay, I'm kind of understanding where you place these things now much better, and the thing is helping the pictures pop more. So for me, I say like practice your composition and posing, and if you're gonna practice composition posing, you might have to practice a little bit of anatomy here and there.
Oh no, I bought 2 anatomy books actually.
Which ones do you have?
I have I think it was like it was one for artists. Where did I put them? They're somewhere. Hang on, let me see.
Is it anatomy for sculptors?
Let me see here. It's yeah.
Okay, yeah, anatomy for sculptors is great. That shit's been helpful as fuck.
It's Pocket Anatomy. What's called
Pocket Anatomy? Oh wait, I think I heard that one. Let me see.
Warren Martin.
Yeah, Pocket Anatomy. Oh yeah, that's a good one. I heard that was a good one.
Oh, it's really good. Like these are fantastic poses to draw, dude.
The cover has like a blue person on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been drawing so many titties. It's amazing. It's fantastic.
Bro,
I shouldn't have all this power. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And again, it's not even in a sexual way. It's just like it just feels good. Like when you know how to like there's a difference between drawing a movie and knowing how to properly place it.
When you get the titty sag just right,
Just,
Just right.
It feels good. What's the other book you got?
It's also pocket anatomy, but it's the heads and faces of stuff.
All right.
Like when I drew Ivan, the red haired guy, I kind of tried practicing what I knew about the anatomy thing on there, and I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
He's like turning to the side, sideways, looking up.
All right. Well, I would recommend a few other books, at least a few ones I'm using to help myself out. Let me scroll up here. I'll probably just screenshot it and send it to you on Discord. Like what the covers are. So there's Anatomy for Sculptors, which I think that book is low-key god tier.
I heard that's pretty good.
It is pretty good. It's pretty good. Let me scroll up.
I really like this guts I drew, because that's kind of what I'm going for. Like, you could tell that it's guts, right? But it's distinct enough to say, oh, that's Bryson style. That's Slim style. Well, people know my name. What do I do?
Because that's not guts. Yeah, because that's not his guts. It's your guts.
Yeah, guts.
Right.
But I'm not like trying to. It's like, oh, you could tell you could tell who it is. You could tell which art style it is. You know.
Yep.
That's what I'm going for. And I don't know. Do you think my stuff's I think my stuff's I know my stuff's recognizable enough. What am I worried about? I need to.
It is. Like I said, on the side of things popping, it's just you got to lock in for posing and composition. Get like a lot drawing more in perspective. That's gonna just that's gonna right there. Yeah, drawing more in perspective is gonna.
I also drew really that. Help. I also tried that with Valor too. Yeah, you see Super Saiyan Valor yet? You seen that one?
Yeah, where it's like skin's a different color too, right?
Say again.
Oh man, my bad. When his skin is like a different color too, right?
Yeah, skin's blue and everything. Blue. Yeah. I like. Well, first of all, I fucking love this. I was like, I always had an idea for giving Valor a power up, but I was like, what would work? And so I tried some stuff out, and I'm like, yeah, this is something always in the back of my head. This is But anyway, like you can tell, like this is different from my usual perspectives. It's kind of like from an upward looking down perspective. If you look over it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, it's definitely different, but like it pops a lot more because of that.
Also, you're drawing weapons too, so that's also good as well.
Oh yeah, I just love drawing weapons in general. That's just something that's cool. Yeah. I like to do.
I sent you the screenshots of the books I'm using on Discord.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I will say the other two, Anatomia Artistica, they're in Spanish.
Well, thank you for that. That's really inconvenient for me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey man, as long as you see the sketches in this thing, they're pretty nice and they help.
Whoops. I did not know my phone could do that.
Also, there's one page in the book looks like Andrew Tate. I shit you not.
I believe you. Andrew Tate has a very art student
I sent it to you. Tell me I'm not lying. Yeah. Tell me I'm not lying, bro. Like, it literally looks like him.
Oh my god, it really is. Oh my god. Hang on. I'm showing this on stream.
Bro, I was like, there's no way. Like, I was going through the book and I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. There's no way. No way, dude. Hang on.
That's just Andrew Tate. Oh
that's the Tate meme. It's the Tate man.
It's the Tate meme.
It's the Tate man.
Yo. Oh my god, bro. That shit, that kills me.
Hey Andy.
I got these in a PDF. I can send these to you if you want, like email or whatever.
Maybe later.
Yeah.
Hey Angie, do you remember Wuya? From Shaolin Showdown.
Oh shit, Edgy?
You don't remember Wuya when she came back to life? Okay. Let me just okay. Because you probably did. You probably suppressed it because it probably spoiled your mind. But
Oh,
like Bag. I hope I can help you remember Wuya. And you're gonna thank me in a second.
is that the lady? I think that was her.
You see the
Oh
screen?
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I knew. I was like, that's the girl. That's what's her name. Hey, that's it. Her name was Wuya. God bless. You know, I forgot Ramundo had that shit on. Just a plain hoodie, but he had that shit on.
Just for no reason. Just look at this for no reason.
Serving.
She knows exactly what
You
she's
know
doing.
what? I forgot this man was simping. And you know what?
Nah,
I was with him all the way.
Here's the thing.
I was with him.
He wasn't simping. Wuya's just a groomer. Wuya groomed this man. She groomed this man.
True. Like, bruh, nah. I was like, yo, hold on.
Hey, hang on, Raimundo. First, I was like, man, fuck Raimundo. How could you do that to your homies, man? That's some bullshit. The moment Wuya came on, I was like, okay, hang on a minute. Wait, hang on. Look,
yo,
I don't condone this behavior, but I understand. You know,
it's something I definitely want to talk to you about. I have to talk to you about this shit because it was this. I'm sorry, funniest shit of the year. Well, funniest shit of last year, I guess. But dog, that whole Shamik Moore shit, bro. Yeah.
Wait, what?
The Shamik Moore.
Oh yeah! Oh my god!
That whole saga, that whole situation in general, bro. I was dying. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Dude, I saw all the interviews and everything. I was like, oh my god.
I never seen a man who could not take a hint. I've never seen him like.
No, he could take the hint. He just ignored it. Like, there's
no
way.
You know what? Yeah. Actually, yeah. No, you're right. He just ignored it. But when I saw the video, you know, the Instagram post that led him to delete his socials when he posted that the girl who played Liz Allen from Homecoming, black chick, and he was like, found my MJ. I was like, yo, what is this nigga doing, dog? And then like when she made her video, I was like, bro, a freaking baddie just called you a weirdo on the internet. You're done. You're done.
You're done.
You're done. It's like girls calling you a weirdo, yeah, sure, but a certified baddie, a certified Hollywood baddie called you a weirdo. You're cooked.
You're done.
No, the females all the females in Hollywood now, they're like, ooh, bro. I'm like, it was funny. A lot of people were like, it was funny because a lot of people were like, this motherfucker really gonna make this movie not come out.
It's how he's getting out of his contract, man. That's how he's doing it. It's all a scheme to get out of his contract.
Bro, like I'm just like the recording session is gonna be weird now. That's gonna be awkward because I know they didn't start filming or whatever, and I'm just like, something about it is funny. I bring it up because I saw a post recently. I think was that a post tweet? I think it was post tweet, and he said Shamik Moore is like Marvel's rising Namor, and I was like, chill.
Okay.
So I said, Shamik Moore was a hero to be Namor. Not taking it fucking hit. And someone said, you know what? If you look at Namor's track record, it was just white. And I was like, don't do this to my goat Namor. Leave him alone. Oh man, Namor was one of the funniest Marvel characters ever. I don't give a fuck. God, fuck, man. Shame MCU made Namor lame. He not funny. He not a crash out. He just some lame nigga. Like, look at me, my people. I'm so lame, bro. Boo, boo.
Like, okay, like again, remind you, as a kid, I had no idea what sex is at the time, but this, for some reason, I love to sing.
Yeah.
Also, this is I love how the main characters are voiced by literally the first four voice actors you think of if you were a kid back in the early 2000s. Go ahead, go ahead. You can guess. You can guess and get it right.
Oh, you mean the Fantastic Forecast?
No,
For
for Shaolin Showdown, the main four
Shaolin
characters.
Showdown.
They're named after they're four of the most well-known voice actors of the early 2000s. And
Shit.
you can guess and get it right. I swear to God.
Well, I'm bad with names, but I'm gonna try to guess because honestly, Tara Strong's the only one name that always pops in my head. I'm so bad with names. Give me a second.
So the four main characters are voiced by the main character is voiced by Omi. Omi, he's voiced by Tara Strong. Raimundo's voiced by Tom Kenny.
Oh my God, he was.
Yeah, you couldn't tell. Like, you forget how good of a voice actor Tom is. You couldn't tell.
When Tom had that good peak control of the vocals.
Clay was played by Jeff Bennett, and Kimiko was voiced by Greta Lyles.
Okay. Johnny Bravo. Okay.
Love how we can't hear the video except you guys. Oh. They won't let me share it. Okay.
What, the audio?
Yeah, because I think it's like a YouTube thing where you can't like stream it.
Yeah, I can't hear it either.
Okay, well, never mind then.
Yeah, I don't know why that happens. That's annoying.
Because YouTubes are idiots.
They are. YouTube lame.
Oh my God! Look at Raimundo, bro.
You know what's crazy?
Like, really, like, bro, that's the face of I'm about to get up in that. like, there's no other face you could make.
You know who's the cartoon character Raimundo's kind of reminded me of? That I think would have probably done this. Probably ended up shooting his shot. I don't know why, but I'm thinking this nigga Marco from Star Versus. Like, I don't know why. Like when Raimundo had like the hoodie on from the back, I was like,
they're both Hispanic.
But you see, Raimundo didn't have the cursed Hispanic red hoodie.
No,
I forgot what meme it was, but someone said when you make a Hispanic character in a cartoon, you give him like a red shirt or a hoodie or top. And I was like, there's no way. Wait a minute. And I was like, Rex, Marco. Who
there's
else?
a pet.
Coco. Movie Coco.
Raimundo does wear like an orange green shirt in the second season instead.
Oh, he did, didn't he? See, he was getting.
Also, like his default Shaolin robe is red. So whenever he's
red.
like in that, so he does. Oh my God! Hey yo, wait a minute! Hang on! Whoa, hold on! Wait.
The one dude from Bravest Warriors, I'm pretty sure he was Spanish.
Oh my God, I think he is.
I wish I had that meme on me because like it had another character. I just don't remember their name. Frick. Like, who was it? It was another Spanish character, and I was like, nah. And they're always boys. They're always boys, by the way. It's never the females. Like, hold on, this gotta be another one. Let me see. I'm gonna find it.
I found it.
Found it.
Found it. Hang on, let me give you the link to it. Hang on.
I bet. Because like, yeah, like shit. Wait a minute.
Hang on.
If only Fry was Mexican, it would complete the list.
I mean, Bender is, so like that's kind of close.
It's kind of close, yeah. You put in that red hoodie, boom, you're Mexican.
I just downloaded the fucking image. There we go. I found it. I think this is the one you're talking about.
Let me see. Yeah, Goofy.
I mean, technically.
Magic School Bus. I'm dead. I forgot about him. Oh my god.
Wait.
Diego. And that little bastard from Casa Grande.
Fucking Las Cienegas in here. Okay.
Oh my days. Nah,
Oh,
it's too coincidental. It's too.
I mean, like red's pretty popular in like Hispanic countries, I guess. But
Bro,
like,
the thing is, I remember the thing is, I made the same mistake when I was like 14. My first ever OC I drew digitally. Hispanic with a red vest. I fell for it. Listen, red is their color. What can I say? You know.
I remember this one. There was this one thing on Twitter where everyone said like, Zim's human disguise gives him the fuckboy Mexican haircut.
It does. You know. I showed my little cousin and it made a zip clip, and he was like, "What is this?"
Absolute insanity, and it was awesome.
Because it was the compilation of Zim having hearing problems. Who are you? Who are you? It was killing him. He liked it. Who are you? I'm sorry. Invader Zim was too funny. Holy shit.
Hey Wes, what ethnicity are you so I can make fun of you better?
The curse of the rojo hoodie.
You know something funny? The curse of a rojo hoodie. That sounds like a George Gutierrez movie.
It does.
It really, and like, look, I love George Gutierrez. I am glad he's getting so much more recognition now because he really is a good artist and he really is passionate about everything he makes.
I like my type. Rojo. Yo, this man Marco.
Oh, you're black? now you better be actually black. None of that half shit wayward polls. Little half and half.
Wayward. Oh, bro.
And Edgy one of them high class niggas. If he says niggas, it sounds unnatural.
That's true.
Speak of the devil.
Let me see if I got. Let me see. Oh, Edgy, is that you? Would Benson have? If Benson was human, would he have had a red shirt?
Nah. You know, Benson isn't Mexican. Rigby is.
He's not. No, is it okay? I forget. There is another class. Now there's the red shirt and the red hoodie, right? But then there's the red polo, and that belongs to the white man. That's the Target employee polo, and that's what Benson would wear.
I'm sorry. What are we talking about right now?
I have no idea.
I said, I made a joke about cartoon Mexicans always wearing red, and there's a lot of evidence.
Hang on. He won't get it until I send it to him. Hang on.
Yeah, you guys.
About to say, I feel like I'm missing something.
You're missing a lot of context.
Hold on. Edgy's
there wasn't much context to begin with.
There was some context I feel like I'm missing here.
Slim Edgy's wearing red. Think he might be into.
Nah.
He crossed the border legally.
Yeah.
I mean,
like
all
sir,
the examples shown.
Mr. President, 11,000 terrorists and one penguin have crossed the border. How do you respond? Well, you know.
I don't know how the penguin. I don't know how the penguin got there.
No. We're still. Hang on. He's still our president. God damn it! I know. We got to endure the terribleness for a little bit longer. We just got to wait like a few more days. But anyway,
you're right.
But like, I don't know. I never watched Happy Feet. I thought the movie was pretty good. That's the one with the
Shia LaBeouf, right?
The dancing dogs, right? Shia LaBeouf, right? Come on, man. You know
his handlers are like, not, Joe, that's the wrong one.
Wes said, if I suddenly put on a red shirt, do I become a Mexican? Nah, I gotta be like a red hoodie. It gotta be more than just a shirt.
And you have to look like a fuckboy. Like that's.
You know what? Actually, it's not. It's never a shirt. It's always a second article of clothing. Actually, it's either.
Is Luffy supposed to be Hispanic or Mexican?
Technically, basically, when Oda asked questions, said, "Hey, what would the Straw Hat's character's race be. He said if Luffy existed in the real world, he'd be Brazilian.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, but Brazilian is the funniest answer.
It's the answer that makes the most sense. Let's be honest.
It's so golden. It's so golden.
Considering how isn't there like a lot of like Japanese people that moved to Brazil? Something like that.
I don't know.
I think it's because Luffy is like a party animal, so like he made him like
hell yeah.
What like who are the biggest party animals on the planet? The Brazilians. Have you seen Carnival? It's
I'm about to
insane.
say, yeah.
That is Luffy was practically born in Carnival.
Like if Luffy was a Brazilian, he'd be American because he does not give a fuck. Luffy does not give a solitary fuck.
Just like Frankie.
I mean, Frankie is like technically he would be American if he was. Yeah.
Bro likes cheeseburgers and cola.
Oh, Bags, did you see that fucking One Piece video by Jello Apocalypse?
Oh my days, bro.
Oh no, not Jello.
Bro, I put in a mutual. Okay, in the past like 2 years, I put a mutual onto One Piece, right? And he's charted the whole journey to me back and forth. So he's a big One Piece guy now. I put him on that video. This man wanted to fight me.
He hated it he hated you for even recommending it. That's how bad.
I subjected him to some of the worst. I subjected him to some of the most dork One Piece content he has ever seen in his life. And bro was furious.
Like I just remember, I hate Jello Apocalypse because he was bragging at one point about completely fucking up the localization of an anime and like the whole studio he was working with.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, we fucked up this anime that people were looking forward to. Yeah, we threw in a bunch of topical Western things that were not in the source material in the slightest.
Basically, no, it went deeper than that. Apparently, because like here's the thing, like when that happened, he wasn't just like bragging about changing it. He outright said that he hated the mangaka. He didn't.
You're right. He said he hated it.
He
hated the
beef for
mangaka.
her.
He didn't. And the mangaka was genuinely upset about it. She was like, "What I do to him? Like, why are you?"
I don't even know who you are.
You know the thing, Slim? You know the thing, fellas, is that he says some of like the same like kind of like critiques against her using Oda. Like he called her and Oda, for example, he called them both narcissists. Like he called them both like narcissists.
I don't know much about Oda, but I don't get narcissists from what I've seen.
I don't get narcissists from either mangaka. He like, oh, she's a narcissist because she inserted herself in the manga where she judged the main character, and I'm like, that doesn't make you a narcissist.
That doesn't make you a narcissist.
That doesn't make you a narcissist.
Slim, are you dying over there, bro?
He's dying.
Yeah.
Sound like you hacking up a lung. Like,
goddamn. Like I'm not sick anymore.
Good morning, Misfit.
But I still have a lot of phlegm. Also,
hey, Misfit.
Also, I'm smoking that good shit. So
yeah, but yeah, that video was just so bad, bro. Because like, first of all, it didn't even take like 5 minutes for him to already get like one thing incorrect, and I already knew I was in it for a rough ride. So, oh no, like I looked at the first thing he got wrong about about like the Grand Line, the calm belt, and I was like, oh, here we go. I just closed my eyes.
My thing is.
That's how I knew.
There's like people who make videos about Evangelion saying, Hideki Anno, he hates otakus. It's like, no, he fucking doesn't. Stop with this lie. He is one.
You dumbass. But like
you can be critical of something without hating it, right?
I mean, fucking Miyazaki hates it.
Yeah, if you said Miyazaki, I'd be like, yeah, Miyazaki hates everybody.
He is not a very happy man. He's not.
He comes up like a very jaded, like miserable guy, except he doesn't have the humor to go with it.
Which is funny because then he goes to make a story and it's like not jaded, and he's like, "Yeah, I did that." And he goes back to being a miserable.
He makes some good shit. Don't get me wrong.
He's a brilliant animator, but my God,
he's like an old man that would be like he's a grumpy old man, like he's just grumpy as hell. But like he'll be like, "Yeah, go get out of here. Here, have these candies though. Now get the fuck out."
not even that, bro. He's like, "Yeah, I can be as grumpy as I fucking want. I'm fucking Miyazaki. What the fuck are you gonna do about it?"
He just lights a cigarette. It's like, I'm motherfucking Miyazaki, bitch. The fuck you gonna say?
Which one? Doesn't matter. I'm a legend, motherfucker.
Honestly, the thing that killed me
listen to me, you little shit.
The thing that killed me was when he made the video, and then like 2 days later, he doubled down on Twitter with a thread going over the points that he felt like
he got horribly wrong.
And I'm like, dog, just doubling down is insane.
Like
Like
the double down is what drives me crazy.
he even tried to double
be
down on
wrong.
that disgusting last part of his video where he
No,
was
here's
like,
the thing.
yeah,
The
Oda
entire-
draws so disgusting girls. By
But,
the way,
like-
he has 2 daughters, and it's like, why would you say that?
Like,
That's
here's,
a
like,
weird thing to say.
Like, no.
why did you bring up his
It was like,
daughters?
it was structured like this, Edgy. Actually, he like tried to make it seem like he was gonna have some like heartwarming moment where he's telling Oda to calm down or whatever. Mind you, he just called him a narcissist for not crediting his editors or whatever, even though Oda does do that. In fact,
does.
you know something special? The entire supernova ranking system and shit. That only happened because his editor said, "Hey, these character designs look cool. Do the supernova idea," and he gave credit. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Oda has spoken about his editor many times before because his editor has been with him for like, damn, I mean, almost this entire journey.
Like, not only that though, but it's also the fact that he goes off on him like, oh, you're a narcissist because he dedicates a lot of his time, energy, and even sacrifices his health because of a manga series he dumped.
How does that make him
years
narcissistic? That just makes him.
Well, it was
passionate.
that, and he also said like, he's like, oh my god, bro, just let someone else draw for you. Jeez, try to hog all the glory, and it's like
His
this isn't
story,
comic books.
like
This isn't comic books where you just get another artist to draw for you for a little bit, and then you
mean-
come back. That's like it's kind of jarring for a manga artist to do that.
to be
like we
to be-
understand
to be
when it
fair-
happens. Like if you know the mangaka like legit can't.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like,
It
Like, to
happens.
be
you know,
fair,
the case
like
of,
a lot of
Miura.
a lot of big mangaka artists have assistants. Toriyama had
Yeah.
assistants.
Yeah,
I mean,
they do.
technically Oda has assistants too. It's
He
just he
does.
likes to be so hands-on that he does most of the. That's most mangakas anyway, by the way. Like, yeah, most
Yeah.
That's
mangakas
that's my
do
point. Like
the work
most,
by themselves with like maybe say like, oh, I need your help with a few of these
This
panels.
one maybe
while I
helps
work
with
on
like the
this.
background or
because
something.
the thing is, you gotta remember, like these are their stories. It's like
yeah.
I think any artist like would love the idea of like and be able to draw their own stories up until the end. You know, like I would love to draw my own stories all the way up until the end.
Keep writing my story so very much.
Yeah, I mean, having
a
assistants would be
happens.
great. Having help would be great. But in
Oh,
terms
yeah.
of like the art, it's like most artists who are capable of drawing their own stories would be the ones who would want to do that. Again, it's not the same as like when you bring like if you're drawing Marvel and DC, where these aren't your characters, these aren't your stories, but your art style is what got you the job or whatever. Blah blah blah. We're talking about mangas where that's his story, his baby, his work. You're
Yeah.
surprised that he wants to draw it all the way to the end. Like, hello.
But like, here's the thing though.
Like damn, dude. Like what?
Here's the thing, though. The way he ended it, though, like, again, he tried to play it up like, oh, Oda, you need some rest. You need people to help you. Your family cares about you. Your wife and you
Bro,
have,
why is
yeah,
he getting very
Yeah.
personal?
you
about
have,
this
you have a
story?
wife and a daughter. So you know what you do is like, oh, maybe I should draw underage characters in sexy ways. Ha ha ha. And that's like,
Oh god, he's doing that.
While
bullshit.
bringing up his underage daughters, it's like I remember when I tweeted about that. I was like, "Yo, you disgusting piece of shit!" Like
yeah,
that was
you are a genuine. But here's the thing that
That's just
really,
so disrespectful.
really pisses me off, though. Hear me out, though. He jokes about like Oda not taking care of himself and not about being healthy, talking about his legacy and like his children or whatever. A reminder. Wasn't there something that happened, a big fucking deal where a certain person who drew for a living passed away and it shocked the entire mangaka industry? Was it? Oh yeah, it was fucking Akira Toriyama, you piece of shit.
Don't
Yeah,
forget
here-
Miura too.
Miura also
Yeah.
passed away.
And
Yeah, but
what was his name? I'm drawing a blank on his name. Damn it, the Yu-Gi-Oh guy. I'm drawing a blank on his name.
I think his name was
I think it's Takashi or something like that.
I think it's like Miyamoto or something like that.
I'm gonna to look it up.
But here's the thing though. The reason that Akira Toriyama hit so hard is first of all, like no disrespect to those two. They're legends in their own right. But Akira really is the godfather of modern anime. I'm sorry. He's like such a big influence, not just in anime, but like in media in general. In popular fiction, popular culture in general. But you also have to remember this.
Kazuki Takahashi, that's his name. I don't know why I was drawing a blank on his name.
I knew it was like a generic Japanese last name. That's all I remember.
yeah.
But like,
Damn, you don't say it's generic. Damn.
I mean, like, no,
I'm just
like
joking.
it's like having a last name like Johnson or Smith. Like it's pretty.
Yeah, it's a pretty
Yeah,
pretty
but,
pretty
like,
common last
Yeah.
name. I'm
But, like-
assuming Takashi doesn't like it's common, but I don't know.
But like, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Akira Toriyama was not just a direct influence to Oda. he was a mentor who turned into one of his closest friends.
Yep.
So when Toriyama passed away, Oda took it particularly very hard. He actually had to take some time off because like he started thinking about his own health and stuff like that. And he's like, yeah, like
I need to take care of myself.
I need like yeah, and again, I understand because Oda's very eccentric. He's very private. He's
Yes.
he's very like I gotta say he's very eccentric. He's very eccentric. He's a very kooky person. But we love Oda for that. We love him for that.
He seems like a chill. From a little bit I've seen about him, like an image, he seems like a chill guy.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
super chill. He's like, that's what makes his like attack on him even worse. Like saying, "Oh, he's a narcissist." Man, fuck off.
It's funny because like
that you wish he would
funny.
take better care of his health. I think no one would
Yeah.
have an issue with that.
It's funny because at the end of the day, is it surprising a narcissist is calling someone else a narcissist?
But, like,
it's always a narcissist that does that.
But here's
Yeah.
but here's another thing though. He also just said some stuff about the series. One of the things that really bothered me is that he kept bringing up how Robin is underutilized or whatever.
Oh
I'm
my
like,
God.
okay. I'm
Listen.
like, bro, this is how I know you didn't watch the show because almost every single arc that Robin is in, like no matter how little she's involved,
She
like
does
Oda.
something.
No, not even. Well, she does, but also the fact that Oda always remembers to bring up, hey, Robin is just as important to the story as Luffy is. He always brings that up. She's one of the. You don't know about it, Edgy, but she's one of the. There's like these road poneglyphs that like explain the secret of the world and where the One Piece are. What One Piece is. She's one of like 5 people on the planet who can read them.
So
Basically-
what you're saying is she's pretty fucking important.
Also the
important.
fact that her entire family and her entire country was obliterated by the world government years ago. She basically grew up she had to grow up and become an assassin and work with Crocodile, one of the most despicable villains in the series. And it took her a long time with the crew to finally open up and like be emotional. She has one of the best backstories and one of the best arcs in the entire show. And Oda goes out of his way numerous times to explain, hey, Robin's not just a pretty face. She's even the most recent chapters point that out. It's like, yeah, she's literally one of the most important characters in the show right now.
But here's the thing, right? That gets me tight because like when he doubled down, right? He did. he and people that agree with him too, by the way, which pissed me off, was like,
of course,
they were saying stuff like
that defend.
They're equating. Well, she doesn't get 1v1s, so that clearly shows Oda hates her. And I was like,
how does that?
Literally
Dude,
logic,
did you guys watch Wano? She destroyed Black Maria. What the fuck are you talking about?
All right, boom, right? You say that, right? Boom. I had a guy who was going back and forth with me with this, right? He was like, "Oh my god, wow, one fight with a 1v1." And any other moments of 1v1s, and I was like, me and my another mutual named a few, and even still, he was like, "Okay, but they're not as cool as Luffy's and Zoro's." I'm like,
that's called moving
now
the
you're moving the
goalposts
here, and it's like, at the end of the day, that's not Robin. Robin is not even a combatant.
Robin
She's not even a combatant, by the way.
Robin has literally said, "I have no interest in fighting. I'm the team's archaeologist. I want to just read.
I just want to look at artifacts."
And she fights more like a stealth type of character, you know, like
because her main move is like literally growing a bunch of arms out of your back and then like snapping your neck.
Oh, and another thing too, one thing he kept reiterating was like, she's also like the strongest in the crew, and I was like, I don't know, I really don't know.
No. He said he's one of the most powerful characters in the series. Like, she has probably one of the most versatile devil fruits. I'll give you that.
Yes, very versatile.
But she is not even in the top 50, brother. I'm sorry.
Now, if Robin's arms, like okay, because there are times where they show like the arms getting hurt can hurt her too.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not even like 100% foolproof. Like there's a reason she's not fighting like Luffy and Zoro, you dickheads. She's not a combatant, bro. It's like look at most of the crew. There's a reason why like the trio is the trio because they're the ones that are just like.
They're the ones that are handling shit for the most part.
Not even that. I wouldn't go as far as to say like one of the things that makes like Oda's take on like the shonen drama. So shonen take refreshing is 2 things. One, he actually remembers it's still an adventure. It doesn't just become about fighting to become the strongest or whatever. And 2, and I think this is also important, he makes it clear, like even early on, not every member of the team is going to be a powerhouse, but they're still equally as important. Nami's still the navigator, and let's be real, the one who's actually in charge.
Bro, Nami, like, to this day, these dickheads would have never gotten anywhere without her. No,
I like how like one thing I will disagree on Oda is he says like, oh, when Luffy and Zoro aren't around, Sanji is in charge, which I can kind of understand that because Sanji's not a bad leader. He's not really, but like I've always said this. No, Oda, I'm sorry. Nami's in charge. Nami's actually in charge until they have to fight somebody. Until they have to fight somebody, Nami's in charge.
You know what that reminds me of? Personally, what it reminds me of? What it reminds me of to me, it's kind of like, I'm gonna use Power Rangers as an example. It's kind of like Power Rangers Time Force, where yes, this character Wes is the Red Ranger, but this girl Jen, the Pink Ranger, is the actual leader. That's what it reminds me of. Like, yeah, Sanji can take the leader role, but Nami is like, I mean, come on, she has common sense and smart. She's a bit smarter. A bit smarter.
Yeah, that's
Sanji has common sense. Sanji does have common sense, but he still has his own quirks. He still has his own quirks that kind of just, he's a quirky guy.
I love how he like keeps. I like how he like says, "Oh, we like the more we're no longer associating with this bird." I like how he says like, "Oh, well, Sanji's a pervert eel," while also shipping his gay lesbian fan fiction with Nami and fucking Vivi. Like, yeah, dude, these two characters who were just, I'm sorry, they really didn't have a lot of chemistry. They were just kind of friendly.
Oh God, he's one of the shippers.
Like unironically, if you're gonna push a gay ship, like Robin and Nami would make more sense. I'm gonna be real with you. Be real.
As far as ships goes, I really don't care. But it was weird that in the video he pushed that, and it's like, yeah, listen, to be honest,
I don't care, but when you start like getting like serious about it, like trying to say that, oh, your ship is canon when it's not, or man, when it doesn't become canon, it's like,
he said something about Zoro in the video that I was just so like, what? Like, he was like, Zoro, he never lets the women get hit in the fight, but the guys he never protects too. And I was like, I can name so many times Zoro has protected Chopper, Usopp, like actually blocked attacks to protect the guys. Like,
dude, like not even that. Like, not even that. There was just
what even is the point he's trying to make? The guy is more protective over women.
He was trying to make the point that Oda is sexist and using Zoro as a means to keep the women from engaging in the cool fights. And I'm like,
how is that sexist? That's kind of normal.
Which is funny because if you know Zoro's backstory, he's the complete opposite of a sexist. Like, that's literally the core of his character.
His entire base of living is on the stem of, I don't do the gender thing. I don't protect you because you're a woman. I don't save you because you're a woman. I don't go easy on you because he doesn't believe a woman being a woman makes you weak. He doesn't believe like, oh, because you're a woman that means you're gonna be weak. Like,
so he's equal rights, equal left.
Literally, his backstory is like, this girl in the village used to fight him and he'd always lose to her, but she fell down. Okay, this is still weird. She fell down the steps and.
We don't need to talk about full D steps, okay?
That down D stairs, you mean?
Down D stairs.
But no, Edge, that's actually what happened. It's like, oh,
she just fell down the stairs and died.
Yeah, like,
unironically, Edgy, that like, she's the only character in One Piece that died from something like that. Despite
that is the funniest death I've ever heard.
I have seen this man Usopp's skull crack in like 3 different arcs, like actually cracked, not even as like actually fractured.
Yeah,
and she fell down a couple of stairs and died.
Damn.
But ever since then here's the thing. Before she died, she told him, "Hey, I feel insecure because I'm told that as I get older, like, you're gonna get stronger, but I'm not, because like basically men are just built better for sword fighting."
Yeah.
And I mean, she was like,
in terms of just strength wise,
she was like, that's kind of cruel and fucked up because like sword fighting is her life. So like Zoro was like, "Hey man, I don't care. You're still stronger than me, and I'm going to beat you fair and square one day."
I mean, if anything, I like it how it's done because he was actually angry because he was pissed. Like he was like, to him, he's like, "You're using that as an excuse. I can't even
that noise."
He was like, "I can't even beat you once, and you're not gonna sit here and cry and tell me, oh, I'm growing titties, so I'm gonna be weak." Like, he was tight and offended.
He was like, and he told her, "You did not just say that shit."
Yeah, and he was
I
like,
want that fade.
He was like, "You don't get to say that until I defeat you one day." And it made her feel better after that. But then literally the next day she fell upstairs. So.
Damn.
Like, and then
And he carries her sword throughout the entire series.
And in fact, like people like theorize that he like the Wado Injimanji, like her sword. That's the one he's gonna turn into a black blade, and, like become his very own personal like legendary.
He definitely is. He definitely is.
That's definitely gonna happen.
And I saw some people bring up some good ideas about the whole Zoro like blocking attacks when it comes to like even like happens like Robin. It was like they were like, anyone remember in Skypiea when Robin was struck by Enel, Zoro like got real pissed, and he was tight that he couldn't like defend her at the time. And I was like, yeah, that's a good point, man. I mean, that happens.
And then he kept insinuating that, again, he does the thing where he's like, Robin he says, and then there's Robin. And like, clearly Robin is his favorite character, I guess. But then he's like, and then there's Robin, who has one of the most interesting backstories in the series. And then Zoro chops through it. And it's like pretending Oda doesn't talk about it. Like, bro, Oda, that's again a plot. Like, it's something, like, I am not joking with you.
Robin is brought up. Her backstory is and everything. It's almost mentioned every time.
Honestly, honest to God, I would argue that Robin at this point of the story, like her story is more interwoven into like the main narrative than Luffy. Like I really think because like once you think about it, Luffy's just the reincarnation of a sun god or whatever, and that's fine. But like every other thing he's attached to, like his grandfather is a legendary marine. He doesn't give a shit. His dad's a legendary revolutionary. He doesn't give a shit. But it's like, it's like, man,
I just find the treasure, right?
I just want to be the. He doesn't even want to find the treasure. He just wants to be the king of the pirates. The
treasure doesn't actually mean nothing to him.
Which is funny because once you think about it, it's a goal that's never really properly explained.
Like, I mean, like Oda literally dangled it in front of us. He dangled the keys in front of us at the end of Wano, because at the end of Wano, he was like, "Oh, y'all don't even know my actual dream," and we're like, "Wait, what? Actual dream?"
Well, like again, even the King of the Pirates thing is left vague because, like, remember the first time he mentioned it, they were like, "What does that even mean, being King of the Pirates?" And he says,
"That is true. What does that mean?"
The person who's the King of the Pirates will be the most free in the world, and that's what I want to do. And I was like, "Okay, that kind of makes sense." And when
Luffy told his crew his dream, they all just laughed, and it's like, "Okay, what did this man tell them?" Oh, that's I'm teasing. But yeah,
God, he's doing the Abrams mystery box.
Hey, Bags, I think I know what it's gonna be. I think I know what Luffy's gonna do. What's he
throwing a big ass party?
He's gonna throw the biggest party in the world, and every single island is gonna be invited. It's going to be a party that lasts an entire year. That's what's gonna happen.
That actually would be hilarious.
He's going to do what Big Mama wanted to do, and actually unite all the races.
Oh yeah, that.
We can beat racism together,
perfect.
Guys.
He's gonna be so tight that he did it before her.
Like that. Like man, that would actually be the most Luffy thing to end the series on ever.
I mean, so far he seems to be on a good track record. He has almost every race that is he has at least one of every race that's an ally to him. At least, like, I think the only race he probably doesn't have as an ally is whatever the fuck that nigga King was.
I'll be right. Well, aren't they extinct?
Yeah, they're extinct though. So yeah, he's the only one left. I don't know
if that really counts.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Unless King comes to party, shit. King's like, you know what? You're getting my ass, buddy. I'm here to chill with y'all.
I mean, that would be the most shonen thing ever. Like, they get into a fight and try to kill each other. One of them wins. It's like, you know what? We friends now. Because
I mean, the thing about what makes Luffy great is Luffy's the type of guy to beat your ass. And then after y'all fight, he's like, you get up. And he's like, yo, he just like hands you a taco. Like that sounds so stupid. That's unironically what he would do. He's like, yeah, that was a good fight, bro. You did your best.
You got some hands.
You want to talk? You want a piece?
Like that would put you in such a weird headspace. Guy mercilessly beats your ass and then is chilling with you 5 seconds later.
One of my favorite One Piece fights to this day is when he fought this dude named Katakuri, right? So like he fights this guy who's Big Mama's like oldest son, right, Edgy? And the fight
Katakuri's the third oldest.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Third oldest. Yeah, he's the third oldest. And the fight was so hardcore. I mean, it almost went either way. Even though, like, Katakuri he still has some fight in him. To be honest, he chose to bow out the fight just because he's like,
he outright said, I could keep going if I wanted to. But
that's what I'm saying.
I respect you enough to let you go.
Yeah, he bowed out the fight because like he was like, you know, I hope this dude comes back. Like, you know, like
No, he
chill.
became one of the most popular villains in the entire series, which
Bro,
is
he's great.
he's
So
awesome.
he
Like he wrote,
basically was
and,
like,
I mean-
you know what? I'm gonna let you have this one, but next time I'm not holding back on you.
but like here's
It was
the
an
thing.
honorable fight too, because like one point Luffy got hurt because his little sister, because he has like what 90 siblings, yeah, because Big Mom has like 90 kids.
No, she has at least a couple of thousand, dude.
No, I thought it was only like around 100 because she
Hang
had what
on.
one for every race, right?
Oh yeah, you are right. Never mind, you're right.
Yeah, it's like one kid for. Well, I mean, some of them are twins.
Those are
and
just
some of them
all.
are triplets.
Those are like I just confuse that with like all the citizens, and I'm like, oh yeah, she just has regular.
Yeah, but yeah, and one of his little sisters was like, "I'm gonna help Big Bro win the fight," and like she cheated and caused Luffy not to dodge the spear, and he got stabbed because of it. And Katakuri got mad at his little sister.
Children, she has 85 children.
85, okay, and Katakuri got mad at his little sister because like she ruined the good fight they're having. So to make it even, he stabbed himself, and I was like, all right, and like everything he did in the fight just made. First of all, his design is just awesome as fuck.
Because like he looks like he's from like a Sojo series, like fucking Fist of the North Star or something.
Two, and I will say that because since the last two arcs were what was it? It was Fishman Island and Hazard Punk, right?
It was Punk Hazard.
Punk Hazard, yeah. And what that when he fought Katakuri, it's been a while since Luffy was pushed to the edge like that. Like,
is this after he got that weird? What was that the cloud form thing? Was it Gear 3 or something?
Gear 4. That was when he had Gear 4 when he turned the Blue Man. And when he fought Katakuri, it was the first time we saw the other version, which was Snake Man. And the thing is, like, for me at least, when I was watching it, the reason I love the fight so much because like for the last 3 sagas or 3 arcs or whatever, Luffy was dog walking a lot of these niggas. I ain't gonna hold you. Like, Doflamingo was giving Luffy the work, but the moment he busted out Gear 4, Doflamingo was getting cooked.
Now, like people, like that was one of the biggest criticisms of One Piece at that point. Like Luffy didn't really have a challenge.
Yeah, and I get it. Oda wanted to show off that those 2 years of training did not get wasted. You know, I get it. You know,
it is a little.
I mean,
weird
you gotta let your characters do some cool shit.
It is a little weird when you realize that hey, these characters spent more time with their training people than their actual crew because like the entire adventure takes place over about the course of
like under a year.
The first half was about 6 to 7 months, I think.
Yep, under a year.
So under a year, which is enough time to grow a good bond with people. That's not unreasonable.
It is.
Yeah, about to say
like,
people.
But then like 2 years happened, and it's like, oh yeah, Zoro spent more time with Mihawk than he has with Luffy at this point.
Yep.
And like they kind of never address it. Like I'm not gonna like look. I understand. Oda's not a perfect writer. He's not. He's really not. But like that always bugged me. Like, yeah, you spent 2 years with Rayleigh, and outside of 1 or 2 flashbacks, you barely bring him up. Like, I think
for me, it's a kind of a One Piece thing because like I will say yes, Oda is forgetful sometimes. I mean, he admits that he's forgetful sometimes because he's written so many caps and so many things. But I think it's due to
is going on.
Yeah,
I'd be shocked if he didn't forget something.
I think it's due to the philosophy the cats have in general, right? Because like cats like Luffy, Zoro, and a few of them in the past have always done the thing where they're like, we honestly don't care what your past. We literally don't even care what you did 10 minutes before we met you, as long as you're not in our way and stuff like that.
You know
and so when they reunite, it's kind of like,
you know how many people Zoro and Robin probably killed combined? Holy shit!
Yeah, so it's like when they reunite, it's like, oh man, they should talk about their trial. But I understand why they didn't do it. It's like that's just the Straw Hats. They always knew they were gonna reunite because they just have enough faith in all of each other for that shit. So when they reunite, they're just like, let's just resume where we left off, the guys, you know. But I did see that in the
That's kind of like me with some of my friends. Like I won't talk to them for like months, and then we'll just talk like we totally haven't not spoken.
It does be like that. It does be like that. And I'll say this though, there's someone did show that there was one point in the manga when they reunited during Fishman Island. In the manga, there's a part there's a panel where like Zoro and Luffy are chilling by the edge of the boat, and they're like, oh, by the way, Luffy, I gotta tell you, man, these monkeys. So I was like, oh, so you know, off screen where they did have a conversation at least. Zoro probably told him about the monkeys and Mihawk or whatever, Drake, but probably didn't like get into the full 100% details.
I do like the little detail where like some of the crew members like don't know about some of these adventures. So when like they're introduced to it, they still kind of have information about it. And then,
Like,
as
even-
it turns out, Oda confirmed that the reason they have some information, have as much information as they do, is that Usopp actually tells the newer members of the crew the stories about the stuff they've been doing.
Well, he is the storyteller, so that does make sense.
You know, there's something I really want to say.
What?
I really, really, really hope Usopp gets the fucking power up in Elbaf. Really, I really hope it does.
Yeah.
Because because you got like, remember when fucking Frankie was on Egghead Island and they did nothing with that? Yeah, like what? Like again, this is like a scientific utopia. Frankie's an inventor. Why is he not interacting more with? Okay.
Now I will be fair to this. I wonder. One thing, because I heard maybe people complain. Like I said, my mutual who I put on and became obsessed with One Piece too. He had the same complaint. Where I gave it some an excuse. I tried be that guy, right? I was like, when it comes to Egghead, it is not a Straw Hat like arc or saga. It really isn't, right? It's almost in the same vein.
It's a lore dump.
Yeah, it was Summit War again, all over again. Where this time it wasn't about a single Straw Hat. It wasn't about them. Nothing was about them. It was about like another big war that they got caught up in to a crazy degree, and and like the stakes were so high, right? It's like I get it. Like we've been friends. Frankie had time to do that, but there was no time. By the time they got to the island, the world government was already on there.
Oh, sorry. Basically, they were saying, "Hey, if you're gonna adapt this into the anime, you gotta watch it. If you're gonna understand One Piece."
Yeah, like by the time they got to the island, the world government was already on the way. They got split up. Just so much shit happened in Egghead that was so fast, and that's not a bad thing. That is the whole point of that saga. Like the world government is trying to act so fast on just trying to gain control of things because things just got out of hand after Wano that it didn't get destroyed as much time to just. They didn't have time to breathe. They just left Wano. It's probably been a couple of days or a week. They already landed on Egghead, and within the same day, they fought the goddamn elders. Like holy shit!
Like here's the thing. I like almost everything about the Egghead arc. Egghead arc is there's only one thing I don't like, and I think you already know what it is. Is
it Luffy related?
Kind of. It's Bonnie's thing.
Her story?
Yeah. I'm gonna be real with you.
You mean when the artificial devil fruit that they experimented on her thingy with, right?
Well, no, it's the fact that like her fruit basically gave her the powers of Gear 5, and I'm like, I did not like that. I'm sorry. I
wasn't too bothered by it.
Did it have like a drawback at least?
No,
artificial.
No, here's the thing. Like basically, her devil fruit is broken because like at first we just thought it could just control your age, which already sounds pretty broken.
It controls your age.
Yeah, you can change.
It has
your
a devil
age.
fruit that could. Okay, so initially, when you meet Bonnie the first time, a long time ago, her devil fruit, she could make herself young, she can make herself old, and she can make you young and make you old. That's her devil fruit.
That's
power.
broken.
It's a pretty good power.
But here's the thing: it's only temporary.
You turn
still
back
though. I mean, if I make you like a 90-year-old geriatric for 2 seconds in a fight,
yes,
like I'm gonna win.
If she was a stronger fighter, it would have been. If the fruit was in the hand of like a very dangerous like actual combatant, yes, that would have been broken. Like imagine like a guy like a guy like Teach. If a guy like Marshall Teach had that power, he's you would literally see him kicking babies.
No.
No, imagine like Rock Lee with that power. He just turns you old.
He would kick
he turns you 90 for like 2 seconds and then just gut checks the life out of you.
Forget turning you 90. He'll turn you into a toddler and then just kick you.
Yeah.
But here's the thing though. Like her fruit also like goes deeper than that. It allows you to change. It makes you basically it gives you the form of other versions of yourself. So it's basically like rewriting your path, changing it, and turning you into the present version of yourself that you know of. So like basically like, oh, Edgy, instead of you being just a normal guy, now bam, you were from a long line of ancient demigods and stuff.
So
and
it's
Yeah.
like rewriting your entire life.
yeah,
Kind of. But the
That's what it was
drawback
done.
is the drawback is that it has to be a future that she can believe in. Like it has to be something she genuinely believes in. So, like, say, I mean, the power is so busted, she probably could turn into like a dragon if she honestly believed she was a dragon, you know. But like, it has to be something she believed in because
Yeah,
she
like I
almost
said,
believed
the
in
fruit's-
Sun God Nika,
the
right?
fruit's kinda
In the middle of
broken.
in middle of the battle, she couldn't use the transformation to copy Luffy's abilities no more because everything was so dire. They looked like they were about to lose. There was no hope left. So she for a second lost belief in the Sun God Nika. So she couldn't transform, and she couldn't do anything. She was so afraid she couldn't even use her powers normally. She thought like the future in her mind, the future she saw was hopeless, and because of that, her powers were just null void in general.
Damn.
So the drawback for her power is she just has to have a good grasp of a future that she believes in.
That's still kind of stupid. I'm not gonna lie.
It's stupid, but it's busted.
At least it's a weakness.
Yeah, it didn't bother me too much. I did. I'm not gonna pretend I don't understand. people's perspective.
But
It's like
but here's
it
the
kind of
thing.
it's kind of
and-
goofy. Comes out of nowhere.
And people like try to say, oh, you're just like mad because of like power scaling. I'm like, yeah, kind of, because because at the end of the day, dude, you built up that Luffy was this powerful ancient being that he had to like work really, really fucking hard to actually achieve and get, right? But then like here comes this character who, I'm sorry, no disrespect, but like this is a character that was kind of rushed in at the beginning and kind of took over the plot. I'm sorry, like this kind of it doesn't first my main thing is it kind of takes away from Gear 5. Why would we introduce this powerful new cool form that only Luffy could use?
And then,
say,
and then invalidate it by immediately
the
having
next
another
scene,
character.
like, oh well, anybody can be Nika if I believe in it. And it's just kind of that doesn't
Well,
work.
So was it like
I'll say this, though, to be
introducing
fair,
Super
it's not
Saiyan
like-
God and then immediately making it obsolete because Super Saiyan Blue?
Well, not
like
even
5
that,
minutes
it's like-
later?
I'll be
agree.
fair though, because
very-
I will say this: it's not that. I will say this though: it's not like she became actual Nika though, because at the end of the day, her powers is only still copycat. They didn't show that she had the ability to like because Gear 5's main ability as an awakening fruit is its ability to
Turn
also
anything-
apply
turn anything
rubber-
into rubber and morph it
yeah,
around.
turn anything. It didn't show she could do that either yet. So
But
that's why
here's-
for me, I
but
was just like, okay, so far it just seems
But
like
she still like clocked a world noble, no problem, dude. I'm sorry.
yeah, she did, but at the same time, so did Frankie. one
But-
thing I noticed is the world nobles are not like these super. What makes them scary is their healing factor. Because when Frankie clocked that nigga too, I was like, damn, hold on, these guys don't got like ultimate defense. You know, they're not like
They're not
uh,
untouchable.
kind of yeah, like not in a way like like a DBZ motherfucker. You punch them, they don't move that type shit. Like you can still hit them. Like because
Yeah, I'm about to say
Frankie,
good luck
hit-
trying to hit Beerus.
Yeah, because Frankie hit one of the because Frankie, he's gangster. He don't care if you're a world noble. He don't care if you
He's
emperor.
literally
This man has
hand-rated
hit
E for everyone.
Frankie has hit every single like so-called most powerful people. He ran a motorcycle on the face of an emperor, and he punched a
What?
he punched one of the 5 elders in the face. Frankie don't give a shit.
You said he ran a motorcycle on
He
someone's
ran
face?
a motorcycle on her face, and did it while singing too. And not only ran on her face, he had one wheel on the face and the second
Bro,
wheel.
that is mad disrespectful.
Nah,
Holy
not to
shit.
mention.
and then he-
a reminder: Frankie is an American, mind you.
He really
That is an
is.
American thing to do.
The way he did it too is funny because him and Brooke are just on the bike and they're both singing together. They're like riding our bike to the wall, and then and she turns around. People, I was like, "What the?" And the motorcycle just rams her face, and then they just freaking slide park that bitch right in front of Robin and the crew. Like, hey, what you guys up to?
I bet
Nah,
she
I
was
think they
mad
just
as
went
shit
over
at
a
that.
wall.
Nah, bro. Like seriously though, Frankie probably gave the coldest line of that arc too.
Mm-hmm.
Where he's like, where he goes out there, where Nami's like, "What the hell is wrong with you guys?" And I'm like, "Man, we are the motherfucking Straw Hats. I'm after this monkey motherfucking D Luffy. You can't be acting like a little bitch and running away every time a goddamn emperor shows up. Okay? I don't
Bruh.
care.
Bruh.
We have a reputation. You know
I'm not gonna
what I
lie,
mean,
if you
right?
run a if you literally like ride a motorcycle on somebody's face and you don't immediately, it's like and and like the person who gets their face written like that doesn't immediately whoop your ass.
Bro, we're talking
Like,
about a
damn.
woman. We're talking about a woman that could have killed everyone there. And, like
Not to mention-
unironically could have killed everyone there.
Not to mention,
And this man
Angie-
Frankie
not to
had the
mention Angie,
balls.
she's a giant, monstrous cannibal who's sadistic
Yep.
and has temper tantrums that can literally knock people unconscious
Did
just
she
by her
have,
screaming.
how does she
she could-
respond to this happening to her?
She got up, was hella pissed, but by the time she got up, Frankie and him was already gone. Frankie and Brooke already went to fight their own 1v1.
So they just dipped.
He pretty much.
Refused to elaborate further and just dipped.
That's Frankie. You'll knock your ass out and you're still alive. Frankie, listen, the world government is lucky Frankie isn't one of the main three, one of the big three. It's powerful straw hats, all right?
Well, you're telling
He's
me
he is as
mess.
much as a crash out as Luffy is. The first time we meet him, he and Luffy works because they're both crash outs on an equal level. They both drew blows at each other before even knowing each other's name.
That's hilarious.
When they first met, like
Was it like
like-
on site we fighting?
it was literally on site. Frankie, he's just that guy, and he was not afraid to like. And now when we talk about the elders, these guys, the Kodasai, what do you want to call? Now they are above monsters, and Frankie gave no fucks.
No,
He
man,
was
no,
not-
Edgy. Let me put it. Remember when I told you? I think I told you, Edgy, about this. Remember when I said that when I was reading through Egghead and I said that One Piece just went full berserk, and you said like, oh, what did Oda draw pull an eclipse or something? I said, yeah, kinda. I was like, holy shit, was that dark? My God, Oda, what the fuck?
I will say this though, Egghead had one of the most fire panels in the entire fucking in that entire arc and saga, and it wasn't even from the Straw Hats. It was from that goddamn sniper Von Augur. I'm sorry, that nigga was aura maxing. He was aura farming.
He said,
aura
this motherfucker
maxing.
said- and the mother-
Did
the
you say
elder-
horror maxing or horror maxing?
Aura.
Aura.
He
Like
was
it's
Horror.
like
I
it's
thought
bro.
you said horror for a second.
like-
I was like, what?
Now here's the thing. Let me give you context. Like one of the 5 world elders crashes in front of these rival pirates known as the Blackbeard pirates. Now here's the thing. He goes to this guy named Augur. Augur is just it's like a sniper who has the ability to teleport anywhere he wants to go. So yeah, he's pretty fucking dangerous.
Yeah.
But like
Is it like, does he have to be able to see where he's going to teleport? Is it like a
I think he
limit
just
to
has
it?
a thing. He hasn't mastered it, but I think all he has to do is think.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. So far, it seems like Elliot does his thing, which makes him and he's smart, so that makes him dangerous. He's smart
So,
and he's
like-
a really good sniper.
I really can't wait till he fights Usopp. That's gonna be dope, man. Oh
Same.
man.
But yeah, like this dude
But, like-
was aura
So
farming
like,
so hard.
so like one of the 5 elders who literally run the world, literally run almost everything in the world at this point. He looks at them and tells them point blank, what do you and your crew wish to gain from this from all of this bullshit? And you know what this man Augur does? Again, one of the people who
He just
rule
shoots
the
him in
world.
the head.
No, like
Nope.
one of the people who rules the world. And again, he's like a spider demon thing too, mind you. And he's like, yeah, what do you guys wish to accomplish anyway? And this motherfucker looks at him and just says, the world. And I was
It
like,
was
oh,
it's the way he was drawn too, because like he is sitting down, not even looking at the dude, sniper on his back. Bro said the world. Gave that man the side eye, and the moment he tried to attack him, he teleported away. And I was like, bro,
no, bro, that's not just disrespectful.
it was so cold. I
It
was
was
like,
About to
Holy
say, I
shit.
know you're not about to let that disrespect slide.
it was
yeah,
like,
because the minute he knew how much aura he had, because the minute he said it, he attacked him. He's like, damn, it's too cool.
the thing that gets me the most when it comes to that scene was that like it's like he didn't like he knew what he was doing. It's like sometimes he knew what he was doing, and this man like because they're like he was like, I know about your leader Teach, I know what he's doing, and bro was just like he's like, what do you think? I mean, let me see if I can find the panel. Let me see if I can find the panel.
What are you gonna do to stop us? What are you
Oh
really?
yeah,
gonna do?
okay. He was asking like, what do you think Teach can like? You can help Teach get. They were asking what because they loyal to Teach. So when he talked about the captain, bro said he'll have he was talking about he'll have the world. That goddamn cold ass Sada he can. Nah, how dare you? How dare the nigga on the team we all hate, or farm the hardest.
Nah, but like low key, man. Teach's crew is kind of impressive. Like low key.
Teach's crew is low. Like, hey man, I was when they jumped my man Law. I said, damn it.
So I was like, damn.
They got my goat. They caught him lacking.
Law, bro. No, not Law, bro. No, Law needs more people. Like Beppo's cool. I'll get Beppo's cool, but like he needs.
Beppo's the homie.
He needs harder hitters. Like
he needs harder. Yeah.
I think
Law,
it's because his Devil Fruit is just so fucking broken that
Law
he doesn't
was carrying
really...
the whole team. He was carrying the. I mean, that's the thing about the reason. In One Piece, the real reason why a lot of these niggas crews don't last is because like they just have like regular crewmates. Like I mean, Law's crew, they're not useless. They're definitely not useless. But like when you put them against Teach's crew, when Teach did the same thing Luffy did, where Teach like I'm just gonna like make my crew out of powerhouses, not just normal people, like only powerhouses.
Only
Law was cooked at that point. Yeah, it was over. Like Law has his Beppo. Beppo's the second strongest. The other guys, they're just high at best.
I mean, at least Kid had Killer.
Yeah, and Killer was tough. Now Kid fucked up with his ego and dickhead, going, yeah, you know what? We should run the fade again with Shanks. And I was like, why would you do that? Why did you do that, Kid?
Why would you do that? He's literally letting you go. Why are you doing that?
But you know,
if a guy is letting you go, you probably shouldn't try to fight him.
Edgy, listen, right? This man went to fight Kid's crew in the past, and because of that, this dude Kid and his crew, they went to mess with Ace's crew. Kid lost his arm in their first interaction.
Oh shit!
And not to Shanks. He lost his arm to Shanks' right hand man. So he didn't even lose his arm to like the main
the top dog. He
lost his arm to the vice captain. So after they beat one of the world's emperors, you know, same emperor, the same ranking Shanks is in. Kid was killing himself. Kid was like,
a reminder. Kid had to tag team with Law to take her down too, mind you. It wasn't by himself.
It wasn't even like a
he had to get the assist.
Yeah, he didn't even beat the emperor by himself. It was a 2v1. But this man, I don't know. It gave him confidence. It boosted his ego where he thought he could go back and run the fade with the same crew that took his arm.
Not smart.
And you know what happened? They got one tapped. Like actually one tapped. Like
did he even get a hit in?
No, he got tapped.
Here's what happened. So like here's what happened. So like there's this thing called hockey. One of the abilities that hockey lets you do is see the future. So if you have a good enough hockey, you can pretty much see the future ahead of time to predict your enemy's move, right?
All right.
Now here's the thing: when Shanks has observation hockey is what it called, so good that he saw what Kid would do if he attacked his fleet. Because what Shanks does, he puts weaker ships under his fleet so they can be safe. So so he was about to blast all these weaker ships that weren't as strong as a Kid was. And a bunch of people would have died too. So Shanks sees this future and decides, nah, bro, I ain't gonna let him do that. So before he can let his attack go off and kill all these people, Shanks blitzes him, gets right in front of this motherfucker, and cuts him in one slash, and he's done.
Like he literally got tapped. Bro got tapped so hard, and that was it.
And his vice captain Killer too. Like he got him.
He didn't even get his intro speech finished.
No, bro. Like he came in there. Like Shanks literally pulled the biggest nope in anime history.
And you know what's funny?
Really did.
In the anime version, they made it worse. The anime version, bro got tapped so hard. Bro started having visions. Bro thought he was still in the fight.
Oh nah.
Bro thought he was still with his crew.
Like edgy, no joke at all. It was the biggest no moment. Like just no.
Bro, that shit gave me.
That's like in Baki where they went the prison arc where that one dude is fighting the head of the prison and like it looks like they do a fake out where it seems like he won the fight, but it turns out no, that was just his last thoughts as Biscuit punches him and knocks him the fuck out. Like he imagines himself winning and he just hard cuts to. Nope.
Biscuit that's literally what happened.
That's it's literally the biggest nope in anime history. Like nope.
That is hilarious.
Like hands on
Like-
shoulder, you're done.
No, like no joke whatsoever. It was like, don't get me wrong, Kid isn't weak either. He's not weak.
He's not. He's definitely
It's just like Shanks and to an extent Luffy are on such a higher level than Kid. Like, cause they even teased it like in Wano, like, oh, you have Conqueror's Haki. He can be just as strong as you at one point. But but here's the thing. The way I see it is this. Let me see here. Kid has the ambition, but he doesn't have the power. That's his main thing. All of his power is like one note streamlined. He has a ton of it, but he doesn't know how to use it properly.
Because he fights like a crash out. It's not too much strategy and more.
Oh, he has
a
strength,
lot of
but
time
there's not any technique to use it.
Yeah.
And he has magnetism, by the way.
Yeah, so basically, like, he just throws shit at people. Like, unironically, that's his main move.
Mm-hmm.
But like, anyway, but also, you have what's it, fucking, not Kid,
Shanks?
No.
Law?
Law, you have Law, who has a lot of skill and technique and has more or less mastered his Devil Fruit. However, he doesn't have ambition or the drive to get stronger.
Yeah.
And so.
And if it's his character, to be fair, so it's not like.
No,
Law,
it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, it's like
what I'm
it's not like Law is weak, like because he's like he's just not doing the right things. He's not looking to just be. He's really not looking to be like a meathead like Luffy is and crash out and be like, rah.
Okay,
He's
but
all
like,
about
here's-
planning, smart
Here's
strategy.
the thing: the reason that Luffy became an emperor afterwards, and not those two, is simple because Luffy has both. He has strong technique. He has strong technique and an urge to be stronger, not just physically, but mentally and spiritually as well, while also having the ambition to move. That's his biggest trait: his ambition to move forward.
Yeah,
So,
bro has battle IQ with matching with his ability, his need to actually be stronger too, to make the fight. Best of both worlds. He combines it all. That's what puts him above the rest. Some of them,
Also-
like Law, for example, he focuses mainly on strats, not power. Bro built like a nigga who works at a gas station. Like,
Also, Bags. All I'm gonna say is I knew the Jello Apocalypse video was gonna be bad when I saw how he shaded some of the characters in the video.
Oh, absolutely.
What, did he race swap the characters or something?
No, well,
yes,
basically.
that too. Yeah.
Basically, he's like, oh yeah, Vivi's supposed to be Egyptian. Like, you know how I said, like, each Straw Hat and other characters have, like, fictional races or whatever that like, correlate to the real races. And it's not really, it was just kind of like a fun little thing Oda did. It's not really
I think people took Oda's.
It's not supposed to be like literal or like
yeah,
one-to-one.
and the thing is, and since Oda did, like, he oversaw the live casting, and he casted an actual Brazilian for Luffy, blah blah. That's what made people double down. That's what made people double down, saying like, these races are officially canon. If you did pick these races, pick these races anywhere else, you're going against Oda's word. And it's like, dude, I don't think Oda.
It's a different continuity. First of all,
Oda was just saying if in a real setting they would be said thing. He's not saying they are. Like Usopp is not actually African people. He's just said if it was, sure.
But then they're like, oh, well, they whitewashed them in the anime. It's like, no, they were just inconsistently colored early on.
Toei had a lot of inconsistent. I mean, it's Toei. Toei has.
I'll say Toei miscolored Vegeta's hair like a bunch of times.
Toei
I remember
has
it became
been
like a
inconsistent since its conception. Not just with. I mean, they've had inconsistent stuff with Digimon as well. Like it's Toei. It's just sometimes they just fuck up. Okay.
Yeah.
Like I know the original Digimon has plenty of animation errors and inconsistencies.
Man, I haven't watched anything Digimon related in so long.
I mean, Toei is still the company that does Digimon animes to this day. Like to this day, they still do Digimon. Because Toei does not let go of their licenses. If they have a property, they will animate it to the end of time.
They'll just keep making animations so they never lose the rights to it.
Pretty much. Because no other studio has animated Digimon outside of Toei. Like no one was ever given the chance.
Not even like a collab thing with Toei.
I think maybe some of the movies. I think maybe some of the later movies, but besides that, I think that pretty sure it's still all Toei.
Hey, Bags.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
What do you think about Frankie and Robin?
Cute. When I was a kid, I thought they were together. That's how, like, even as a kid, I thought they were like nice together.
You don't fondle a man's balls like that and get away with it.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, that's how Frankie.
Force
That's how Frankie joined the crew. You see,
Yeah,
Robin has the ability to like create arms out of anywhere she goes, anywhere she wants to put them.
Even out of your body.
Yeah, and she put them underneath his legs and squeezed his jewels till he decided to join the crew.
Gripped his meat and squeezed it really hard.
And I guess he was like, I like that.
I mean,
he was writhing in pain, but
but like there wasn't there wasn't a no, there wasn't a stop, please.
Yeah,
there wasn't anything like that.
Masochist.
I mean, Frankie. I mean, he might be. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of crazy.
I think it's I swear, dude. Like I think he always says. I remember he said like, "Oh, I'm a big fan of One Piece," and I'm like, I feel like you like when you drew the character. When you drew the characters that way, said some things that don't even make any goddamn sense, or just outright don't, and like you just clearly have a misunderstanding of like basic.
Like when he kept making a joke about Jungle Man fire, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, bro, when
are you trying to? I guess he's trying to like match Oda's quirk, but the thing that makes Oda's quirk work is because it's so earnest.
He's not being ironic with it.
I actually found a post that explained what he was trying to do, like with that joke. Like apparently, the joke comes from. Do you remember that one guy, Pearl, from the arc where they first met Sanji? He had that weird shield thing on his body, and it had like those pearls on it.
Are you talking about Craig?
No. It was one of his lackeys. He had like these giant shields, and it was like shiny pearls in the shields.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. That guy burned down a jungle once. Apparently, that's why he kept repeating that joke. And I was like, that's
not funny.
Oh, okay.
That's not
what
funny.
What the fuck is wrong with you, dog?
But like, here's the thing. Like, yeah, Oda would be the kind of guy who put a gag into them, like into his manga, and then like take it 100%. Like, Edgy, let me put something in perspective. There's a joke where Sanji does whenever he sees a hot lady or whatever, he has a nosebleed or whatever. Like, typical anime stuff. You know what this motherfucker Oda did? This motherfucker Oda said, "Oh yeah, Sanji, the doctor of the crew, Chopper, says, hey Sanji, you have to be very careful because you have an extremely rare blood type. And I don't have enough of that on the ship. So if you keep losing all this blood, you're gonna fucking die."
Bro,
that's hilarious.
He actually tied the gag into a story beat.
And
that's hilarious.
And not just that, bro. Not just that. He it's like treated as a genuinely sincere moment. He's like, man, I gotta be super careful.
Like, there's not like a punchline to this. Like,
no, there isn't. Okay. So what happened was, I'm gonna give you the quick run of it. When the Straw Hats got separated for 2 years, and each of them had to train isolated wherever they were around the world, Sanji was stuck on an island full of transvestites and drag queens.
That's a weird combination.
And they were very thirsty for Sanji.
First of all, they almost groomed this man. He converted at one point. They actually successfully converted him. He was frolicking with them with his hairy ass legs, wearing a dress and lipstick. But when he found out,
you're bi now or something.
Yeah, but when he found out what happened to his captain, he came back to his senses. Like, what the hell am I wearing? What He's almost became one of you guys, but he locked in.
Hey, Bags.
What?
Like, what? Why am I wearing this dress? Ow! Why does my asshole hurt?
Literally, like.
Oh no.
So he locked in and said, "I gotta train," because like he understood Luffy's secret hidden message that they were going to reunite in 2 years. So he started training. He was stuck on the island with those men for 2 years, and they would chase him every day. Edgy, you're not gonna believe
some cardio in.
You're not gonna believe when I say this. You're not gonna believe when I say this. Cardio be damned. They chased him, and he would run from him every day. At one point, he got cornered. They finally had him. They'll know where to go. They're gonna all over him.
Oh no,
bro was so. He was
so
homophobic.
Full cake, sister, brother.
He was so homophobic. He ran on air.
He ran on air.
No,
He ran
no,
on air to get
it
away
was-
from them.
It's an ability called skywalking, and other people can do it. But
You think
Luffy
I'm-
figured it
and
out. But he figured it out by accident.
Slim, tell this man I'm not even exaggerating either. I'm not missing a beat. I'm not leaving out any
No, that's
minute
really-
details as a gag. That is what happened. He
That's
was
literally.
cornered and he refused to let them capture him.
He was so homophobic. He prayed to God, and God answered.
And he ran on
That's
air.
hilarious.
He ran on air.
He
So-
he said Jesus, I bet. Oh,
So
you
when
think
it-
that's walking on water? You think that's impressive? Bet.
So when his 2 years was up and all the Straw Hats reunited after 2 years, it's been 2 years since Sanji has seen a woman, like an actual woman, not men in dresses. And yeah, that's 2 years. He couldn't help himself, bro. Even a 5 out of 10 was a 10 out of 10 to him.
I mean,
Like-
in that situation, yeah, I could
Yeah, but and then
understandable.
and then follow it up with this. He not only did he go back to the real society with real women, it was women, mermaids. He was cooked.
Oh, so they were bad.
There was no way he couldn't resist. When he
I'm
heard the
assuming
word
the
mermaid
mermaids were bad as
princess,
fuck.
when he heard
Oh,
the word
yeah.
mermaid princess, he
Like,
was
there was
cooked.
there was literally a scene where they had to hide the Straw Hats real quick, and like one of the women and like one of the mermaids like put Sanji in her bosom sheet so he wouldn't be quiet, and like he is trying his hardest not to have a nosebleed. He's like,
Bro,
oh,
he turned into stone
my
and he lost blood. And it was a serious thing. We're like, no, the Chopper's like, no, seriously, we need a blood donor. Somebody help. And no
Luffy-
one in the Fish Islands wanted to give him to spare blood because of some racial tensions between humans and the merfolk. But and now
Just
now
casual racial
That's it, G.
tensions, you know.
even the part where Chopper says he has a special blood type, even that plays into the lore too, because no, Sanji does have a special blood type because he's almost a test tube baby.
He's a what?
He was almost a test tube baby.
Well, he's kind
Oh.
of okay. Sanji's kind of secretly a super soldier developed by his father, who stripped away his brothers and sisters' emotions, and then he had to come back in a desperate coup to team up with Big Mom, so he had to marry his daughter. But his daughter actually has a special different fruit that lets her manipulate memories, but also it gets really
This
complicated.
just sounds like some Kingdom Hearts level ridiculous.
no.
I mean,
You can still
say
make
that,
sense
right?
of this.
You say
It's
that
just
right,
so
but
much.
That arc had the heart of Kingdom Hearts. Like, bro was on his sword mission. Luffy was on his sword mission. He was like, I ain't leaving my man Riku behind. That was the
I gotta find my friends.
Yeah, this is literally like
Sanji,
one of the things. Another thing that kind of makes One Piece interesting is the characters kind of have simple-minded goals sometimes. Like for instance,
very.
the only reason he went to Whole Cake Island not because he wanted to stop Big Mom's scheme or stop Germa, like Sanji's family or whatever. Because everyone's
Luffy-
evil in the scenario. There's no good guys or bad guys.
Luffy just wanted his bro back,
He just wanted his friend back. He literally did all of this just to get his chef back.
and
Back
he
Sanji.
just wanted his cook back.
Yeah,
Because Sanji could cook. Sanji might be one of the greatest like fictional chefs in like pop
And
culture.
and
Like,
another thing
those
too is
jokes-
Sanji was like his third member. And I'll say this, Edgy. Listen.
fourth.
Fourth.
Usopp
Well, no-
was there before him.
Nami kind of wasn't fully on board yet.
Yeah, okay.
Kinda.
That-
She's
that's fair.
really the same time
It
they met
wasn't- it
Sanji,
wasn't-
she stole
Arlong-
the boat and abandoned them.
Arlong
damn.
Park is where Nami officially
Yeah,
became
yeah.
a straw
They met her
hat, really.
first, but she's like technically the fourth official member. Technically, by technicality, I meant. But let me tell you something, Edgy. Whole Cake Island brought me to tears. All right, and every person I put onto One Piece, which is 3 people, I always waited. I would always wait for them to get to Whole Cake Island so I could just ask, "How did you like it?" And they would always say the same thing and brought them to tears. Because when I say Luffy's bout to get his best friend back, now the one thing I love about Luffy, he's a character that doesn't help weak people. Because Luffy's a pirate and he's a dickhead, but he's a good person, but a dickhead. Luffy he really doesn't like weak people. He only likes helping people that are willing to at least help themselves. You could be weak in spirit, not weak like an actual fight. Even if you're a little guy, if you're not gonna stand up for yourself, Luffy considers that weak, and he probably won't help you. But he will help people that stand up for himself. He'll sometimes wait until someone stands up for himself. Then he'll step in and go, "All right, now I'll knock this guy out for you."
But a good example is like Vivi. Like they were cool with Vivi and everything, and but when she was like, "Hey, will you help me stop this war? Will you help me stop this war or whatever?" He's like, Luffy's like, "No." Why not? Because you're not doing anything to stop it. You're not doing anything to make your side win. It's gonna happen regardless. You're not doing anything to do it. You're not doing anything. It's like, no, let it happen. And then she was like, what the fuck's wrong with you? It's like, motherfucker, I'm not here to solve your problems. I'm here to help you solve your problems. There's a difference.
It was that, but it was also the fact that Luffy didn't like the way she was doing it too, because it's like all this running around trying to get people, armies. You're trying so hard to stop a war that's already happening, and he's like, "How's this gonna happen?" And for him, he's like, Luffy's like, for him, he's like, "We're wasting time. The war's only gonna get worse, and you're trying way too hard to try to find a peaceful solution." He's like, let's just go and destroy this thing. He's like, let's just go to the front doors of this man and beat his ass.
Hey,
of course, she was mad because, and and Vivi's not wrong in her feelings though, because she is the princess of this kingdom. She doesn't want to see the casualties. But I mean, Luffy was kind of right though. They were wasting time going because like they went to one place that they were supposed to find this whole rebellion that was going to help her, but it turned up nothing. And now she wanted to go to take another adventure on the other side of her country. And Luffy's like, yeah, no, we're wasting time doing this shit. Like, by the time, like, this isn't going to solve anything. Like, we're wasting time. And Luffy was right. Like, just all they had to do was go and knock his ass out. That's what it did. Knock that man out. And when it comes to Whole Cake Island, Sanji agreed to the wedding because with the wedding, they threatened his father. Well, the man he calls his father, because they say, if you don't go with this, we'll kill him. And they also threatened, the Straw Hats and stuff like that as well. So for Sanji, it was like, all right, it was a self-sacrifice kind of thing. That's why he agreed to the wedding and left the crew. And when he left the crew, like Luffy was fighting in another country when that happened. So by the time Luffy caught up with Nami in the game, they were like, Luffy was like, yo, where's Sanji? Nami told him the bad news. Luffy was like, okay, we're getting him back. That's our boy. He gets there, and Sanji just starts acting different. Sanji's like, yo, what are you doing here, you musky, dirty pirate talking all that shit? And Luffy's like, all right, Sanji, drop the act, bro. You don't need to act hard. Let's just go home. And he's telling Luffy he's not going home. So, Luffy's like, you're going to have to prove it. Prove to me you don't want to go home. Prove to me we second-rate pirates. Prove to me you don't care about a crew. So Sanji starts beating the shit out of Luffy. And I do mean beating the shit out of Luffy.
Oh, damn.
Beat him so hard. He knocks a tooth out. Luffy's bleeding from his skull. And Luffy's just left laid on the ground, face in the dirt. And Sanji's like, Sanji's like, we're done here. Nami, of course, was there watching the whole thing. So she slapped Sanji. So when Sanji gets back in the carriage with his sister and his brothers, to go away, Luffy stands up and man, that speech, every time I think about it, it hurts my heart. Where he yells, he's yelling to Sanji that he knows that, he's putting him up front. He knows that, he's like, that the beating he gave him just now, he's like, that shit didn't hurt me. It hurt you more than it hurt me. And you cuss to Sanji trying so hard to fight back the tears. And I mean,
trying so hard not to show that. Yeah, he's right.
And it's so fucked up because you see his brothers his brothers sitting next to him. His brothers are laughing their ass off. Sanji's trying his hardest to hold back the tears. His sister isn't really laughing, but she's just staring at her brother. Luffy screams. The final thing he screams to him, he's like, "I cannot become the king of pirates without you." And what makes this moment amazing is Luffy goes on a food strike. Luffy goes on a food strike until Sanji gets back on an island made out of fucking food, snacks, and candy, by the way.
Fuck.
Where it literally rains juice. And when it comes to Luffy, I know it's a shonen joke where the cats love food. Luffy is not like the other shonen. Food is everything to Luffy. Okay? Luffy has almost cracked his own teammates over food.
Get some water or something, man.
I'm drinking water.
Drink it harder, then.
Luffy has almost cracked his own teammates over food. Luffy has almost been betrayed and tricked over food. Food to Luffy is everything. So hearing this man go on a hunger strike when food is literally all around him, I was like, holy shit, he's committed. Because Luffy doesn't like forcing his teammates out of anything. Until they say, all right, help me, that's when Luffy helps. So he's like, I'm not going to force Sanji to come back with us at this point. It's up. I'm going to wait for him. And that's what he did. And he waited in that same spot. When it started raining, he put his head downward so the rain wouldn't get in his mouth because it's draining juice and shit.
Oh, I think I've seen this panel where
he's like very starved and shit. Cause like he got like even though like he got knocked out. Big Mom Pirates didn't really think too much of it, but they're like, all right, let's kidnap them. And Luffy was fighting for an entire day, like an actual entire day. He was fighting like Big Mom's children and everything while being starved and stuff like that. By the time Sanji called to him, dude was like just looked like a skeleton. Oh man, Whole Cake Island is fucking peak. That shit gets me my emotions every time.
I like how Oda said that he doesn't want to do romance in One Piece, which is fine. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But then like he makes like a genuinely beautiful like love story in Whole Cake
the
Island.
entire Whole Cake Island is a love story. Like the entirety of Whole Cake Island is love. And I mean just romantical love. I mean just love for everything. Between the Big Ma's story with her kids and stuff, you got the love of siblings. Katakuri and Brule, they're like brothers and sisters. The love I love those two. The love they have for each other, even though they're like the antagonists of the arc. Beautiful. Like
because
beautiful.
Oda does a great job of humanizing his villains. He does
a
great job.
And then you have the love of the love between like allies. Luffy.
I'm about to say Sanji and Pudding. Was like it was so tragic because like it's the first because here's the thing, she's the first woman. So Sanji's still pervy around her, but at the same time, he's like it's the first time we've seen like Sanji genuinely in love. When he's like when it comes to like Robin and Nami, yeah, he flirts with them and like is pervy around them.
But you get the impression that he's not like super serious about them.
He's chivalrous. He's very chivalrous.
It's made very clear, like, because like there's like for instance, after Sanji decides to join their crew back again, and he decides to go along with Luffy and Nami's scheme or whatever. There's like a scene where she's like. Where she looks deadpan and emotionless, and like Sanji looks worried, and she like tells him cold, like with a blank ass stare, like, look, if you ever do that again, I think it was like something. If you ever do that again, I'll work you like a war horse or something like that. And he's like, sure, like, okay, and he's like he understands what she means, like he's 100% serious. And then afterwards, she's like, good, and he goes back to being like a pervy douche dumbass.
What did he do to get her that mad, though?
Basically, like, not the whole thing you heard what Bag say about, like, Luffy or whatever, but it's more along the lines that he didn't really tell the crew or anything like that, didn't allow them to help him or anything like that. Because Sanji's probably the most selfless and nice character on the team.
The entire point of Sanji's character is he has the most heart in the team. His entire story in Whole Cake Island, to go over, is like he has heart. When he I will give you the brief rundown on Sanji, really brief here, right? Boom, Sanji's father, he's like a freaking assassin dude, leads an assassination to the point where he's so successful, it becomes kind of like he gets cleared as a country pretty much. Like his assassination thingies is so massive, and his science, blah blah. He has his wife. When she got pregnant with like 4 kids, this dude wanted to like medically alter his children. When she found out he wanted to do that while she was pregnant, she was like, she tried to like drink poison to kill herself.
Damn.
Yeah, but she was unsuccessful, and thus Sanji and his siblings were born. They're all named after numbers, each ni san, and it's just add G at the end. 3. Yeah, so Sanji, and whatnot. So they're all born, right? And they're all supposed to be super. But for some reason, Sanji doesn't have none of the like things that his brothers and sister have.
Also, sorry, you also got to mention that the super soldier serum that was experimented on him in the womb, his father also genetically engineered it to make sure that they didn't have any emotions.
Yeah.
So
he robbed.
They were complete psychopaths, and Sanji was the only one who like showed any actual like good emotions.
Because Sanji didn't get anything. He didn't get the strength.
He didn't get any powers.
He didn't get the defense. Nothing. And he was seemingly born normal, like just a normal kid, which his father hated. And his brothers beat him. It beat him every day for it. They would beat his ass routinely.
And of course, because they don't feel any emotion, they don't see anything wrong with beating the weaker kid up.
Nope. They would laugh and just do whatever. Now his sister, she was also affected the same way, but she is not like her brothers. She's not sadistic, but she does suffer from the fact that she doesn't have emotions and whatnot. So she'll watch Sanji get bullied, but
wasn't
she'll
it like she has emotions, but like it's I think it was more like she has emotions. And she just has to like bury them essentially, because if she did show she has the power and the emotions. She just buries them because she doesn't want to be seen as weak like Sanji. She compared having emotions to
like she literally told Sanji like, I don't help you because I don't want to get beat up too.
My brothers. I don't want that shit either.
Which is
Sanji wasn't even mad. He was like, oh, okay.
Which wasn't even a lie, because like
they would do that.
There's a scene like the reason that Sanji even escaped that hellhole was like his sister let him open. Well, basically after he got bullied by his brothers all the time, his father also abused him. He encouraged the abuse because he thought Sanji was useless.
Yeah.
And at one point,
like he hates his son.
Like he despises him, and trust me, Sanji does not like him either. There is literally no redemption build. No, there's none of that. But here's the thing:
and Sanji loves his mom. His mom's still alive, by the way. She also survived the pregnancy and the poison, but because of the poison, she's kind of bedridden. So Sanji always thinks she's dead. No, I mean like at the time of the flashback. I mean.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say.
Yeah, when he was a kid, she was still alive for a little bit. He would always go to her mom's and like show what he made and stuff like that. He'll have to sneak to see her, and her mom would always tell Sanji like, he's like the most like heart of the kids. Like he has a heart, beautiful heart. And honestly, the moment his mom passed away, this nigga's dad wasted no time and got rid of Sanji. Like he didn't. When I say got rid of, I mean what he did was he faked Sanji's death to his own kingdom.
Well, no. Well, what happened was, like, you got to remember, like, when that happened, the first thing he did was he locked Sanji away. He locked Sanji away and put him in like a horrible face mask prison thing.
A metal face mask. Yeah, it looked like the Jigsaw mask from Saul.
Yeah,
like
and
the second Saul movie.
And he did that to make sure that Sanji couldn't eat, because
he was trying to starve the boy.
Yeah, basically starve him or whatever. He was crying and yelling and screaming, "Please let me go!"
Oh, and his brothers will come down and beat him up in the cell and then just leave.
Yeah, they did that too. It was, and I remind you, this guy's like 5. He is only
he was 5 when this happened.
Oh yeah, we're talking little kids.
Like dude,
his little 5-year-old siblings were beating the shit out of him. Like really,
while he was wearing a mask that he couldn't eat or anything.
Yep.
Yeah, so like he did all that. He couldn't eat. He was starving. He was begging. He was begging, literally begging to leave.
And his sister would come down sometimes to like bandage him up after when no one's around to see her
like
go there.
Sneak him food or something.
Yeah.
But so basically, she said, you know what, you don't have to live like this. And again, she does actually have emotions. She just has to bury them. So
right. She can't show them.
She opened the cell and told him to run.
Well, don't forget, Slim. It was in the middle of an invasion. That's why she did it too. It was the perfect time for Sanji to slip away. They were being invaded. Father and the brothers are fighting. So while everyone is fighting,
no one was watching him.
So yeah, she opens it up and tells him to run and go. And this is the first time his sister cries. It's like, yeah, you better go. This is also why Sanji's a huge fucking simp, because 2 of the most important people in his life that showed him any kindness was his mother and his sister. So that's kind of why he's like super.
That's why he won't hit women. That's why he.
Even when they're gonna kill him, he doesn't want to fight back. Like, it's crazy. But like,
I don't blame him. But a backstory like that.
I mean, like when you give that backstory, it's like I understand why.
I understand 100%. That backstory is fucked up.
So like after that, he runs away. He meets up with the chef named Zeph.
Oh, Slim, you forgot one part.
Oh, which one?
His
dad.
He ran upstairs to get something, and he ran into his father. And his father saw him, and now he didn't hit him or anything. He just said, "So you leaving, huh? I just promise you one thing. Do not ever let someone find out your last name. Do not ever let anyone utter the idea that you are even my son. I don't want no one in this world to know
that is some next level disown."
Like I was like, that's so fucked.
He's like, yeah, just run, don't come back. As long as you promise to come back. And that little nigga Sanji was like, all right, cool, damn, all right,
Yeah.
Say,
I
he literally,
damn, that's all you needed to say.
Sanji literally said, I bet, I
Poor
bet.
boy. Yeah,
He
and it's
ran
like
off.
it was
And then
like, damn.
Now eventually, Sanji did find a pirate named Zeph, who was a chef, became his cabin boy, and then after that he crashed on an island where he damn near starved to death again. And Zeph,
Boy, stay starving to death.
Like,
Holy
yeah,
shit.
Well, Slim. Zeph was the pirate that made them crash. Actually, he was just on a normal chef ship. Zeph and his crew attacked their ship.
oh, you're right.
Yeah, and
my
when
bad,
Sanji
my
almost
bad.
drowned, owner Zeph saved his life.
So it was literally just him and Sanji on a deserted island with very little food. So he gave, and this is gonna be weird, but there's shockingly a lot of this in One Piece, believe it or not, where he's like, okay, I'm gonna give you all the food, and like Sanji's like, wait, what are you going to eat? And then you see like Zeph cut off his leg and ate it.
Oh shit.
Well, it was framed a little differently, right? Because like what happened was like they were stuck on a little island, so Sanji is still angry at this guy because, well, if this pirate dude didn't come, he wouldn't be stranded, right? So, owner Zeph is like, they both have 2 giant sacks. He gives him his giant sack, which is full of food, and Zeph has his stack of food. Sanji was eating his stack of food, and eventually, as a couple days went by, he ran out of food. So Sanji was like, I know he has food because, like, he doesn't look hungry, he hasn't moved or anything, and Sanji's like, I gotta eat. So he went to steal his food. So when Sanji went to steal his food, he opened the sack, and instead it was full of treasure. So he's like, Sanji realizes, what the hell has he been eating this whole time? And that's when he sees like Zeph's foot is missing.
Oh,
and
shit.
He realized that Zeph Zeph gave him all the food, and he was just gonna sit there and just starve. He wasn't gonna let a kid die, even though like he attacked the ship and stuff like that. And that's how he met owner Zeph,
his actual father.
Yeah.
Yeah, he ain't his father, but he sure was his daddy.
Amen.
But like,
the guy's literally cutting off his own leg to feed himself.
Yeah. Now I was in the anime they did change that, by the way. Just a heads up. In anime they changed it. Where they changed it where instead of like cutting off his leg to eat it, they changed it to he had cut off his leg to save Sanji when he was trapped underwater to avoid having cannibalism on the show.
Okay.
Yeah. There's shockingly a lot of cannibalism in One Piece, believe it or not.
Yeah, they sense the cannibalism
like
in the show
big, like
but
big
in the
mom,
manga version,
Big Mom's backstory is pretty fucked up. Like, holy shit.
Yeah,
like I like how this just evolved into a One Piece stream.
Yeah, no joke.
What makes it fucked up was like it was an accident though. That's what makes it fucked up.
But like, here's the thing. Like, Big Mom is so fucking tragic. My God. But here's the thing. Big Mom is basically one of the 4 emperors of the sea. She's extremely powerful. She has one of the most powerful devil fruits in the series. But Oda's totally a sexist by giving her a compelling, interesting backstory and making her super powerful. Totally a sexist though, sure. Basically, she was a giant baby. Okay, no one knows why either. It was just 2 random people had a giant baby. They don't know how. They don't know why. Giants exist in this world, but like apparently she's not a giant, or at least not a full giant. I don't fucking know. Oda hasn't explained it. Let's move on. Anyway, Big Mom. Her name is Charlotte Linen. That's her actual name. It's Big Mom is her nickname. So basically, Big Mom lived with this woman named Caramel. And all these orphans, too, as well. So she was like with a bunch of other orphan kids, and it seemed like a very happy life. But till you realize that the nun named Carmel, who was raising them, was actually selling them as mercenaries to be raised and trained.
She was trafficking children.
She was a child trafficker. Yeah. So an actual adoption agency. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it turns out that Mother Carmel had a devil fruit. the devil fruit in question was like a soul fruit that allowed you to like take the souls out of people and put it in other things called homies. So she could literally, what she did was literally take the souls of other people and put it into pure heat incarnate to essentially have a sun as her weapon. I am not joking. It's pretty damn cool.
She took people's souls out and turned it into a sun.
Basically. Yeah. So after that happened, she decides to so after that happened, Mother Carmel's still raising these kids, taking care of these kids or whatever.
Yep.
But Charlotte, Big Mom or whatever, she has one big flaw. Whenever she gets hungry or sees sweets, she goes into this demonic blind rage rampage and is a force of nature that can't really be stopped.
Like she has to eat.
She has to eat.
It's the only thing that will calm her down.
So is it like a shark and like a feeding frenzy?
Yeah, basically.
Kinda, yeah.
That's a good way to explain it, actually.
It is, yeah.
So, like, here's what happens. At one point, the orphans and the nun, Mother Carmel, all throw a birthday party for Charlotte, and they make this big birthday cake.
Oh, don't tell me she kills and eats everyone.
So anyway, she decides, oh, this is the greatest day of her life. She's surrounded by all of her friends and loved ones, and decides she can't wait to eat her birthday cake. She blinks. The next thing you see, the place looks like a war zone, and all the children in Mother Carmel are gone. And there's stains all over her face. That's right, she ate every single one of them. And she has no memory of this, because whenever she goes in a blind frenzy, she completely blacks out, and it's a completely different person.
And you know how it's portrayed in the anime, Edgy?
What?
In the anime, they portray like she's eating the cake, right? And she's like, "It's so good." And as you see her eating the cake, you notice like she's putting big strawberries in her mouth, and it's like, where do those big ass fruits come from?
And then it cuts to
oh. She's like, oh, those are the kids.
Let's put this in
those are her friends.
This was such a graphic backstory for Oda to make that he actually censored himself. He said, "You know what? I'm not even gonna draw that. I'm leaving it up to imagination."
And it is sad because on one hand,
she's only a reminder.
The kids were her friends. They liked Lynn. They were all loving together.
She didn't want to kill them at all.
No,
she didn't. No, she wouldn't.
Edgy. To this day, Big Mom thought that just out of nowhere, all of her friends and Mother Carmel abandoned her. She still has no idea what she did, even to that day.
She didn't even know that Mother Carmel was a trafficker and was going to traffic them. She was going to traffic them the same day too, of her birthday.
Oh, that's
and to this day, she would always celebrate her own birthday with a picture of Mother Carmel as the woman who gave her her life, protected her, and raised her. And here's the kicker, right? Mother Carmel, whatever, she had a devil fruit quirk. She had a devil fruit power.
Yeah, like I told him already, she had the devil fruit. The soul.
She just didn't have the chance to use it before.
She did.
Her devil fruit was she could take pieces of her soul and put it into things and turn them into alive. Just turn them alive. She could put pieces of her soul into a cup, and the cup will start singing like it's goddamn Disney Channel. And when Lynn ate her, and when she snapped out of it, she accidentally used the power because by eating her, she ate the devil fruit. So it's like he inherited the abilities.
Devil fruit is weird, dude.
And
anyway,
then she was groomed by an old man.
And a reminder, Edgy, this all happened when she was about 6 years old. She was not that old when this happened.
Murdered everybody at 6. Damn.
It's insane. And and the worst part is her main goal is to is actually kind of endearing. The reason she has over 85 children. And the reason she has 85 children is because her dream was to have every race be united under the sun, and she could have a giant tea party where everyone kind of loves each other and there's peace and happiness or whatever. It's just the way she went about it is, what if every race on the planet had my blood in them too? So basically she became a whore, fucking everything, literally wherever she could, just so she could have
the thought process
baby with
is, well, you all get along if you're all siblings, right?
I mean, they do technically. I would say all her kids generally do like each other, as siblings. Now,
I mean,
That's what
I think it's more like a begrudging respect more than anything.
yeah, I mean, it depends. Because one thing I realized, one thing I will say is like some of the kids do put themselves in cliques. You know, like Katakuri hangs out with Brule and a few of his other sisters more than like the brothers. Some of the brothers hang out together. It's 85 kids, so no, they're gonna have form cliques and shit.
Well, I mean, to be fair, with Katakuri,
I'm assuming she's getting a hell of a lot of child support for all.
Oh
these
no!
kids.
After she
no.
she
First of all,
them out of the life.
when she gets the men, once you pump and nut, she draws you away.
So you don't even get the option if you want.
No, this is actually addressed.
No, you literally get the option to be a dad.
This is actually addressed in the story. Like, there's
one of the dads
tries to get his daughter back, and like Oven, one of Big Mom's children, one of her older children, came in and tried to stop him from doing that. I don't think she ever found out that that was her dad. I don't think she ever found that out. Oh, she did?
In the cover, how Oda draws like the covers.
Oh, the cover story. Okay.
Yeah, the cover story they reunited. It was kind of funny though, because like both of the sisters met up first, right, and whatnot, and then like because they're twins, so they meet the dad at first, and then they're like, he's like, "I'm your dad," and they run away from him. They don't believe him. So when they're getting attacked though, and he protects them, that's when they're like, "Oh, he protected us. He might actually be our dad."
Maybe he is our dad.
I mean, both are ugly as shit. To be fair, I mean.
Yeah, but I will say Lola, she's one of the best characters. Benji, whatever you pronounce your name, you little mafia bastard. You a good dad, man, and a good husband.
Beige is that nigga. Beige.
He is that guy. Good husband and good dad. I love their relationship. I don't care if they're both ugly. I'm like, this is a beautiful relationship. I generally like seeing them. Every time I see the opening, because I think it's the second opening in Whole Cake Island. It's my favorite opening. It's one of my favorite top 3 openings.
I remember that one time Lola was like, "You guys go without me. We just leave me behind." You know what this motherfucker did? He said, "Turn the ship around," and it turns out that after they flew out of the water, the ship drew treads. It's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, my ship's amphibious." And he's like, and he goes to his little baby and he's like, "Let's go get mommy back, shall we?" Now, granted. This is a fucking emperor of the sea on a rampage. He's like, "Hey, you better give my wife back, nigga." Shit.
He was like, "I want my woman back."
Yes, bro, listen, bro. I'll say about One Piece characters. The One Piece characters that
oh my god
have love, they step up. The One Piece characters that be like, I got a wife or something, they step up.
Sanji, if Sanji does, I think he's gonna end up with Pudding at the end.
Yeah. Oh, Hedgie, by the way, there's a little bit of some people don't like Sanji and Pudding being together because Sanji is 21 and Pudding is 16, and that's a big no-no.
Okay, yeah, that's a little.
Yeah,
I mean, but I
don't give a shit. It's fiction. Let Sanji.
You know, say it's fiction, but it's
that's my goat. That's my pedophile. That's my goat.
Also, not to be that guy. If like UK law, that would be completely fine.
I mean, in most parts of the world, it'd be fine.
In most parts, in certain parts of the US, like they wouldn't. I don't think like the police would bat an eye.
I mean, personally, I would think it's weird if
it's weird.
Married a 16-year-old. It's definitely weird.
Like it's weird. Like don't.
But I'd also be like, it could be so much worse.
It could be.
Yeah, it's like
so much worse.
On the scale of bad relationship age gap. Like this isn't the worst thing I've seen.
Yeah, especially because like again, when you see the actual relationship is blossom, it's kind of beautiful. Because at first, that was fascinating.
No, AJ, let me set this up for you. Now here's the thing: you saw like what happened to Luffy during this time, but here's what happened to Sanji. He knew the entire time he had to give up being a pirate, give up on Luffy's dream, have to end, and not to mention Sanji was being blackmailed into staying.
His dream too.
Yeah, basically he said, his actual dad, Judge, said, "Oh, you know that adopted dad you have? Yeah, I'll kill him if you don't do what I tell you to do."
Oh,
yep.
Shit.
And don't forget the other thing they did to him.
Oh yeah, he also put
bracelets.
They put these bracelets on his wrist too. Now here's the thing. You know that Sanji does like a lot of kicking at the very. You know that much about One Piece, right? He does like a lot of kicking or whatever. The reason that Sanji does so much kicking is because he was told that his hands are too precious because he's a cook. That's his dream. He wants to be the best cook. Well, not
he
really.
Says, as a chef, you want to get your hands dirty. That's literally what Sanji said.
Yeah, so like he's like, okay, I'm only gonna use my hands for cooking. So, that's
So
why he
he's the
doesn't let people-
Taekwondo expert.
Pretty much.
basically. So like they put these rings on his bracelets on his wrist, and they say, "Oh, by the way, also if you ever decide to also run or find a way around it, or these bracelets will blow up your wrist and you'll never be able to cook again."
Oh,
his
shit.
dad knew him enough to know what he wanted to do.
This
For
some
the rest
saw
of his life.
trap type
And
shit.
then and
Piece of
he
shit.
and he used it as a weakness, and I was like, "Oh my god, that is so dirty. That is
Mhm.
dirty. That is
First of all, I
filthy."
think having your arms blown off would just fucking kill you because of shock.
I mean, not
Well,
in One Piece. Not
It
in
would,
One
but
Piece,
this is
they-
One Piece. It'll be
With
alright.
One Piece,
Yeah,
yeah. I'm
but
just
like-
making
but
real life
like-
like that would
But like,
kill
here's
you.
the thing: after all of this, he's forced to do all this because of his father. He has to give up being a pirate, give up on his friends, give up on his dream, give up on his friend's dream, and he wants nothing to do with this entire situation. But he has no choice.
Understandable.
So here's the thing: when Sanji met Pudding, she seems to be a really sweet girl who seems to be a bit shy, but Sanji's like, okay, she's super nice and caring and considerate. So he's like, okay, at the very least, I am going to marry this woman and going to try to make this relationship work.
Like that
is-
there's something.
that
There's,
is-
there's gold here. There's something here I can make.
No,
work,
this
at
this
least.
was the very light at the end of the tunnel. He was like, at
The
the
silver
very least,
lining.
at the very least, I'll have a baddie wife, and I will try to make the relationship work. She seems super nice. She seems super caring. She seems like the opposite of her mother. Thank God. I really, really, really hope I can at least do this. So he like puts on a cape. He like gets a whole picnic set up. He's over here a bit cheerful, trying to make the best of a bad situation.
Right.
And then he sits outside of her window. Pudding, the woman he has to marry, is talking to his sister. And it turns out Pudding hates Sanji. She thinks he's a piece of shit. She thinks he's less than shit. She thinks he's a corny because Pudding's got her own backstory because of course she is, because One Piece. But like basically she's like really pissy at Sanji, claims he's a terrible person, claims she actually enjoys manipulating him into thinking that she's gonna love him or whatever. And she says, once we get married, I'm gonna treat him like garbage. I'm gonna be completely horrible to him. I'll never love him. I can never do that. So
Damn.
like after
Well,
that,
Slim. Remember, actually no, because remember there isn't gonna be no marriage. Remember the whole thing was a setup. Remember she said.
I know, but she was still rubbing it in his face.
Well, no, remember he wasn't there though. She was just talking to her sister house. She's like, "Oh, once we're done, we're gonna shoot him." Like at the wedding when he said the
Oh
vows.
yeah. But
Yeah.
But you see my point, right? Basically,
like she was making fun of like his face being bruised because like he got hurt by his brothers and stuff like that. And she's like, he looks so stupid with his bruised face. Talking about, I'm gonna protect you. And listen, dude, edgy. That shit hurt. Again, there's a lot of moments that I almost cried because after that, like when she's laughing with her magic carpet or whatever the fuck, this nigga is in the rain, right? Like no, he's not even. It's not raining yet. He's trying to. He hears all that. His back is against the wall. He tries to light a cigarette. It starts raining. It's raining. You just keep hearing the click of his lighter, just click, click, click. And the moment he finally lit the light, the rain took it out.
Raining.
And then you just see him with the cigarette in his mouth, he's fighting tears once again.
I
was like, set my boy
I gotta
free.
show you this because like, here's the thing.
Set my boy free. I was hurt, bro. Like,
now you don't understand. Sanji has probably suffered more than any Straw Hat.
Bro, I've never seen Oda put expressions on that man's face like that before. That shit hurt my feelings. Sanji's too good. His soul's too good for this. I was like, come on, why this is torture.
Even when it looked like he might have been able to have some kind of win with this, they're just like, nah.
Can't even do that. Can't he? Like he can't even find happiness in that. Like it, bro. Like
and the thing is,
look at this man. Look at this man, Edgy. Look, this man is defeated. Look at this.
I have that saved on my phone just because it's like
damn.
Like he's just like this is the face.
He is just done.
Done. He's done. That is the face of man. This can't get any more fucks. This really.
And the thing is, right? And the thing is, Sanji still continues to see it through, right? Like,
fuck you, Sanji's one of the best characters, unironically.
Yeah.
Like he is really one of, like, unironically one of.
He better than me, because if I heard all that shit, I'd just be like, oh, she's dead to me, bro.
Yeah. But see, now here's the thing, though, right? After that, that's when Sanji does talk to his sister eventually, blah blah. Because putting right to his sister's memory of it, but Sanji and his sister talked, and Her sister was like, well, that does explain my leg wounds. So, and
Wait, Pudding beat up the sister or something?
Pudding shot her in the knees.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so when Pudding was telling her sister everything, it's because like she shot her in the fucking knees. She couldn't go anywhere.
I mean, yeah, you're not exactly walking around with a double kneecap.
Yeah,
shot.
so she took her memory away, and then they just told Sanji's sister she got hurt or like something, blah blah. Sanji went to his sister. That's when his sister helped him, like took off the cuffs, and he went to go see Luffy. He and Luffy like reunited. Luffy was like, Sanji, just tell me what it is you want to do. And again, stop making me cry, Oda. Like Sanji's tearing up. He's like, I just want to go home, back to the sunny. And I was like, my heart, my soul, like shit. Oh my god, it hurts. But
he just like, get me out of here.
Yeah. So then, but he says, is there anything else you want to do? And Sanji, like,
you know what? I realized
this is why Sanji's a good person, by the way.
Sanji
tells
we
Luffy
spent 3 hours and I didn't give any channel updates.
Oh, you want to give a channel there?
Complete derailment.
Podcasts are coming back. I'm writing script for new videos. Edgy's in the talks of editing them. What else? Oh yeah, this is the year I stop being a little bitch and following my goddamn dreams. Anyway.
Oh yeah. But yeah, this dude Sanji tells Luffy he wants to save his dad and brothers. Like generally save, because the plan is to assassinate him and his whole family. And now that Sanji knows that, he could just leave with Luffy. But Sanji says, I genuinely want to help and save my brothers and my brother, sister, and my father.
Like
I can understand
Sanji,
wanting to save the sister, but the dad?
Sanji is he's literally too good of a soul. He's like he's like
basically he wanted to prove to his dad two things. That one what was it? Being being able to show empathy doesn't mean that I'm weak. He wanted to prove that to his dad, that feelings aren't, useless or whatever. And two, he wanted to prove to his dad that I could beat all y'all asses if I wanted to.
And for his brothers, I think the thing with Sanji is I think Sanji doesn't really hate his brothers, because like you gotta think. I think Sanji completely understands that his brothers were freaking lobotomized. Like his brothers were freaking lobotomized as kids. I think Sanji understands that well. Like he's like, yo, these niggas are really lobotomized. Like Edgy. When I say like when he really got rid of like any sense of emotions, to the point where when the wedding happened and Big Ma finally revealed the plan that she had in store, which was to betray them, right?
All right.
The brothers and the father they all got like stuck to the chairs with one of the brothers' abilities. And he's like, what the hell's going on? He's like, Big Ma, I thought we had a deal. She's like, you really think I'm going to make a deal with some low rank, like fake kingdom and shit like that? I just need to finalize the wedding so I could get access to your technology. And like the father started getting fearful. Like he's afraid. Like he started being afraid because like, he's about to die. And he actually starts crying. And he's like, sons, do something, help. And when he looks at his sons, they're just laughing. They're literally just laughing, going,
they just don't even care that they're about to die.
Yeah, they're literally like, I can't believe this is it, boys. We're gonna die. The sister is calm and she's like, this is what we get. This is what happens when you remove basic human emotions from people.
It's like you remove the whole remote fear of anything. So
they're literally laughing at their dad too for crying. They're like, look at him, he's crying. I was like, bruh. There's
only one, like someone pointed this out recently, and he said there's only one emotion. There is one emotion that they do have, and apparently like they can feel lust like Sanji.
Mm-hmm.
And I always wonder why that was, and then someone pointed it out. It's like, there's a popular theory that the only emotion they were allowed to give was the emotion of lust, so like he wouldn't have to make more babies of his own, if you get my drift.
Yeah, I mean it's also because like lust is a good emotion also that like because lust is more than just sex too. These guys like they enjoy murder, by the way. They generally enjoy murder. Like
that still goes into the idea of lust.
Yeah, that lust. Like so like he made sure to keep mainly just any emotion that only works as an assassin.
Also,
anything that gets away in being a good assassin, you got rid of it.
Oh, they also saw some cool cover story stuff where Raiji might be also lustful, but like hers won't help with repopulation.
Yeah.
Because you saw the way she was looking at Tashigi, dude. Like, god damn.
Yeah.
What, you want to torture him or something?
No,
like a
like
murderous lust or
no, like she basically like his sister, right? Like Oda likes to do these like fun little cover pages of characters in certain situations and stuff. And he showed
uses-
like, and he did like this one cover art where like with not cover art, but like this one panel or whatever where it showed like a few One Piece girls together, and there's like this character named Tashigi, and Sanji's sister was like very suggestive with her in the picture.
oh, so she swings that way. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So like Sanji, he's committed to saving his family and stuff like that. So he makes the coldest fucking like fucking wedding crash I've ever seen. Like to say, well, first he has to go to the wedding, and we told you that Pudding is a lying bitch, right?
Yep, you kind of established this.
Yeah, so the thing is, Pudding has a little history as well. Like for Pudding, she doesn't have an identity of her own. Her mother, Big Ma, loves her kids, but Big Ma is also a deranged woman. So, her love for her kids extend kind of differently in certain areas. She loves Pudding because Pudding is one of her more rare kids, because she comes from a very rare species that is almost extinct as well, the Three-Eye tribe and whatnot. And she seemed like she never had a life of her own. Like she always did whatever her mom made her do or commanded her to do, and stuff like that. So she's always been a puppet. Her feelings never mattered, and never mattered. Like her mother literally said, "You're like the finest puppet," to her, like to her face.
You're just a tool, basically.
Yes, and she's always been mocked by even her siblings for her third eye. Everyone sees her as a weirdo. She hates her third eye, so that's why she grew out bangs to hide it and stuff like that. So when they're at the wedding, she's like, the third eye could kind of predict the future. That's what makes the Third Eye tribe special and whatnot. And she's like, she saw the vision. She predicts how it's gonna go. Like they're gonna do the wedding vows. Sanji's gonna move her veil. She'll say, "I do." He'll say, "I do," and then she'll like when he goes for the kiss, she'll shoot him in the face. That was the plan, right?
Also,
and she's like,
she was banking on it being like being destroyed by her eyes too.
Because she was like, he's gonna see my third eye. He's gonna be disgusted, everything. And while he's distracted, I'll shoot him. When Sanji put back the veil and he saw the third eye, he told her that's like the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. And she froze. Like her heart fluttered, like actually fluttered this time, and she froze.
Edgy, he unironically pulled, "Joke's on you, I'm into that shit."
Because like there was a piece of her, like the one thing she mocked about Sanji, she never felt like Sanji's like behavior was genuine. But when that finally happened, she kind of realized like,
oh shit, he actually did
every chivalrous thing he did, all the stuff, his weird behavior. He generally is an actual like chivalrous guy. Like she realized that right after that. And like the family's like, why is she pulling the trigger? What's going on? Because she
it's not in the script.
She couldn't do it, and she actually fell in love with Sanji after that. And I was like, that it was nice. It was actually generally nice because like for her, Kathy, you feel for her in that way. It's like this is the first person to probably ever tell her that, like ever.
Probably ever not be freaked out by the fact she's a third eye.
Even her mom was like, "Hey man, you gotta cover up that eye, man.
You gotta hide that shit."
It's grossing me out, dude. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Not all of her siblings bullied her, but most of them did. Like, because like again, it's 85 kids. It's a lot of kids are gonna make fun of you.
Katakuri, I don't think Katakuri bullied. He was kind of like the one everyone looked up to, actually.
Because he's the big brother that actually likes all of his siblings. He's a good brother.
He's kind of like Nami, where Big Mom's the one is the leader, but like let's be real, Katakuri's kind of is basically running everything. Let's be honest.
He's the captain. Best brother, best child of her crew. He's goated. even when he got mad at his sister, all he did was knock her out with Conqueror's Haki, and that's it. Right? Didn't even hit her, and whatnot. So after that, the rest of this arc is them Luffy fighting this man for the entire arc, having an epic 1v1. Listen, Luffy was getting his shit cracked, dog. Some of these hits, I was like, "Damn, Luffy, how are you?" We just spent the last hour literally describing the entire
Kick Island arc just to go right back to the fucking Katakuri Luffy fight we talked about an hour ago.
Damn, we went full circle with this shit.
What the fuck are we doing?
I have to go full circle just to explain.
What the fuck are we doing?
What was the stream about again? I'm forgetting.
I only went full circle just to explain the ending
an
here.
hour and a half. I wasted an hour and a half of a fucking recap of One Piece Whole Kick Island arc that I've already seen 7 times. What the fuck am I doing with my life?
Okay,
Jesus
I'm gonna wrap this up because I just want to paint to like Pudding and how they left. Because like after Luffy gets 1v1, now Luffy and Sanji have to escape the island from all of the siblings. Blah blah. Sanji's siblings help Sanji out to escape, and he meets up with Pudding one last time, and actually we see Pudding in an alley, and she says she didn't get to say goodbye to Sanji. Like Sanji's like, I wonder why I didn't get to say goodbye to Pudding. It shows Pudding crying in an alleyway, and it shows that like they did say goodbye, but she took away his memory, and that's because like,
oh shit,
when everything's said and done, you know, she knows Sanji's gonna have to leave, and that she can't go with him. So, you know, she tells Sanji to like, you know, turn around, and like, the music from that scene is beautiful. So when Sanji turns around, she takes a cigarette out of his mouth and she kisses him on the lips.
And she wipes his memory.
Yep, like you see her pulling the memories out like as she's kissing him, and I was like, damn. And you know, when Sanji comes to from the kiss, he's like, where's Pudding? And then you know it comes back to like, you know, where she is currently still in that alleyway crying, and I was like, I'm not gonna, that's sad. She had to say goodbye to the only person that made her like,
you know, something
feel special.
You know something that's kind of fucked up. This whole arc is about Sanji deciding to like leave the crew, allegedly of his own free will, right? But like it was really because he was blackmailed into doing so.
Yeah.
If him and Pudding did get together and he decided to leave the crew, I think not only would he do it, I think the rest of the crew would be okay with it.
I'd say I can't imagine. I feel like they would probably be all right with it.
Well, let's be
not
real.
Zoro.
Realistic.
What was Zoro called the bitch?
Zoro's a hater.
Oh no!
Zoro is number one.
You left one of the most powerful crews in the Grand Line for a bitch. Oh no!
Like,
3-eyed bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
You whipped. Your dreams, your strength, all that for you. You're gay.
You simp. You fucking simp.
You simp.
Zoro be fucking pissed. He'd be like, you motherfucker.
I'm not gonna lie, Zoro might go, you know what? Nah, let's finally have this 1v1 so I can kill you.
So I take it Zoro would not want to attend the wedding.
I mean, he'd get lost if he tried to.
Zoro volunteered to not chase Sanji because he was like, he'll be alright.
He'll be alright. Fuck
like,
the guy.
Unironically, Zoro hit Luffy with the gang with, he'll be alright.
No, here's the thing though. Here's the crazy part.
From a good spot, from a good place though.
No, if Sanji did leave the crew, because again he thought that Sanji left voluntarily. He's like, okay, if he really was leaving, he wouldn't come back. That's basically his mindset. Here's the thing. Sanji and Zoro do like hate each other. Don't get it twisted. They don't secretly like each other or anything. They
just flat out hate each other.
They hate each other, but they do respect each other.
Hella respect.
They respect the fuck out of each other. They like. Here's the thing. Out of all the crewmates, everyone on the crew has like a big happy family. Zoro and Sanji are the only two who just hate each other, like on sight hate.
They be going out of their way to be hating too, like. Like Sanji could be minding his business, Zoro would just say some shit.
He's like, that shirt makes you look ugly.
So Zoro's so they just be starting shit with each other for no reason.
Oh yeah,
for no reason. They turn everything into a competition.
They despise each other.
I'm just thinking of that clip from the Rick James thing from Dave Chappelle where Charlie Murphy's like Rick James, he will cross the line habitually. He is a habitual line stepper.
Yep. But like
the funniest description.
But they do really respect each other because like Slim, what's it called? What's that arc called?
Which one?
The one where Kuma puts Zoro to the test.
Thriller Bark.
Thriller Bark, yeah. There was a scene in Thriller Bark. the gang fought this like freaking dude, right? Luffy was pretty much KO'd after the fight. You know, he was
Okay,
exhausted.
we can't do this thing because we're not tracing this all the way back to. It's been another hour tracing this all the way back to.
Oh, you know what? You're right. You're right.
Okay, so the complete One Piece secret. I'm gonna decide what else did we want to talk about.
Callus Masters like officially, like actually officially in the works.
Okay.
I'm trying to get music done for it, but
wait, you're trying to get music done?
Yeah.
That might be
like find someone who makes music.
Yeah, fine. I found somebody. He hasn't gotten back to me yet. I was thinking about maybe doing it myself, but I don't know.
What's their name?
I was gonna say you could try because it's free, but like the samples that come with it by default are not the greatest, especially depending on the time of music you're making. LMMS is an option.
I haven't written music since I was in high school, so I don't know. Maybe I need to do a refresher course.
Probably.
Yeah.
Nah, that's crazy.
One Piece.
Wait, what's going on?
All right, sorry. I was reading a video I saw. Dude convinced his girlfriend to get breast surgery reduction, like breast reduction surgery.
What?
Why?
I don't know.
You want your wife to be less fun? What's wrong with you?
And then he left her for a big titty girl. This man.
He dumped her for a big titty girl.
No.
That is a menace.
Like in the video I'm watching, like it shows like I forget, I always forget the healing process, so it's like her going, she got bandages, she's going to the hospital, taking injections, getting the healing process. And he left her just to get with another big titty girl. This man's a menace.
That is a menace. What the hell?
This man needs to be locked away.
He's going to do it again.
This man was tired of her, but he didn't want anybody else to have him titties. He said, if I can't have him titties, nobody can.
I think it's worse. I think this man is on a mission. I think he's on an evil mission. I think this man's like, I'm going to reduce all the titties in the world. I'm going to raise up each big titty girl, make them reduce their breasts for me, and then go to the next target.
That's literally a
bad
It is I, Batman, the
Memorizer.
What you've done in Gotham is evil. You must be stopped.
You must be stopped, Memorizer.
You will never cast the jug. You will never cast the jugs of
I forgot what her name. Falcone. The dude's daughter, the Hangman.
Yeah.
Because she a pretty big stocky girl in DC Comics. So imagine he reduced her. Oh my god, I forgot her name.
No. She would be he'd be Power Girl's arch
He nursed Power Girl.
He finally convinced Power Girl to get the reduction, and then left her for somebody else.
He left her for Wonder Woman.
3 reasons why he should never do that. 1, she will actually crush your skull with her
Wonder Woman or Power Girl, because I feel like both of them would do it if you piss them off enough.
You're not seeing the end of the day, dog.
Nah.
I don't care. My message has been sent, and you can't kill an idea. You can't kill the idea.
I just had a horrible thought. You go to Motorboat Power Girl and you just break your face. She tells you don't do it. You break your face, and then y'all are sitting in the hospital. Your face is in a full cast, and you just write down a piece of paper. Worth it.
Worth it. Yeah, I was.
He's looking at you like, really, nigga? I told you.
I was heavily inspired by One Piece when I made Callus Master. Actually,
I bet.
Yeah. You guys want to hear? You have to hear some stuff I made up about the story?
Go ahead. Let's some ideas. What you got? What you wrote down? Story ideas.
Okay, hang on. These are just scattered ideas, mind you. So sorry. Let me see here.
You don't even want to see how many scattered ideas I have just randomly saved in Notepad on my computer right now.
So I have most of the races down. So when it comes to humans, there are 4 major cities in Gaia. There's Guinevere, Jotun, Thorborn. Guinevere, Jotun, Isis, and Pandora. And with the thing I made with Guinevere is that's where after Talon kind of took over as Grand Emissary, High Lord, that's kind of where the old nobles, high class, and merchants live. Basically, that's where all the trade industry happens. Jotun is the oil industry, hard-working steel workers and shit like that. Isis is just kind of a pit of criminals, actually. Not a whole lot.
So like the actual real life organization.
It's a city in this world now. Come on. And Pandora is the head of the military, and that's where Talon mostly stays.
Now I just remember I knew somebody who had a snake named Isis, and she said, unfortunately, the world has ruined the name of my snake now, and I feel uncomfortable saying it to people. And I'm like, that's gotta suck. You named your pet a name, and now that name is cursed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the story of Callous Master takes place. It starts anyway in a small island called Sapatra. This is where our main character Valor stays. He lives on the island with his uncle and kind of works as a sheriff and farmhand. And honestly, for most of his life, Valor's life was pretty damn peaceful. A few hiccups there, but for the most part, it's been peaceful. However,
kind of normal, would you say, for like that world anyway?
I would say that he has a very peaceful life. He's basically raised by the whole town and everything. And then a bunch of bandits show up and kill a lot of people, blow up a lot of stuff, and take his uncle as hostage. Around the same time after that happened, a hooded figure shows up to town. He beats up the bandits by accident, mind you. Then he decides to help them fight them off. After that, Valor decides to join this weird old man who reeks of alcohol and seems to have a violent temperament, and asks him to help him track down his uncle on his quest to take him to the sea. Take him. Sorry, I'm high as shit. Take him out into the world, basically, so he can track down his uncle. But and Omen did promise. However, Omen was very drunk when he did. So
drunken promises don't count.
So when he sobers up, Valor's like, "Come on, you gotta take me. You gotta help me." And Talon is like, "No, I don't." And he just starts drinking again.
The guy's like, "No, I'm just gonna keep chugging alcohol and ignore you."
Then after some misadventures, he finally decides, "Okay, fine. I'll go on one quest with you. But after I save your uncle, I'm gone."
Leave me alone.
They don't save his uncle for a while. A bit spoilers. And when I mean for a while, I mean a long while. I mean years.
80 chapters later, they finally save the uncle.
Okay,
spoilers. Bro's uncle just damn.
Spoiler.
I need help.
What the fuck took y'all so long?
Spoiler. Now, to be fair, he's in literally the most secure prison on all of Pandora. So, and for a long time, Valor has no idea if he's even alive. Dead serious. Because after he finds where they're supposed to be holding him, he tells him, "Hey, where's Sammy?" He's like, "I sold him off as a slave. You'll never find him." Get it. Case in point, Valor doesn't save his uncle until he's around 16 years old. He's 12 at the beginning of the story. So he's got to get comfortable in there.
Now that I think about it, that's kind of
love me some time progression. I love that.
Yeah, Valor is a hero who definitely grows into the role. It's not going to be one thing I really want to highlight is I don't like this trope in anime when they do it. It's this character is a gifted natural who's suddenly just as powerful as these 30-year-olds at 12 years old after
who's been doing this for a long time.
50. He's doing this for 20 years.
I have trained 20 years in the martial arts. I have a gift. Slaps the shit out of you after training for a year. You're just on the floor like, how could this be?
Oh no! They like he gets his ass kicked and then like trains for 2 months, comes back, whoops the guy's ass. It's like, how the fuck you beat me? You only trained for 2 months. Kind of shit is this?
Now it'd be funny if he trained for 2 months and said, "I came back to beat you," and he got an ass whooped again.
That would actually be funny.
Like, motherfucker, I've been training too, motherfucker.
Like, what, you thought I just stopped training?
But like, one of the things I want to avoid is like Valor. The only reason Valor gets anywhere is through luck and wits. He really doesn't rely on raw power. That's what he has Omen for. Omen is like an in-game boss of a video game on another, and just made.
So he's just on New Game Plus. He's just a player character on New Game
He's
Plus.
a party member who was like the final boss of the last game. That's basically what Omen is. So like, if you're wondering like, oh, why doesn't Omen train or whatever, it's like you kind of can't get any stronger. So
It's like I'm just wasting time at this point.
Bro said, I tried. I really did. I just can't.
Well, Omen's not completely human if you hadn't guessed, but so Valor doesn't really rely on raw power or whatever. He is a gifted sharpshooter though. We'll give him that. And bit of a spoiler, if you hadn't already guessed, he doesn't have normal origins either, if you hadn't guessed that much. You see,
I'd
Valor.
say most characters don't nowadays.
Yeah, Valor is a Sageblood, Saber guardsman, member of the Saber Guard. He has the blood of the very sages, who helped bring Gaia back to life after it was a dead planet thousands of years ago. He gave it to his descendants a long time ago, but the blood's been diluted over time. So those who have a spark of sage blood are rarer as time goes on.
So Slim, what you're saying is incest would have been Wincest in this case.
I mean, that's literally a plot point for one character.
Like, oh shit, I was just being an asshole.
Like over time, the whole concept of houses, because technically Valor hails from a very prominent house known as the House of Ivano. In fact, his full name is Valor Atticus Ivano.
I almost made a Doom joke. Fuck.
Yeah.
He's House Atreides. Oh shit.
Almost said.
But like, here's the thing: those houses died off such a long time ago that they kind of don't matter.
And no one is keeping track of who's actually part of that house anymore.
Well, you can track it. I'll explain that in a second. You can track
Al-Gaib.
Lisan Al-Gaib.
But you can't actually track it. However, a lot of guardsmen don't, because it really doesn't matter at this point. Like the organization of guardsmen, the protectors of the human empire, kind of fizzled out after a big war, and that's a whole nother can of worms. Let me just put it this way: Valor comes from a long line of guardsmen, and again, the blood's been so diluted that guardsmen are becoming more and more rare. At the point of the story, Valor is one of four new Valor's generation of guardsmen is reduced down to about four more people. They're the last ones who hold the blood of the sages.
That's not a lot of people.
Well, there are other guardsmen from other generations. In fact, one of them is their teacher. That's a whole other thing. But regardless,
I'm just talking about like for the new batch, it's like 4 is not a lot at all. Like, oh, I'm not gonna be.
Yeah, and three of them are dudes, by the way.
Oh, so yeah, they're gonna have to start knocking up a bunch of people then.
Yeah.
They want
but again, the sage blood is so diluted that again, it might not even matter.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's not gonna matter, is it?
Yeah. Well, it's a whole other thing. Anyway, Valor's not gonna do this till like the end of like, I guess you want to call it the Triclaw Triads.
That's a mouthful of a name, but I like what's it called? Is there alliteration when it all uses the same first letter?
TCT.
TCT.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They're the group of bandits who stole his uncle or whatever. And what they did was they got altered by ancient black magic and modern day technology and modern day science. So now, and I'm not gonna lie, I kind of stole this from Berserk. So now they like transformed into like different creatures that are like primal demon-like creatures that are fused with humans. So like one I had, it's like this ape guy, right? And every time Omen tries to like break his neck, his neck just like kind of rewires back into it, so he can't really be killed that way.
So you'd have to just chop his head off
if you can. Yeah, like they become these demonic creatures that give them unbelievable power, and strength. So yeah, they've gone around terrorizing, attacking villages and towns and all that good stuff. And Valor and Omen find themselves constantly like getting in their way just to figure out where Sammy is for a while. So for a while, it's just chasing down bandits, and figuring out where their like home base is. But like something I don't want to pull out to the very end of that, I guess, arc or whatever, is that Valor is gonna enter the Accolade for the first time. I just accidentally drew all over my hand. Okay.
Did you say you drooled all over your hand?
Drew all over my hand, like the ink.
I was gonna say, dude, get a bib.
Right.
Entering the Accolade is entering this cosmic power that connects all people who have the blood of sages together. And when you do this, you gain immense strength, speed, durability, and you also basically you have all of the knowledge of every previous guardsman in your bloodline. So
it's the Avatar state.
No, it's completely different. Shut up. Anyway,
legally not the Avatar state. I'm kidding.
But that's Valor's sparked mode. That's what the Accolade really is. He doesn't know what it's called for a long time, so he just called it spark mode. And once he goes spark mode, he finds the head bandit or whatever, and he fights, and like he just blitzes him. He goes like full Sonic, speeding into him, punching the crap out of him. He's actually getting some good hits on and everything. And to remind you, his body is on fire. He's got super strength, super speed, all that good stuff. And he's just blitzing the hell out of this guy. And you know what this guy does? He grabs him and he slams him into the ground. And Valor immediately reverts back to normal.
I don't know. That reminds me of that fucking clip I keep seeing from the Sun Wukong game.
It's kind of a deconstruction. It's like it's showing what Valor could do eventually, but it's like, yeah, the little nigga still has a long way to go. He's not.
You're not.
It's just like teasing. It's like, oh yeah, you can do this. You just don't know how to do it yet.
Actually, you know what that remind me of? You know what that I'm sorry, this shit always kills me, but like when Ichigo
apparently Misfit just pissed on the stream, dude. What the hell?
It always reminds me of like when this man Ichigo was feeling himself when he got his Bankai for the first time. And Aizen just put his finger out, stopped this man's music video.
That shit is that is the most disrespectful thing in anime history. It's like, you stopped his theme song.
Stop it. It's like, yeah, I think, right? It's not every day a Japanese man gets a fucking theme song with them black, beautiful R&B singers in the now you feel like, and then it just stops.
Just stops.
Like,
Dude puts his finger up, like, cut the music off.
Aizen heard the ethnicness and said, I have to put this to a halt, Ichigo, and gripped his sword with his two fingers.
Didn't he stop it with just raising a finger, like literally stop the blade, and then the music
raised the finger, stopped the blade, and cut him at the same time?
Didn't his theme song like not play again for like the rest of the show?
It did not.
After Aizen was defeated.
It did not. Bro got cooked.
Even the composer's like, you got too cooked. I can't play
No,
this.
it's funny because
anymore.
that happens to Ichigo twice in that same arc. When he first met Kenpachi, and he hit him with the sword, and Kenpachi's like, "Yo,
nigga, you
with
ain't
that
shit."
dull ass blade and slap that boy."
Yeah, it's replay. I mean, I think another reason for it is that's like Ichigo's base Bankai theme song. I mean, it's base form, whatever.
Yeah, it only plays a few times in the show.
And after like that, he kind of just almost exclusively uses hollow form.
Yeah, and Soul Society was like the only time that I think they used the song in actual action.
They did bring it back for the 1,000-year Blood War. That was pretty cool. I do like that.
That was very cool. Yeah. I think wasn't it like a newer rendition too, or was it the same?
Yeah, it was a new rendition.
Yeah, I got that one on my phone down. I was like
it's like
this song still slaps.
Ichigo came out here. Sometimes you gotta pop out. What?
I'm trying to put my friend onto on Bleach. I was like, yo, you're gonna like it. It's mad funny.
My brain just went to the DLC for Monster Hunter World, where you fight the Black Dragon Fatalis, and it's like this theme is like this whole you fight him in this ruined castle, and it has this whole over the top dark theme, and then you get one good hit on him, it drop itself down to a certain point, and then the original version of the Hunter theme from the very first Monster Hunter starts playing. It's not a arrangement of it or anything. It's you just straight up played the original from the PS2 to kind of be yeah, you're kind of winning now. And I'm like, that's kind of cool, actually.
I almost nearly enticed him. I almost nearly enticed my my mutual with the Aizen's theme. I was like, man, the music in Bleach is freaking peak. He was like, is it really that good? I was like, it is, bro. And it showed because Aizen's theme was like that haunting ass opera singing. Like that's because he's like, wait, that's from Bleach, and I was like, yeah. He's like, I heard that in a couple of memes, and I was like, bro, his theme is literally called Treachery. You know how gangster that is?
That is pretty gangster.
Bro's theme song is Treachery, and it's just
the whole point was that Aizen was originally a character who didn't seem like he was going to be a villain at all. He was kind of playing a meat character role.
When you meet Aizen, it's he's one of the captains or whatever, but it's he seems like a cool dude, people like him. He seems friendly.
Because I know he was wearing glasses and shit, and then the minute he's very villain, it's oh, glasses come off.
Bro thought he was Clark Kent.
Yeah, he went from Clark Kent to evil Superman in 2 seconds.
In 2 seconds, bro was
he's hold up.
Hey, did you guys know that the original script of Bleach, Urahara was supposed to be the main villain?
You know what? I feel like I can see it. I feel like I can see that.
Oh yeah, you can definitely see it.
I can. Yeah, that.
The original script was gonna be Urahara.
Would he happen the traitor?
In the very original script of Bleach, Urahara was gonna destroy Aizen at the right moment so he can get all the power for himself, and then Ichigo would have to fight his mentor, who was manipulating him the entire time.
Well, shit, give him the theme song Treachery.
It would have fit.
Nah, but then Kisuke said, but Urahara's super cool. I'll keep him a good guy.
Probably his editor said, that's stupid.
The editor said he's too popular. You can't kill it. You can't do that.
I ain't gonna lie. Some of these mangaka editors, they just look at you and go, "That's dumb. Change it."
That's dumb. You're dumb. Change.
I know that was one of the in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. One of the guys who has the black feather dragon guy. He was supposed to be a villain, but then he's supposed to be a villain. But then the character got too popular, so they're yeah, no, keep him a good guy. People like this character. Keep him good.
When them popularity shits, man, they really be changing stories sometimes.
I mean, that's what happened to Vegeta. From what I heard, Vegeta was not supposed to survive the Frieza arc.
Oh yeah, he was supposed to die and stay dead, but no.
Because people liked him. They was Toriyama, you gotta let this guy keep this guy around.
And he became pretty much the second main character of the series.
Yep.
Yep.
He became the prince of all two Saiyans, and it's just the king of elves.
It's kind of funny. I see people say the same thing for instance, My Hero Academia, where it's they're My Hero Academia feels Ida and Ida, Deku, and Uraka was totally supposed to be like the trio, but like Todoroki and Bakugo just were like outranking them in popularity in the charts, and they're just like, damn it.
Damn it.
Yeah, that. They told him, yeah, this that trio, man. No one wants that shit. they want these three dudes.
We're tired. If we want a trio theming, we just go watch read Naruto. Okay, we're fine. We're good. Because every fucking trio in Naruto is a love triangle. It's like there's no way that's just a coincidence. Like there's some kind of curse on the village.
Some kind of studio mandate.
Yeah, I mean, My Hero Academia, the creator, like he's unapologetic Naruto fan. So of course he's gonna make it. Of course he wanted a trio for his. Story.
Yeah, like My Hero Academia is like if a manga and comic book nerd made a manga. That's all it is. It's really just that. Like I remember. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's a great artist too. Don't get me wrong, but
I've only read the first volume and I liked it, but I just haven't.
I mean, it's fine for what it is. It's fine for what it is.
It's fine. For me, it takes too long to get to. For me, at least, it's like there is a point where it finally does get interesting, but I'm like, it takes way too long to get there. I'm good.
Like again, this is like
I was never hooked initially.
The only thing I know is because I saw memes people took clips from Johnny Bravo and dubbed them over All Might, and I was like, okay, that's kind of funny because his voice fits the character.
Here's the
too
thing.
Well.
Here's the thing, though. I will say this. I think my problem with My Hero Academia is it has a premise, but still decides to be kind of like a generic shonen anime, and that's disappointing.
Yes.
Like again, you know what? You know who did this premise well? Sky High. Sky High unironically did this premise a million because it didn't just say, oh, we gotta defeat this guy or whatever. Like, no, they have an interesting premise. Kind of a cool villain who wants to like turn all the heroes into babies so they can raise them into their own like super villains. That's actually a kind of a cool idea, like unironically.
Now it's quite the investment though.
I was to say that's a little too much of a commitment, to be honest with you.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, my issue with it though, especially when it got towards the end, is like it never addressed the actual issue with the series. Like when I say the series, I mean like the world building. Like it seems like my problem with the ending is it felt like they just wrapped it up. Like, all right, Deku beat the big bad, wrap up the story, and it's just like, is this like, so after all of that, it didn't affect the culture. Like it didn't affect the aspect that the main reason most of these villains were even here was because the society failed like them
bro,
for having odd powers.
No, I'm sorry.
Because you got a guy, you got Deku is like 8 years later, and there's still kids going, oh man, I guess I can't be a hero. I'm like, did y'all not fix y'all discrimination issue?
No, here's the thing. Like, I'm like, bro, I'm sorry. I don't care what's going on. Ain't no fucking way Deku working at McDonald's at the same.
That's just funny as fuck to me.
I'm sorry. It was a good meal. I felt so bad for listeners. I'm sorry. I had mutuals on My Hero Academia fans. Some of them were even getting tight. I just kept those memes are too funny. Y'all can't. Come on, guys.
That shit was funny as
fuck.
Those
memes are gold.
Bro, I'm sorry. I feel like if you save the world, you're entitled to like not work for the rest of your life, right? Like you think it's not that hard to give a man whatever the hell he wants. Like, come on.
Well, Deku wanted to. Well, first of all, Deku wanted to be a teacher, and second of all, Deku kept it a secret that he was the one that stopped Shigaraki.
So no one knew he actually did it.
The world,
well,
only
aside from like his close friends or whatever.
Yeah, the only people that know Deku was the actual one that saved the world was like people that were there.
Because didn't he lose his powers in the process?
He did. Shigaraki, he yanked his chain and didn't give back.
Oh shit!
Yeah, no.
His grandmama gave him that chain.
I'm calling bullshit. Nah, bro. I'm telling everybody. Nah, bro. Nah,
Deku's humble. Deku's humble.
I'll be honest. I don't think I would tell anybody that either. Be like, yeah, I saved the world, because I just wouldn't want to deal with it.
I honestly don't want the clout too.
I wouldn't
want man, I'm hanging that over every single person's head.
All right, but I think about it like this. Think about it like this, Slim. Think about it like this. You do that, right? And now remember, you don't have any quirks no more.
So anyone wants to run the ones with you, like you got nothing.
Right?
No,
Like,
no,
like,
I'm
imagine
saying,
a
like,
big-ass
I'm
villain.
gonna be straight
pulls up.
up. Like, I'm quirkless. Like, I
You
saved
think
the
that
world.
means something?
I saved
You
the
think that
world.
means
I saved the world.
Like,
once.
some random villain
got-
who wants his
Hey,
15 minutes of
are you-
fame. Like, I'm gonna go beat up this ass.
You
It's
think
like,
that's
I
gonna
have no
stop a random
powers.
villain from wanting to beat
This,
your ass?
like
Yeah.
I'll be like this. This would be like Logan fighting Mike Tyson. Like, bro, what? Like, bro, I'm old. What the
I but like
you ain't
what if
gonna
a
look
villain-
good. I'm
You gonna be
sorry.
dead.
It's not about looking good. He's a villain. What if the villain's like you think the villain
Villains
to
don't
look
care.
Good? He just want to beat your ass.
That actually would
Like,
give him more street credits. Like you beat
Right,
the
like,
shit
you-
out of
you
a
may
guy
not
who doesn't
have
have
a-
powers.
You may not have a quirk anymore, but you got a status. You got a status. They beating your ass.
They don't care.
But also,
Don't
what
say.
was
No, actually, no. I think about it. Yeah, no. Fuck it. Actually, Deku was smart. Actually, yeah, he knew
Deku
what
was
he doing.
smart.
Deku
Yeah, when you
said,
think about it.
I'm quirkless. Shit.
I better not say shit.
I don't
Bro
know,
got into
man.
a fight. He got into a final battle with the dude so crazy that like he lost both of his arms mid-fight.
Damn.
I think Deku was tired of fighting.
Yeah, I think that's when you start to rethink your life choices.
Deku
When you
said,
start
"Damn,
losing your arms.
that all for one shit was not worth it. That shit
Yeah.
hurt." I mean, yeah, he got his arms.
And
back
then they
and
say
everything,
like
so,
the Gravity Girl, they didn't end up together or something, or
Yeah, they did.
Okay, so
'Cause a
in
lot
the
strippers got mad.
final, okay, so when the final chapter happened, it was kind of rushed. It didn't really do it right there, right? So when he got the chance to do the final chapter, it did end with those two like meeting, and it ended with those two going like, like, oh my god, it's kind of weird because he ended it with them doing the Predator like dap, which is very weird. I'm like,
That's a little weird to do that with
I'm
a
like,
girl
you
like,
could draw them
but
kissing,
I mean,
bro. You could draw them kissing,
or at
bro.
least holding hands, like
like literally, yeah, like a dap, like it's literally the Predator dap, like
I think
Uraka, you son of a bitch, like that's what Deku. It was
I'll
weird.
just-
I'm like,
I'll
what?
just say this, the
Uraka-chan,
best-
you son of a bitch.
the best,
Yeah.
the best, like like ending. Oh, confirming there were a couple things ever done was in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Yeah. I just don't know why he did that though. I'm sorry. Like a dap, it keeps bothering
That's
me.
like the weird. Was he trying to keep
Okay.
it ambiguous or something? Like,
like, and now they're together. Bro,
Wait, the main character boy who obviously had a crush on the main character girl, and the main character girl who also had a crush on main character boy. Will they ever get together? I don't fucking know. These subtle hints are driving me insane. I can't.
They
Look,
just dab each other up. They just dab each other up. And another thing too, like when it comes to the ending, shout out to Bakugo. He turned out to be MVP. He was
so
MVP.
didn't Bakugo kind of wingman for Deku also? In that
Bakugo
moment?
wingman for Deku. Bakugo is the reason Deku got that suit.
Also, Bakugo became a bro. Is what you're telling me?
He became a bro. Yeah. Like he was like, yo,
maybe Diana coming back to life got that bitch out of your ass.
It did. It definitely did. Like listen, when your life gets snuffed out, it happens.
He had that life changing fate. Is what you're telling me?
I remember like everyone on Twitter was making fun of Bakugo dying, and everyone's like, "Yeah, little nigga."
Yeah.
He was talking all that good shit a second ago.
Now, I will say this. I didn't read fully through My Hero Academia. I only kept it with updates and just to keep track of the story. I wasn't really a fan of it. As a series as a whole, I still give it like a 5 out of 10. But I did read Vigilantes after My Hero Academia ended. I fuck with
Was that
Vigilantes.
like a side series?
Yeah, I fuck with it heavy. That shit way better than My Hero Academia as a whole.
So you're telling me that that he brought up a serious flaw in his world when he was world building, acknowledging a serious problem with the society he set up, and
he
then
addressed it in a spin-off?
No.
and then never.
What
And
I'm
then
saying is somebody
then-
else wrote that shit. And then
Oh,
no,
oh,
I'm
he
saying
didn't
no.
write it?
That's not what I'm saying. So you're telling me that he wrote Hero My Academia, put out a very blatant problem that gets explored throughout the world building, and inspiring different villains and people to even rise up as a
Mhm.
serious social critic of the world that they presented themselves with, all for them to throw it away and just focus on fight punching again. Correct?
By the end of My Hero Academia, yes.
Oh, so he really is a Naruto fan. Gotcha.
Yes, he is.
Anyway.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Because seriously,
No.
like they actually don't. Like, there's never a line or anything that addresses like a fix to discrimination practices. Or
But like
a lot of these
that-
villains are only here because the society failed them and treated them like shit.
Because
but, like,
society
that's also,
TM.
that's also what happened
Literally.
with Naruto, because like they pointed out, like, yeah, and don't you think it's a little weird that we're training essentially child soldiers and treating it like this quirky thing we just do?
Mhm.
Like, yeah, motherfuckers, when you're a kid, you go through war, it fucks you up. We keep
Yeah.
killing each other and
And,
doing all
and
this
in My Hero
bullshit.
Academia, their issue is like it's like being a dick to kids, and not just kids, people who didn't ask for a lot of these quirks. It doesn't help them in the long run, you dickheads. Oh my god, that guy's quirk is scary. Let's treat him like shit. What the fuck think's gonna happen?
Bro, what the fuck you want me to do?
Toga, her quirk is like she needs to drink blood,
You know,
and then her parents are like
Fifth too,
her
or
own
something like
parents
that.
are afraid of her. And it's like, y'all gave birth to that damn child. You better take care of your kid. What
mean,
you afraid of your
like,
kid?
Don't
man,
get me wrong, that's definitely gonna make parenting a lot harder when you have to explain. It's like, sir, your daughter drained someone's blood today in class.
again. Oh my
Again, Toga, we talked about this.
Now here's the thing, though. Here's the
It's not
thing,
even she
though.
needs a lot of blood though. They treated her like shit for no reason.
I mean, like, man, at least they didn't go full like X-Men and made it about like a civil rights thing.
I
like,
know.
And I mean, they didn't do it, but that's the thing though. It's like it's the world being so poor. They don't even try to do that. It's like they just.
That's one thing I kind of always thought was weird about X-Men. It's like, no, but like normal people kind of have a right to be scared of you, though.
Mhm.
yeah,
like,
that's
nigga,
what-
Charles Xavier can literally just rewrite someone's brain.
That's why John Byrne was perfect
Someone's.
for like balancing out Chris Claremont, because remember,
Yep.
he's the one who wrote the shit like, oh yeah,
Good
being a mutant isn't the same thing as being an N-word. They explicitly say that. Don't compare the same things. They're not
Amen.
the same thing. And
Fast
even
forward later, and these assholes are
Completely missed the point.
and then like they even did that with like when Kitty Pryde first joined the X-Men, and she was extremely afraid of Nightcrawler, and it points out that yeah, even mutants against other mutants can still be discriminatory. 'cause
Which
it's like,
I mean,
yeah.
to be fair, you see Nightcrawler, like if like your first thought is gonna be, you're probably gonna be a little freaked out
Yeah,
seeing
but
Nightcrawler
like
for the first
and
time.
again,
and then the-
Nightcrawler is one of the few comic book heroes, at least now, that's still openly a Christian. You know?
Yeah, and in the case with My Hero Academia, the issue I have is like they also kind of fail to show that they show society being these kind of evils because it's like throughout the show, whenever you see the cat interact, everything's always chill. Society's chill. You never see open examples of discrimination, and you only see it when the villains are explaining their stories, and it's just like that gives a poor sense of like the world building. Is like we don't see open discrimination. But only when the villains are recalling their stories, it's like you.
Yeah, that does make it seem artificial.
Again, my problem,
do
the
that.
problems with like X-Men as a whole when it does that is because again, it's mostly Chris Claremont's fault.
Oh, no,
don't
I
get
mean
me
My
wrong.
Academia. I mean My Academia.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I'm just pointing out
Yeah.
the flaw with X-Men here. It's
Oh, okay.
like they do show that perspective, but as time went on and Chris Claremont started doing more solo projects on the X-Men himself, and don't get me wrong, Chris Claremont is the X-Men writer. Don't get it twisted. He's the X-Men writer. But like Uncanny 2000, for example, was just a dumb idea. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people like the 97 show coming back or whatever, but I've never liked the idea of Magneto joining the X-Men. I'm sorry. Like that has always been a dumb idea.
I know the new show they had this weird thing where like he and Rogue had a
that
thing.
was also in the comics. Like I said, Chris Claremont wasn't
From what I was told, it wasn't like from the main run though, because I was led to believe that was from the main run, but people was like it's actually from like a kind of like almost a what if kind of thing, and I was like, oh,
well, but you still get my
'Cause I
point.
went-
The point
yeah,
is
because I went to look for it, so I was like, wait, this isn't actually in his run. So wait, so somebody on the writing team just kind of like that what if story.
I mean, like there was
What was
the Savage Rogue, Savage Storm story, yeah, but like
yeah,
that's a whole other can of worms. What I'm trying to make is like, yeah, they really pushed this idea hard, like, oh yeah, like it's totally just as one more time went on, Chris Claremont went full mask off, like, yeah, mutants are basically civil rights, whatever, blah blah blah. And like I always like the earlier ones where they did have a lot of nuance there. Like, oh yeah, not all humans hate us. It's just like, yeah, a lot of them have justifiable fear
I'm
of
about
someone
to
who
say
can.
again, Professor Xavier's like, I'd feel completely justified being afraid of him.
Xavier could commit like mass genocide.
He's a walking human rights violation.
Even early on, Xavier was very, very questionable to say the least. My God.
I mean, do you remember what he did to Magneto in the show at one point? It's like, oh, you're gonna try and kill me? I'm gonna make you relive your Holocaust trauma.
Holocaust me, motherfucker.
I love the parody though when he shows it to Magneto. Magneto's horrified, and everybody else
he knocked that man off.
Then he shows it to Scott. Scott has no reaction.
He knocked that man off his wheelchair. I don't blame bro. I'll do the same. Knock me off my damn chair.
But like, even though like you get Professor Xavier's coffee wrong, he just mind controls you and make you pour coffee on yourself.
or you're just gay now.
You're just gay.
No, that's Jean. Jean would be like, wouldn't it be funny if these two were gay now?
Well, he should have used that before Jean. He should have that would have helped him a long time ago. Gay beam.
Oh, wait a minute. Would all this be avoided if he could like turn Scott and like Logan gay? Like all of his problems would be solved. Hey guys,
you know what's funny? I made a joke like that to my brother, and I was like, "Damn, ever realize how one motherfucker's family issues always come back to bite the X-Men?" like I was like, maybe a joke with my brother. I was like, if I was Gambit, I would point out like a certain member of our team's family issues loves to come bite us in the ass. Side eye Scott.
Like
how many future children of his are gonna keep coming back in time?
How many children did he have come back in time again? I've lost count.
You know what I do? I say Logan, hold on. I say Logan.
Oh, that's right. Cable is his kid. I keep forgetting that.
I'd be like, Logan, hold him down, and he just keeps kicking him in the nuts, so Logan till Cable slowly disappears. It's working. It's working.
Get that man a vasectomy quick.
Yeah.
He's like Wolverine, and like he gets his claws out. It's like
Wolverine's just like snip, bub.
For fuck's sakes, this man's alternate universe daughter came back in time and started a whole goddamn war, which led to this dickhead Scott becoming the Phoenix, killing Xavier. Like, Scott, get
that was the X-Men versus Avengers storyline, right? Where Scott became Phoenix.
Which was kind of retarded, mind you.
It was terrible. It was terrible. Everyone was written out of character. Like, ugh.
I will say the idea on paper of Scott getting the Phoenix Force is kind of interesting, but
yeah, on paper.
Like on paper and like the design when they showed it, that would
the idea of Scott crashing out against Xavier is that's not even new either. So
he's done that before, hasn't
he? It's been done to death, actually.
Yeah. Scott and Xavier has had their fucking like father and son bullshit. Get daddy, get your son, get your daddy. Like
say Scott. What are you gonna say? Scott is secretly Xavier's kid.
Bro, I'm saying everything
here's the funny thing.
That ass brings problems to the X-Men's doorstep. As a fellow mutant, I'm tired of getting my ass beat because of one of Scott's somehow connected child.
Scott is like the Zeus of this setting, where it's like, can you please stop sticking your dick and stuff?
It's mostly the fact that they tied pretty much all Scott's character now to just Jean. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much the main problem. Like, I swear to God, dude, there's this one time where he's like, "Oh, and the worst part is like they kind of wipe Scott of his character too when doing it. It's always the same thing, like, "Oh, I'm sleeping with Jean. I'm sleeping with Jean's sister. I'm sleeping with Emma Frost. I'm sleeping with Jean's clone." It's just, my God, dude, I don't like his character does not begin and end with Jean. My God, what the fuck? And I'm sorry, I'm gonna be able to say this. Jean Grey is the most overrated love interest in comic book history.
She kind of is. Like, even in the 90s, so I did not like. I'm like, Wolverine, I don't get why you're this down bad for Jean.
That's the thing. I feel like the love triangle is what made it worse for Jean. Because like, if there was a love triangle, I think Jean is fine as a character. But like with the love triangle, it's like, she ain't all that though. Relax.
But here's the thing: early X-Men, like almost
Wolverine.
every male character had a crush on Jean in early X-Men. Beast had a crush on her. Nightcrawler had a crush on her.
I'm currently reading the original X-Men run. I've been doing that for a couple months. And, when she's first introduced as Marvel Girl and stuff like that, like they're all like, damn, fine mama.
Nah, bro.
I remember
what I can't stand about. Sorry, last thing. One thing I can't stand about Jean is like she don't know how to cook. Like, bro, and like the worst part is she hates when other people like intervene. You got Gambit in her. Gambit is a whole bona fide Cajun.
That dude knows how to cook.
That bro knows how to cook. He knows how to season. He's like, he tasted the food like, man, ain't no. He has some very basic seasoning. A little black pepper, a little cayenne. Just a little.
I just love the dialogue. I remember it so hard. He's like
throw like a pot at him.
Magic, a little cayenne, a little seasoning. Like the way he said it and everything. She's like, the day I let you cook is the day I let pigs fly. He launches that man. The ending was funny because like the X-Men didn't end up spending Christmas at the mansion. The game was like, what the hell most of all this food then? I didn't cook hours in the kitchen and y'all not gonna come home to you.
I'm sure Rogue enjoyed Gambit's cooking.
I think she was with the X-Men. Literally I think it was only him and Jean back at the house.
I was like, man, I made gumbo, I made po' boys, I made all this fried chicken, bro.
Because Gambit passed the po' boys, bro.
Leech got sick, and I think it was really bad, and he was dying. And they were begging Logan, like, yo, Logan, please, maybe you can use the blood to help. Logan was very hesitant to like share his blood because he's like, listen, that shit doesn't work all the time. It's not a 100% guarantee that just a blood transfusion with my blood can work. And they're like, how do you know? He's like, because I tried before. And I was like, damn. But, eventually they did convince Logan. And it worked. It worked. It was, a Christmas miracle. It worked. So they spent time with the Murlocs for Christmas. And that's when they told, like, Gambit they weren't come home. Gambit was tight.
I'd have been salty, too. I just spent time cooking all that damn food. Ain't nobody coming to eat. I'd be like, bro, for real? You couldn't tell me this like 4 hours ago?
Left me with this angry white woman.
Angry Karen. Psychic Karen. But for real, like, somebody gotta talk to Wolverine and be like, dude, I don't understand why you this down bad for Jean. Like, you've lived for like hundreds of years. This had to have been better chicks out here.
Shout out when he finally went for Storm.
Honestly, yeah, like it's like Storm's a way better pick.
Way better pick.
I mean, like, the worst thing Storm will do is she might make a tornado hit your house.
I think they brought back that ship recently.
Which one?
In the comics. Storm and Logan.
Oh, yeah.
Because I remember seeing people going, no, why would she do that? And I was like, well, this ain't the first time.
Honestly, I like Storm and Logan more than Jean and Scott. I like that, actually.
I do.
Yeah.
Because, and like, here's the thing. I think it works because, like, Logan has just been through so much bullshit in life. He's been through so much. But the thing about Storm is she likes to live in the moment, She likes to just live and be free. So like maybe she like the way I see it is whenever they are together and it's like I think it's only been like 3 times in all overall continuities.
Yeah, but you know who doesn't fuck with that ship?
Chris Claremont.
I know T'Challa's hating ass is watching from his home.
T'Challa's
thinking that
like, T'Challa, maybe you shouldn't have been such a bad husband.
Caused by a 5-foot Canadian.
No. It was Storm's fault. Remember?
Was it?
Yeah, I remember when Captain Marvel was arresting people in Civil War II because she went like fucking.
She was on her team. T'Challa was with Cap. I'm with Tony, and they had to break it up.
Civil War II was so fucking.
Isn't that the one where they killed Banner at one point?
Yes.
Yeah, they
Hawkeye
killed Bruce.
Hawkeye sniped Bruce Banner because Bruce asked him to do it.
Yeah, it's all really, 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 really.
Because it's like the whole premise, like some mutant.
Really.
It was also
really fucking.
When Carol Danvers racially profiled Miles.
Racially profiled Miles.
Like no joke, Ed. Here's what happened. Apparently, they had an Inhuman, right? And the thing is, like, he could see the future, which in the Marvel universe isn't really a big deal, but whatever.
I'm pretty sure there's other characters that
but here's the thing.
He was an Inhuman, actually, right?
That's what I said. That's what I said.
My bad. You said that. Yeah, my bad.
But so he said, so he's an Inhuman, and he can see the future. But here's the thing: he can only see it with like what 75% accuracy or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So not very reliable.
Yeah, and again, like we have people like Doctor Strange who literally said, "Oh yeah, by the way, I could see into the future more accurately." You probably shouldn't focus on that, mind you.
Carol literally got proven wrong, like in person too. So like, she knows like it's not 100% herself, but
No.
Carol's like, we need to push this. We need to push it 100%.
So,
And she
like-
fought a white
um,
woman
so,
and
like,
doubled down, even
Tony's
though
like,
she was
leave
wrong.
that boy alone.
So like, and basically, she was like, okay, so no joke. Carol Danvers becomes a brown shirt. She just starts rounding people up illegally, mind you, arresting people and saying, "Oh, if he says that you're one of the bad guys, we're going to arrest you." Again, mind you, it said in the story itself that this guy can only see about 70% of the time accuracy in a
Not to
world
mention-
where actual seers exist, where people like again. Fucking Doctor Strange has admitted, I can see this in the future more accurately. You probably shouldn't take advice from this guy.
Yeah. And the
Oh,
only
like-
reason, by the way, that she really pushes it because like when this boy was discovered, the first premonition he had that he shared with them was of, I think it was Galactus who showed up and attacked. And so he stopped a big event, but that doesn't mean everything he still had was accurate. So it's like, but for her, it's like she'd rather take that chance because the first time he had his premonition, he stopped potentially could have been a world-ending event, you know?
Which
I mean,
to be
I'm
fair,
pretty-
Galactus is like.
I mean, pretty sure whenever usually when Galactus is about to show up, you can see him coming a mile away, to be perfectly fair.
Yeah, but I don't remember if it was Galactus. I think it was Thanos. I don't know who it was. It was one of the heavy hitters that showed up, and because of that, it's like Carol's like, we got like this boy's visions they're too good to pass up on, and like some said earlier, they're like nigga, it's not even 100%. Like the boy said it. We've seen the evidence. Yeah, you rounded up a couple of people and because like they rounded up a lady that was a bomb in the suitcase. No bomb in the suitcase, and she's still going.
Like, here's the thing, and the absolute worst part is, throughout all this, again, she's like going full Nazi. She has straight up concentration camps. Like, not even joking.
Am I
Not
supposed
even
to
joking.
root for? Am I supposed to like this character?
No, they try to pretend that both sides have a point or whatever, like the original Civil War, which also kind of sucked, admittedly. But that's besides the point.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing: they go over that, and it's like, so they're like, basically Tony's like, don't arrest people off of what goes around to like, which basically rounds up to like very good guesses. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. That's not how we do things. And Carol's like, nuh-uh. And then they try to treat it like it's a gray morality thing. Whose side
it's
is right?
really,
like,
and it's not. And by the way,
it's
this is what led to Hulk dying because the boy had a vision of Hulk going to Rampage, right? And I love the way it's done in the comic too, because so Tony and Carol both approach Banner, right? Now Tony approaches Banner, no suit, just Tony,
just talking to
Carol.
him,
Carol approaches Banner full on, in a Captain Marvel suit,
full powered up, ready for a fight.
Stressing this nigga out, and
which is
stressing
something
out
you
Bruce
should not do to Banner, considering how his powers work.
And now they did catch Bruce tinkering with his DNA again. And they're like, Bruce, Bruce, we talked about this. Tony's like, Bruce, what the hell? Before Bruce is trying to explain himself, but Carol's like, see, he was doing something, this ain't cool. And when Bruce goes outside, there's just mad heroes waiting outside. And I'm like, yeah, this is totally not going to like spike up his stress levels at all.
Yeah, like
bringing a goddamn army to this man's doorstep.
Also, sorry, it's got a detour. I love how they say like, oh, Hulk might go on a rampage or something or whatever. But here's the thing, that's normal. They usually have.
I was to say he doesn't do that normally.
If I remember correctly, the future vision he saw, like Hulk like killed a lot of the heroes, and that's why Carol was like, oh yeah, urgent emergency.
Well, here's the thing, that's always been. In fact, I would argue that's like when Hulk first joined the Avengers. That's like one of the key things they're pointing out, like, oh yeah, the Hulk might be too dangerous. He might rip us all apart. But they have.
Didn't he do that to Wolverine? Literally ripped him in half at one point.
But here's the thing.
That's Wolverine. He's a dickhead.
Wolverine, and if you have Wolverine, can survive that.
People forget that technically Wolverine made his first appearance in a Hulk comic.
Yeah.
But that's
he needs to leave that man alone.
But that's besides the point.
Wolverine poked the bear.
The point is, the whole thing with Hulk for years was like, yeah, the Avengers try to be reasonable with them, try to be like that. And to be fair, the Hulk doesn't try to hurt people. Even when he goes on a rampage, he does try his best not to hurt people. And even then,
I always interpret it as if you don't attack him, he's not going to attack you.
Yeah,
I
like
mean, even when you attack him, Hulk, the thing about Hulk that always made him great as a character is like Hulk has the ability to always calculate like what he's doing with his movements and his strength. Like there's a reason why he doesn't have a lot of soldier casualties whenever Ross is coming after them. There's a reason why he doesn't leave too many casualties when he's rampaging through a town. Hulk kind of knows what he's doing. Like
yeah,
he's
like
not,
Hulk. Like here's the thing, people.
that's what Amadeus Cho told him
This is
when
a this
during
is a
the World War Hulk story. That's like Amadeus Cho. He's like I know how you're able to do it. You know, that's kind of the same way my mind works. You're able to like accurately know exactly like the kind of like force you put out, all these other stuff, where you're gonna throw things, blah blah blah.
So
And
it's
that's why
not
you have ability
100% that
one.
he's just out of control wild. He has like some
I mean, like the thing
control
with
over it.
I think this is a misinterpretation a lot of people have, but the Hulk isn't really stupid. He's not
He's not.
stupid.
He's
He's
not.
not stupid. Even earlier takes on the Hulk, he was never really all that stupid. He was primal, I guess you could call it that, but like he wasn't dumb. He could like people forget how clever the Hulk can actually be. Like he doesn't just throw his strength around. He genuinely does know what he's doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
I mean, you kind of saw that in Incredible Hulk a little bit. You see him kind of problem solving, like when he first tries to fight Abomination. Abomination throws on. He's like, okay, I'm gonna need something a little bit stronger than just my fist to deal with this guy. And he grabs the cop car.
I think he showed it best in like the Hulk movie. Like many times when he's fighting the military, many times when he's fighting even his father and all this other stuff. The dude uses a lot of strategy when he was fighting in that
Ed
movie.
Norton Hulk movie was the shit, man. That movie.
I do wish he came back, even I know he didn't. There was like
not even that, but like that Hulk looked so like grotesque and disgusting. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of like a.
We're talking about the Incredible Hulk, right?
The one with Ed Norton in it.
Yeah, that one.
I was talking about Ang Lee's earlier, but yeah, I mean, I love both.
I don't like Ang Lee's one because like that one's it's kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's pretty.
I vaguely remember seeing it as a kid, and I remember not liking it.
It's still my favorite Hulk movie of them all.
It was just so boring. There's like just nothing going on. But like the Incredible Hulk movie, I liked how grimy everything looked and like how like that's how I feel. Ed Norton was the best Bruce Banner. I'm sorry. Like he was just good. Like people forget that Bruce is kind of an egotistical scientist. He's kind of a smarmy jerk a little bit of the time because he's so jaded about everything. But he does try to keep his cool at the same time or whatever.
I did like that they showed him like actually trying to keep Hulk in check with the whole like the wrist, the pulse thingamajig. I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah.
And all that, and trying to calm his breathing down and stuff. It's like, yeah, this is a guy who's trying to keep this shit in check.
I love the ending scene where he's like, where it's like he's like in the fields, in a cabin by himself.
And he deliberately lets it out.
Yeah, he deliberately lets it out. He knows how to control it now.
At least to some degree.
Bro's tweaking.
I got a question for you, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I have my main villain, right, for Callus Master. He has an ability, and I want to know if it's super broken or not.
Okay.
So basically, Talon the High Lord of God, of the Imperial Covenant right now, basically the leader of all 4 human cities. Sorry. He actually has something in his right eye called the Optico Infinium. And basically, it gives him infinite insight. He can look into multiple universes, multiple pasts, multiple futures. Basically, he can see everything, but there's only one problem. He can't see the time. He can't see perfectly. He can't see his own timeline perfectly. Essentially, he can see literally everything except what's literally right in front of him. Right, but there's one problem. You see, in every universe, there's an anomaly. There's anomalies that literally, basically, they're mistakes, quote unquote, that only exist in a single universe. They don't exist anywhere else. These can be people, these can be places, these can be things, these could be anything. So like that's one downside that Talon has, is that he can't see variables in his own universe, right? Guess who's a variable in this universe that he can't see coming?
Is Valor, isn't it?
Yep, Valor is literally a cosmic anomaly because he was never supposed to be born.
That's still it's still a little broken because it's like, okay, so you could see everything around this guy, but you can't see what he's
But
gonna do.
you also got to remember, everything that Valor interacts with also kind of gets thrown off the course of their destined path whenever he does that. So basically, he can't see. He can get a good idea of what someone like Rosalind is going to do or where she's going to go, but the closer she is to Valor, the less likely that is to happen. Basically, Valor's like a giant, is like Talon's one giant blind spot, no matter where he is.
So it's a counter.
I kind of feel like, okay, is this power on all the time? Does he have to actually activate being able to see all this stuff?
Well, it's active all the time, but if he wants to concentrate on a singular thing, that's either infinitely useless or completely broken.
Because I feel like if it was a situation where it's like he has to actively turn it on and he can't have it on all the time.
Well, it's kind of like this.
Like it's too much of a strain on him or something. That would be fair.
Well, it's kind of like this. He can see everything. He can see everything, except, again, anomalies, like you said. But if he wants to focus on a specific thing, like focus on a specific person or where they are, or hell, even he can technically peer into the stream of fate of his universe. But that's what causes serious strain on there. If he wants to focus or concentrate on something, that's what causes strain on his eye. Because
to me, I feel like that it should be the reverse. I feel like it would take more energy to see everything and try to process everything.
Well, but if you actually think about your eye, you process and look at a lot. You're processing color, you're processing how things work and stuff like that with your eyes alone. Your eyes process a lot of information at once. But when you try to focus on something, that's where you need to focus your eyes, concentrate. So that's kind of how it works. He's perceiving everything as it's going on, right? Seeing everything, how everything's going to happen. But if he wants to focus on a specific thing and how that's going to work, yeah, he has to put some strain on his eye.
I still feel like there should be a cost to just having that on. You can't have it on all the time.
Like I said, his specific stream of fate, his reality, whatever you want to call it, his stream of reality, he still can't see that. So he doesn't know everything. He has just basically 99.9% accuracy on almost everything, except whenever Valor's involved. Valor is that 0.001% he'll never actually get to know, if that makes any sense.
I don't know, this is just my personal preference. I just feel like if you're going to give a character a power like that, they can't use that all the time. There has to be a reason.
I mean, like I said, it's a passive thing. Say his butler is about to bring him tea, right? Before his butler even knocks on the door, he's like, "I already know you're there. You can just come in." Just stuff like that.
Then again, I mean, they kind of did that with spoiler Dune. They kind of do that with when Paul gets his powers. He's like, "Oh yeah, I can kind of see all possible outcomes and stuff." But there are some things he actually can't. He couldn't see, at least, because there was a point where he has one of his kids. He didn't realize he had twins. He could only see one of the kids. His ability to see the future.
So literally the exact same idea.
Yeah, and even then, it was kind of they kind of had this whole thing where it's he felt like he was railroaded because he could see the future, because it was okay, so sometimes I have to deliberately lose something, or else something worse could happen. If that makes any sense. He's I have to do evil shit because otherwise the outcome if I don't is going to be worse for humanity or whatever.
Noob Next Door. Yeah, it's kind of like another big problem with it. Talon is just constantly bored. He is bored out of his skull. Like,
I also feel like it would cause you to be confused, especially if you're saying that you can see like different. Because you said that he could see like different like outcomes and stuff, right? So I guess it'd be kind of like, you'd lose yourself in like that present moment or whatever. Because you can just see all this other shit that you're not supposed to be able to see. Like it would be like overwhelming, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, because time doesn't stop while you're looking at things.
Not to mention, time changes constantly because someone makes a decision at one point and that completely changes how everything goes.
Time is not constant. Like,
yeah,
even while you're looking at the vision, like while you're looking at the vision you're having.
Because I played around the idea of a character who has something like that, but it's like he doesn't control when he sees the futures, and he doesn't even know if what he sees is like actually gonna happen or something that could happen. So he has to kind of figure out, it's like, okay, do I tell this person if they go down this road they're gonna die, or if me telling them that, is that gonna cause them to die, to do something that leads to them dying? Like, do I say something or do I not say anything?
Like, they're like, yes.
And it's like, yeah, what the fuck do you do?
And I also know how I want the series to end. And I made a decision to make Talon like the ultimate bad guy. He's gonna be the bad guy from the beginning to the end. He's behind everything. That's the kind of villain he is.
I don't know why when he said ultimate, I almost finished saying the ultimate life form.
Oh no.
I mean, he kind of becomes the ultimate life form near the end. You guys are probably gonna forget if I tell you this. But near the end, essentially, there's two places. The dream, which is like the collective consciousness of every being in the universe, living or dead.
It was like their subconscious.
Yeah, kind of. I guess you could call it a spirit world if you want to. I don't know. But like, there's also something else called the nightmare. It's a void of primordial unconsciousness. It's just pure chaos incarnate, and that's where demons come from, kids.
It sounds like the warp in Warhammer.
So yeah, like bit of a spoiler. Talon ends up being thrown into the void, and for a couple of years, everyone thinks that he's dead. But here's the thing: there's still wars and conflicts going on because of the bullshit that Talon and, yes, even to some extent Valor caused. So, everything okay?
I dropped something.
My bad. That's me. Moving stuff around.
Oh yeah. So like after that, years later, Ivan actually finds a way to bring him back. Wait, you
also have a character named Ivan?
Oh yeah,
right, you showed me the redheaded guy.
Yeah. How dare you ask if he has a cane? Of course he has a cane.
I mean, you just threw his head, so like I just assumed he did. But I was like, let me ask that.
So anyway, Ivan finds a way to bring him back, and basically
everybody disliked that.
Everyone disliked that. Yeah. I found a way to bring Talon back, and here's the thing: Talon somehow, like, almost completely lost his mind. Like, he is not doing too good. He is like, oh my god, you will not believe what I saw. But here's the thing. When Talon came back, he realized something. He said, I've become the avatar of the void. The harbinger of chaos. Yeah, basically, that eye that allowed him to see everything and shit like that.
Yeah.
Well, when an ancient primordial chaos god that's older than time itself infests it, let me put it this way. So like, yeah, Talon still has the ability to see anything and everything, right? However, the thing that happens is he also gains another ability. he regains the primordial ability of basically Talon becomes a reality warper.
Oh, that's not broken at all.
So yeah, he's basically like, yeah, I could still see multiple universes. I can still see everything, right? But now I can bring over stuff from other realities or bring back stuff from the void and manipulate it to anything I want, essentially.
Yeah, that's not broken at all.
What you know the first thing he does? You know the first thing that he does when he comes back?
What?
He turns the sky pitch black. And then
Asshole.
and not only that, like the only lights you see for a brief moment are the lights from the multiple eyes he has. He could literally see. He says he could literally see everything. And yeah, he becomes more or less a god. And Valor's got to kill it. Valor's got to kill a god.
Congratulations, you made the situation worse.
He becomes, and that's when Valor's true name is revealed. John Elden Ring.
Oh hell no.
Your name is John.
And then Miyazaki just hands you a cease and desist. It's like, nah.
That's how I end up dying. I'm gonna die with a quip. Your name is John.
Like, no, there's even one scene where like they're trying to breach the walls of Pandora, and Valor says, Roy, can I ask you a question? How long would it take for you to build a gun big enough to blow a hole in the largest kingdom in all of Gaia? He says, about 3 weeks.
3 weeks, huh?
3 weeks? Like, yeah. Okay, maybe 4 if we get lunch breaks. Like, okay, let's do it.
Let's do it. Make some progress.
All right, I gotta get some sleep. I forgot I got work in the morning. I'll talk to you guys later, okay?
No problem.
Talk to you later.
I'm gonna rest.
We've been going for a while.
I'm still feeling
Yeah, we haven't streamed in a hot minute, so you know what? I'm gonna try to make streams more of a thing, along with videos, hopefully.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for coming on.
No problem, man. I'm gonna rest. I'm still sick, so.
Oh
Get
shit.
well, brother.
Yep. Cough drops. Yeah, have a good one.
I'm shocked I didn't get sick when I was coming back from vacation because airports and shit.
Yeah, lucky you.